The story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was December 31st, New Year's Eve. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide, special duty. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was New Year's Eve. All available men were ordered to be on duty. It was a big night for some of the people.
Like a tutor, I'm going on a tutor. Oh, boy.
Joe, how's it going?
Oh, hi, Jack. Pretty busy. How's it outside?
Cold. Not enough to keep people at home, though. Rough night, huh?
Looks like a wild one. Been keeping the complaint board busy. Seems bigger than last New Year's. You're on with Frank and me tonight, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Thought I was going to have it off. Wife had a little house party planned and everything.
That's too bad. Maybe next time, huh?
That's what I said last New Year's.
Where's Frank?
Just passed him down the hall a minute ago. Said he'd be right back.
Yeah.
Anything in the book?
Oh, I almost forgot. Lloyd Hopper called. He's having a little party out at his house. He wants us to drop around when we get off. Said he'd call us back. Hi, I just tagged by communications. Switchboard's lit up like a Christmas tree. They're sure doing a lot of business.
Yeah, Joe was telling me. Just like last year, they're sure starting off strong.
Yeah, 415s, 4127s. Calls coming in by the dozen. You know, I'd like to see it just once. People celebrating New Year's without tearing up half the town.
I'll get it. Homicide, McCready. Oh, yeah, Lloyd. Uh-huh. Joe just mentioned it. Well, we'll try and make it. You know how things are tonight. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Lloyd Hopper on his way home. Says he sure hopes we can make it if we get off early.
Not much chance of that.
Yeah. I guess you can't tell. We might get a break.
I don't know.
Crowds are starting in pretty early. Good chance they'll break and go home right after midnight. That should get us off early.
Yeah. That was the idea last year, wasn't it, Frank? Yeah.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Hey, it's just like I told you. He threw the bottle right at me. He threw it right at my face. I thought he was going to hit me over the head.
Sergeant Jack McCready, Frank, and I stayed on duty at the City Hall. As any police officer can tell you, New Year's Eve for him is one of the hardest working nights in the year. This one was no different for us. Within an hour, we'd received more than a half a dozen calls to be checked out. Street fights, ADW calls, cuttings, the usual complaints that you'd expect to get when a community of 4 million celebrates New Year's Eve. 9:43 p.m.
Unit 7R2 at Wilshire and Geneva. A 211. A 211. KMA 367. Roger, 7R2. Unit 1A12 at 83 Naylor Avenue. See the man. Repeat. KMA 367.
No stopping him, huh?
7R2.
Yeah, it's a big night.
Geneva. A 211. A 211.
Homicide, Friday.
Roger, 7R2.
What's that? No.
Unit 1A12.
No, ma'am, no. No, you have the wrong division. If you'll wait just a second, I'll have you transferred. No, I'll have you transferred. You won't have to call back. All right, hold on, please. Hello. Would you give this call to 2511, please? Yes, that's right. Robbery. Thank you.
Attention, all units. All units in the vicinity at East Main and Darwin. An officer needs help. Code 2.
Sounds like somebody's got trouble, huh? Yeah.
All units in the vicinity at East Main and Darwin. An officer needs help. Code 2. KMA 367.
I feel for those guys. We were on that detail last year, you know.
Yeah. Well, at least it's still code 2. You got a cigarette?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Frank.
Joe? Yeah. Got a cigarette? Yeah. Here you go. You got a match?
Yeah.
Homicide, Friday. No, Mac. He's not here now. No.
No, I don't have any.
No, I'll have him come right over, though, as soon as he does get in.
Joe?
Right. Yeah, just a second. Right, Mac. Look. Got a Mac? You guys haven't got anything, have you?
All units on frequency 1, stand by. All units on frequency 1, stand by. All units and 1A1. Attention, all units. All units. The call to East Main and Darwin is now a shooting. 1A1 handle. Code 3.
It's us.
All
Come on.
units and 1A1. Attention, all units. All units. Call to East Main and Darwin is now a
Let us through, please. Can we get through here? Please? Let us through, please. Side. Frank.
No.
It's Lloyd Hopper.
Dead?
He's dead. His full name was Lloyd Nicholas Hopper, badge number 7501. He was one of the veteran officers in Central Homicide. He'd been shot twice at the base of his skull. There were 4 more bullet wounds in his back. Frank got to a phone, called Homicide, and told them what had happened. Additional cruiser cars and more from Metro Reserves were immediately dispatched to the scene of the killing. They circled the area for a dozen blocks around and started a door-to-door search for the killer. Suspicious-looking pedestrians were stopped at every street corner in the area. 10:30 p.m. The ambulance arrived and Lloyd Hopper's body was removed to the county morgue. Along with Sergeants Lopez and Mitchell from Homicide, Jack McCready, Frank, and I continued checking in the immediate vicinity of the killing. We found no one who'd admit they actually saw the shooting. Half a dozen people in the crowd told us that they'd heard shots and saw Hopper fall to the pavement. They'd also seen a man standing behind Hopper turn and run down the street right after the shooting. No one had followed him. The man was described as medium build, wearing a dark suit and a dark hat. That's all they could tell us. With a possible description of the suspect, more men and cars were brought into the search for Hopper's assailant. 11:25 p.m. Frank and I met Jack McCready back at the office.
Hi, Jack. You got anything? Checked out every store in the neighborhood that was open. Not much. How about you?
Pretty thin.
Lopez and Mitchell turned up a newsboy. He told him he saw a guy in a dark suit running down the street.
Yeah.
Thought he saw the guy come out of that bar out there.
We heard that too, Jack. We talked to the bartender. He doesn't recall the man.
Oh, almost forgot. Mrs. Hopper's been calling in. Wants to know where her husband is.
Oh, yeah.
I asked personnel to hold off notifying her. Thought maybe you fellas would want to tell her. You knew Hopper pretty well, didn't you?
Yeah, long time.
Family man?
3 kids.
No. If you fellas don't want to tell her, I'll call personnel back. They can do it.
It's all right. We'll tell her. Frank and I got in the car and headed out for the home of the slain officer, Lloyd Hopper. The house was on Ralston Avenue, a few blocks from where Frank lived. We parked the car and went up to the front door. The lights were burning in the living room.
Lousy job.
What?
I say it's a lousy job.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Well, I heard it. Somebody's coming.
Hi, Joe, Frank.
Hi, Betty. Hi, Betty.
Sure glad you could make it. Everyone's here. They're in the den. Oh, come on in, you two. I'm still waiting for that wandering husband of mine. If he's not here by midnight, he's going to be in the doghouse for sure. Here, can I take your hats?
No, thanks, Betty. We'd like to talk to you.
Well, what's the matter? Can't you stay long?
Not too long, no.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, can I get you something?
No, thanks. Nothing.
Have either one of you seen Lloyd?
That's what we wanted to talk to you about, Betty.
What?
Would you like to sit down?
What is it, Joe? Tell me.
Well, he had an accident.
Where is he? I want to see him. How bad an accident?
Pretty bad.
I want to go see him, Joe. He's hurt. I want to see him. Couldn't be that bad. Could it?
Yeah.
Please, Joe. Please, not dead. Tell me, Joe, please.
I'm sorry.
God.
Better call a family doctor.
Won't do any good. We'll never get through.
Why?
Phone lines are probably jammed. It's midnight.
Oh, yeah. Happy New Year.
11:30 a.m. We finally got a hold of the Hopper's family doctor, and he told us he'd be over as quickly as possible. One of Betty Hopper's relatives at the party said she'd look after things until the doctor arrived. Frank and I left the house and drove back to the scene of the murder. The house-to-house check of the entire area was still going on. No trace of the killer. 1:30 a.m. Traffic began thinning out. The street crowds disappeared. 2 a.m. The search went on. A little before 2:30, a patrolman on foot located a taxi cab driver in the neighborhood who claimed that he'd seen a man answering the killer's description just after the shooting. Frank and I went down the street to talk to the cab driver.
Glad to pass along for whatever it's worth, officers. Happened a minute or two before I picked up my last fare.
What time was that, you remember?
There's no remembering about it. I got the waybill. 9:48 p.m. I was parked down the street, same old stand, picked up a fare, took him down to North Main to tell her, then I came back here. Cab broke down. I've been waiting for the repair truck ever since.
Well, just what was it that happened before you picked up that fare here at 9:48, is that right?
Yeah, 9:48. It was a minute or two before that. I was parked down the street. This guy comes running through the crowd. He was really running, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
He was almost past me when all of a sudden he turns around and stops and looks at me. I figured he wanted a cab, so I opened the door for him. He said, never mind, or something like that, and tore off down the street. Maybe he was goofed up or something. I don't know.
Can you remember what he looked like?
Kind of like your build, I guess. Medium. Wore a hat, dark suit.
Did you get a look at his face?
Yeah, it was about 28, 30, dark complexion.
Anything else you remember about him?
Nah, not for sure. Didn't look any different from 100 other mooches that hang around this neighborhood.
Nothing else you remember about this man that you think might help us, huh?
Nah, you got it all, Sergeant. Just that he acted a little queer, that's all. Goofed up, probably.
Did you see which way he went when he took off?
Yeah, right down the street that way. Lost himself in the crowd. I couldn't be bothered.
Uh-huh. How about when he came running down the street toward you? You happen to notice where he came from?
Matter of fact, yeah. I was right after I heard those shots. Of course, I didn't know there were shots then.
Yeah.
Looked to me like it came out of the joint right near where the cop was shot.
Which joint is that?
This one right here, the, 228 Club.
It wasn't much, but it was the only lead we had to go on. 7 persons in the vicinity at the time of the shooting had volunteered the information that the killer had been a recent customer at the 228 Club, the neighborhood tavern. The owner and bartender of the club, a Ralph Stevens, had been questioned twice that night by different officers, and he twice denied that there was any possibility that the killer could have been a patron at his bar. Stevens' denials didn't make any more sense than the killing itself. We made arrangements to have the cab driver we interviewed come to the city hall to check through our mug books for the suspect. By 10 a.m. the next morning, the body of the slain homicide officer Lloyd Hopper had been posted. 4 bullets were taken from his back, 2 from the base of his skull. Sergeant Udy ran the slugs through ballistics where they were identified as having been fired from a .45 caliber Colt automatic. 11:12 a.m. Frank and I re-questioned the bar owner, Ralph Stevens.
Now look, how long does this thing have to go on? I told you everything I knew last night.
We know that, Stevens. It doesn't seem to jive with what the other witnesses saw.
Well, maybe you better take it up with them then. I don't know anything about it.
How come you're so sure the man we want wasn't in your place last night?
It just wasn't, that's all. I know who I serve. I know who comes in.
Pretty good crowd in here last night. You remember every one of them, do you?
I told you I know my customers. I know who I serve. The guy you want wasn't one of them.
That still doesn't answer it. How can you be so sure?
Now, look, I'm not on trial here. You asked me what I know, and I told you. If you don't mind, I got work to do.
We got some work to do ourselves now. We'd appreciate it if you'd cooperate with us.
All right, if you want to know the truth, you're not good for my business here. Cops never are. Coming around asking questions, customers don't like it. It's no good for business, no good at all.
Now, look, an officer was killed last night right outside your front door. Half a dozen people say the guy who did it was in here drinking.
I run this place. It's mine. I say the man wasn't in here.
Still like to know how you're so sure.
I'm getting a little tired of this. I don't have an office down at the city hall to lounge around in. I've got work to do. How about leaving, huh?
Maybe it's about time you get this straight, mister. This one's about a killing. It happens to be our job to check it out. Now, if you don't want to talk here, we can make it downtown.
I hope you don't think you're scaring me. I've owned bars before. I've had it out with cops like you. You're not scaring me a bit.
Nobody's trying to scare you. We want a few straight answers, that's all.
You mind leaving? I got work to do. I told you that before.
All right, suppose you get your coat. We'll talk downtown.
Not before I call my lawyer.
Go ahead and call him. Where's your coat?
Oh, why do we have to have trouble? I haven't got any beefs with you.
No trouble, Stevens. We have to get to the bottom of it, that's all. Like to have you cooperate.
Maybe the guy was in here last night. Came in a couple of times, that's all. I didn't want it to get out. Bad for business, those things. Can't afford it. Keeps customers away.
Then the man was in here last night, huh?
I wasn't trying to cover for him. Hardly know him. I just didn't want it to get out. I got a right to protect my business.
Who is the man?
Harry Talmadge is a hophead. If he did it, it probably wasn't his fault.
How do you mean that?
He was hyped up last night. Uses heroin. He probably didn't mean to shoot.
Where do we find him?
I wouldn't know if this is right. It's an old address.
What is it?
Fairview Hotel. Try there.
We We got in touch with Sergeants McCready and Lopez from Homicide. They drove downtown to check at the Fairview Hotel for the suspect. 11:58 a.m. Jack McCready called us back.
Yeah, Jack. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. The Fairview Hotel on South Grand. Yeah, huh? What do you have to say? Yeah. Oh? Yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Right. Okay, Jack. Yeah, no, we'll check you later. Right. Bye.
How about it? When we checked out the hotel, we talked to the desk clerk.
Talmadge there?
He was.
Yeah.
Checked out 2 months ago, no leads. p.m., New Year's Day. After we found that the suspect, Harry Talmadge, had checked out of the Fairview Hotel months before, Frank and I went back to the office and ran his name through R&I. The information given us by Ralph Stevens, the owner of the 228 Club, was apparently correct. The record on Talmadge showed that he was a confirmed user of narcotics. He'd served 2 brief terms for illegal possession of narcotics and another short term in the county jail for petty theft. We got out a broadcast and an APB on Talmadge. We checked out all his known friends and relatives, the places he frequented, hotels and boarding houses that he'd stayed at. No leads. With the help of Lieutenant Bigham in narcotics detail, we finally found the trail most likely to lead us to the suspects, the peddlers who were suspected of supplying Talmadge with narcotics. They were to be kept under 24-hour watch. 3 days passed. No results. Monday, January 4th. After Frank and I went to the funeral and burial services for the murdered officer, Lloyd Hopper, we checked back into the office.
I don't know, Joe. I don't take much to funerals. Not a cop's funeral, anyway.
Well, I don't blame you. His wife, Betty, seemed to look a little better, didn't she?
Yeah, seems to be bearing up pretty good, considering.
Frank, Joe.
Hi, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
That young fellow you told me about, he phoned me, Frank.
Is that right? Did you give him the information?
Yeah. He wanted to know all about taking the police department examination.
Who's that?
Oh, one of the neighborhood boys. Nice kid. Wants to get on the force.
I told him to apply at room 5, City Hall, any weekday. He could make out his application then. That it?
Fine, Jack. Thanks.
They got the recruiting campaign going now, huh?
Yeah, I guess so, Joe. Taking applications from all over the country.
I got it. Homicide, Friday. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, just a second. Yeah, go ahead. Uh-huh. Donaldson, huh? Donaldson? Yeah, huh? I got it. Okay, fine. Yeah, thanks. It was Bigham in narcotics. Might be something.
What's that?
Well, he got a line on one of the mules who used to push heroin to Talmadge. A guy by the name of Donaldson. He's been sounded out. He's ready to talk to us.
This Donaldson was close to Talmadge?
Supposedly, yeah.
You know where Talmadge is?
Let's ask him. Frank and I left the office and drove to the address on South Alameda where Donaldson, a friend of the murder suspect, was supposed to be staying. It turned out to be a cheap hotel in the Skid Row district. It was next to one of the rescue missions down there. We checked with the desk clerk at the hotel, and he pointed out Donaldson. He was listening to the music of a small mission band coming from outside. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes?
Your name Donaldson?
Yes.
We're police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Surely. Isn't that nice, Sergeant? Music from the mission. Sure do like it. I even go over and listen to the sermons. Do me a lot of good, especially the drum.
I understand you're not pushing junk anymore, Donaldson, that right?
Call me Biggs. Name's really John, but everybody calls me Biggs. No, I hadn't been pushing junk, not for months, all through with it.
When's the last time you saw Harry Talmadge?
A couple of weeks ago. I'm not much of a Harry anymore. Like I say, I've been spending a lot of time at the mission. Hearing the sermons changes the way a fella does things, you know. Reason I moved in here close.
Yeah.
A man's got to turn good sometime during his life. I figure it's time I start living by the word. Hey, that's nice music, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have any idea where we might find Talmadge now?
I might have a few ideas on it. I don't know. Say, I guess neither one of you fellas use snuff.
No. No, thanks.
Don't bother you, does it? I know the last boarding house Harry stayed at, if that'll help any. Place out on 12th Street. I can give you the address.
Is he still there, do you know?
Don't think he is, no. Matter of fact, I'm sure he's not. I wish Harry'd come around and see me. Like to get him interested in the mission. Get him listening to the sermons. Might help him. Did an awful lot for me.
You say you saw Talmadge about 2 weeks ago, huh?
Well, not quite 2 weeks ago. It was the day after Christmas. Came down here and wanted some money. I couldn't give him any. That's when he told me he was moving. Going to move to some rooming house up around the City Hall section up there.
You mentioned any address?
Not that I can recollect, no. Sure is nice music, isn't it?
How about some of his other friends, Biggs? Think they might be able to help us?
Or Duke might help you. Harry and Duke are still great friends. Duke sees him more than I do.
Where do we find this Duke?
You know the Penny Arcade down on South Main? Right down from the train depot there?
Yeah.
That's where Duke works. He's a janitor there. I've been trying to get Duke to come to some of the mission meetings, too. He sure could stand it, old Duke.
Well, thanks very much, Biggs.
Not at all, Sergeant. Always glad to help out. Look at that now. All out of snuff. Say, you couldn't see your way clear, could you?
Yeah. Here you go, Biggs.
Oh, that's sure Christian of you, officer. I'll handle this just like a personal loan.
That's all right, Biggs. Don't say anything about us talking to you, will you? Not to anyone.
No, sir, I won't. You can trust me. Say, when you see Harry, you give him a message, huh?
Yeah, what's that?
You tell him to come and see me. I want him to show up at the meetings, hear the sermons. Could change everything, Sergeant. Could give him a new life, a new soul. Think of that. A brand new soul for Harry.
Yeah, he could use one.
Don, 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 don. Boom, 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 boom.
3 p.m. Monday, January 4th. We drove down to the Penny Arcade on South Main. Harry Talmadge's friend Duke wasn't there. The manager of the place gave us his home address, and we left to check it out. Duke wasn't at his home either. We staked out the place for the rest of the afternoon, but he failed to show. At 8:30 that night, officers from Homicide came out to relieve us. Frank and I stopped for dinner, then we went back to the office. 10:05 p.m.
You want to grab that, Joe? Got it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah. Oh, he did, huh? When? Uh-huh. Did he say anything? Yeah. All right, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead. 1727. It's west. Right, I got it. Apartment 3. Okay. Right. Okay, right away.
Anything?
Duke just came home. They talked to him.
They get anything?
Talmadge's address.
Yeah.
Duke says he's there now.
We got in the car and drove out to the West Hoover address. We were to meet Sergeants Jack McCready and Bill Mitchell. 1727 was an old two-story apartment house. Apartment number 23 was on the ground floor at the rear of the building. While McCready and Mitchell covered the rear exit, Frank and I went in the front way.
Take a look. 45 automatic. How about it, Talmadge? That's your gun?
Sure, it's mine. What of it?
Why'd you kill him?
Because I wanted to, that's all. He was a cop.
Is that your only reason?
I told you he was a cop. Shot him, that's all. What's the difference?
Big one, mister.
Why? Got my way, so I killed him. Just one cop less. What's the difference?
Ask his family. They'll tell you.
March 26th, trial was held in Department 92, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of manslaughter, which is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the story
about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, November 4th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. A steady supply of obscene literature had been finding its way into half a dozen high schools in the city. We'd gotten a lead on one of the sources of supply, a 17-year-old high school senior. We had to check it out.
Here you are. You can see for yourself.
All right, you want to take everything out and lay it on the bench here?
You can see what's in there, can't you? My gym stuff, a couple of textbooks.
What's that back there in the corner, right-hand side?
Where?
You know where I mean. Dig it out.
Oh, back here you mean, these joke books?
That's right. Let's have a look, huh?
Why? Just a couple of joke books. A kid gave them to me.
Bring them out, Steve.
Okay. Just a couple of them. A kid gave them to me. Here.
There's more than a couple there.
That's what you call a joke book, Steve.
Oh, well, that's what the kids call them. They're not so bad, though.
They're rotten, Steve, and you know it. Now, where'd you get them?
I told you, a kid gave them to me.
Who? What's his name?
Some kid around school. I don't remember right now.
He gave you these books for nothing?
Sure, I had a couple he wanted. We traded off. A lot of the kids have them. We trade them around.
That stack you got there, they look pretty new. They couldn't have been passed around much.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Matter of fact, they look brand new to me. Don't even look like they've been opened yet.
How come you're roasting me on this thing? What about the other kids? They got them, too.
They're buying them, Steve. They're not selling them.
I'm not selling them. Anybody says that's a liar.
Now, both the fellows in the high school and the kids down the street in the junior high, they say you've been selling this stuff for months. Now, how about it?
They're lying, that's all. They don't know what they're talking about.
You've been selling these 35 cents a piece, 3 for $1. Last couple of weeks, you've been peddling pictures, $2 a piece. Any of them in your locker, Steve?
Couple. I got them off another kid.
What other kid? What's his name? Come on, what's his name?
Some kid. I don't remember.
That's not much of an answer, son.
What do you want from me anyway? I told you I'm not selling the books. I don't care what those other goofs say. It's my word against theirs.
Maybe you ought to get this much straight, son. We're not out to get you. You're way down the line. We want the people at the top, the men who print this junk, the wholesalers, the big distributors.
So why ask me? I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
You don't want to cooperate, is that it?
What am I supposed to cooperate about? I'm not mixed up in anything.
We think you are, son. We know you are. Now, who are you selling this for? Where do you get your supply?
All you see is what's in my locker. I ain't selling. I don't have any supply. We've got to go far to prove I have.
No, not very far, Steve.
What?
From about here to your home. 11:38 a.m. We picked up the supply of obscene books and photographs to be booked later as evidence. For weeks, we'd known that a steady stream of this type of material was being fed into half a dozen high schools and junior high schools throughout the city. Books, photographs, pictures, and pamphlets of the worst kind. 12:15 p.m. Frank and I drove the suspect, Stephen Banner, to his home, approximately a mile from the high school. On the way, he told us he lived with his sister and brother-in-law. We checked the house thoroughly, but we found nothing. He explained that both his sister and brother-in-law were at work. We went back to check the garage at the rear of the house. All right, how about it, son? You want to show us where the rest of the stuff is now?
What's the use? I guess you'll find it anyway. Right there.
Books. Cases of them. Pictures. Filthy.
How about it, son? Your sister and brother-in-law know anything about this?
No, they don't know anything.
All right, you ready to tell us about it?
My sister gonna have to find out?
I don't know, Steve. It's going to be pretty hard to keep it from her.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who's the contact, son? Where'd they come from?
Charlie Hopkins. Only the books, though. Pictures came from another guy. It's a long story.
We got the time, son. Who's this Hopkins?
Well, I met him downtown one Sunday. Penny Arcade on Broadway. Me and this other kid were in there, Bud Spencer. Hopkins came up, started to talk to us.
All right, go ahead, son.
He asked me and Bud if we wanted to sell for him around school.
This friend of yours, Bud Spencer, does he sell them too?
Yeah. He goes to a different school, though. Well, both of us did pretty good with the books. Sold real fast. The pictures were even better.
That's so. And you say you didn't get the pictures from Hopkins. It was somebody else?
Man by the name of Jack. I don't know his last name. Hopkins put us on to him, gave us an introduction, set up the deal. We got the pictures for 75 cents. Most of the time, they'd bring us $1.50 a piece. Bud and I did pretty good.
You know any other fellows working for this Hopkins? Any other kids in school, I mean?
No, just Bud and me. That's all I know. Wouldn't be so bad if it was just the books. And lousy Charlie had to go and promote the party routine, get everybody mixed up in that.
How do you mean? What's that all about?
Charlie stays out at this place on Sepulveda. It's a motel. That's where we always contacted him.
Yeah.
After a couple of weeks, when we got to know him, he asked me and Bud out to this place. He said he was going to throw a party. Told us to bring our girlfriends along. Turned out we were the only ones at the party. Me and Bud and the girls and Charlie Hopkins. Well, the party lasted pretty late. I should have been smart enough to figure it out. I wasn't.
How old are your girlfriends, yours and Bud's?
17. They're both 17. They've been around, though. There's no use kidding you. They weren't very smart, I can tell you that. None of us were, I guess. Next couple of parties, Charlie had whiskey there. Dumb girls drank right along with him. So did we.
Does he still throw these Friday night parties, do you know?
Maybe, I don't know. I heard there were a couple after the last one I walked out on. Dumb girls think Charlie's just great. That's so I can't stand the guy.
How about the parties that you didn't go to, Steve? Did you get a rundown on them?
No. Never fails, does it?
What do you mean?
The oldest line in the world, and they still go for it.
Yeah, what's that?
Tell them you're going to get them in the movies.
1:20 p.m. Frank and I took the cases of obscene books and pictures from the garage, loaded them into the back seat of our car, and Stephen Banner directed us to the high school attended by his friend, Bud Spencer. We picked up the Spencer boy and drove him and Banner downtown to Juvenile Division, where we booked them in on 700B, Welfare and Institutions Code, lack of supervision. We drove to the address out on Sepulveda, but the suspect, Charles Hopkins, had moved out 5 days before. No forwarding address. It wasn't a dead end, though. From his registration card, we got the description and license number of his car. We checked out the address of his confederate, the man known as Jack. He'd moved the same day as Hopkins. No forwarding address. We called DMV and got a make on the license number. The car was registered in Hopkins' name, 293.5 North 92nd Street. Frank had gone over to R&I and pulled the package on the suspect. 3:40 p.m.
Last address on him's 3 years old.
Well, how's his record read here?
Well, he's been in business before. A couple of ag charges and a 502.
I see. Served 8 months in the county jail. I got a mugshot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, It's close enough to the way the boy described him, isn't it?
I'd say so. His MO, too.
Yeah.
Same pitch the last time they got him, worked in the high school trade. Passed himself off as a studio man, movie producer.
Yeah. How about the other man, Jack? We got anything there?
Not yet.
Did you get the information on him to the stats office? They're going to make a run?
They will.
Okay, that's good. Well, I guess we better check on the kids' girlfriends, huh, and get their stories.
Yeah, I suppose so. Sure gets me, Joe.
What's that?
A pair of young girls like that out at parties till 3 a.m. drinking.
Yeah?
17-year-olds. No reason for it. No reason at all.
I can think of one that might do.
Yeah.
Their parents.
A check of the suspect's address furnished us by DMV and also the information from the R&I package led us nowhere. We had a second interview with Stephen Banner and his friend Bud Spencer. We showed them Hopkins' mugshot and both of them identified it. We got out a broadcast and an APB on him. 4:12 p.m. Together with policewoman Noreen Statesel, Frank and I drove out to interview the 2 teenage girls involved, a Dorothy Ryan and a Laura Osborne. We stopped at the home of the Osborne girl first, but she wasn't there and neither were her parents. An older sister told us that both the mother and father were working and that Laura was at a neighborhood school for models taking her weekly lesson.
When's the last time you saw Hopkins?
About 10 days. 2 weeks ago. What's this all about, officer? You looking for Charlie?
How's he usually contact you, by phone?
Yeah, He usually calls.
He called you lately?
Well, I don't know. Why are you looking for him? Can't you tell me?
Routine investigation, miss.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know where Charlie is. Why can't you tell me why you want him?
We want him.
Well, why? Can't you give me a reason?
This is one of the reasons, Laura. Would you look at this picture?
Charlie took this?
That's his business. That's the way his police record reads.
I can't believe it. He was nice. He didn't seem that kind.
Now, that's one reason we want Hopkins. There's lots of others. You willing to help us now?
He said they'd be beautiful. Glamorous. They're not.
You know where he stays now?
No, I'll find out, though.
How do you mean?
I got a date with him. Supposed to meet him out on Wilshire and La Brea.
When's that?
8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Frank and I went across the street to the district attorney's office and presented our case. A warrant was issued on Charles Hopkins for 702 WIC, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. At 7:45 that night, Frank and I staked out on a cocktail lounge near the intersection of Wilshire and La Brea. The place where the suspect had told Laura Osborne to meet him. 8:15, 8:30.
Joe, down at the corner heading this way.
Yeah, could be him.
Yeah, dark glasses.
Yeah, that's him. Come on. Just a minute, fella.
How's that?
Police officers. Your name Hopkins?
No, that's not my name.
Can we see your identification, please?
Sure, I have my identification. Why?
Can we see it, please?
What do you want?
Your identification.
What for? I haven't done anything.
All right, mister, we'll talk about it downtown.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't want any trouble. I'll show you. There. See? My driver's license.
Take it out of your wallet, will you, please?
Certainly.
Charles Hopkins. That's an old address, isn't it?
Yeah? Haven't had time to change it. Just got back in town. What's the matter, anyway?
Where are you staying, Hopkins?
No place. I just got back in town. I told you that. Not staying any place. No connections at all.
Where's your car?
Don't have one. Haven't had one for a year. Sold it. Say, would you mind filling me in? What do you want with me, anyway?
All right, Hopkins. Let's go over here out of the way for a minute.
Okay. Just want to know what's going on, that's all.
I'd like to see what you got in your pockets. Take everything out.
What is it, a shakedown?
You start with your wallet.
All right.
Put it on the seat.
There, okay.
Now your pockets.
There, okay.
You said you don't have a car. Is that right, Hopkins?
No, of course not. I told you that.
Then what are you doing with this parking ticket? $8:55 p.m. Frank and I finally located Hopkins' car in a parking lot 2 blocks away from the point where we apprehended him. In the glove compartment of the car, besides a half a dozen photographs and small books, we found a key with a metal disc attached. Stamped on the disc were the words, West Side Studios, number 23. Hopkins refused to identify it. He refused to admit a thing. He was booked into the county jail on the contributing warrant. The next afternoon at 5:30 p.m., we drove out to the old West Side Studios just off Jefferson Boulevard. On the way, we tried to again question the suspect, but we got nowhere. One look at the old West Side Studios, and you knew right away it had seen better days. The place had been fairly prominent back in the early days of silent pictures, but all that was left now was 3 square miles of broken-down scenery. The faded sign over the main gate read West Side Studios, founded 1920, admission by pass only. Hopkins unlocked the gate and we drove onto the lot. The place was deserted. The sun had almost gone down. There was a cold wind from the north. Hopkins directed us to pull up and park.
We can go on foot from here. Come on, this way.
You run an office here? Is that it, Hopkins?
No, sir, I do not. I live here.
You in some kind of movie work?
Have been for 30 years. More than 30 years.
Is that so? You an actor?
Hopkins. Haven't you ever heard the name? I'm a producer.
Oh, I see.
Why didn't you tell us that to start with?
Oh, I don't know. Different reasons. I didn't want to throw my weight around. I have a lot of connections in Hollywood, you know.
That's so.
In the trade 30 years. I was one of the first. You can make a lot of friends in 30 years.
How about the books and pictures we found in your car? How do you explain it?
Come on over here. I'll show you boys something you never saw in your life before. You got a cigarette? Show you this, I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah, what's that?
This studio will be back on its feet in a year. I'll bet $1,000 on it. This whole block here, sound stages. I got plans for them in my desk.
That's so. You have an interest in this lot, do you?
Not exactly. Not right now, anyway. I did have an interest, though. I will again. I was one of the original owners, you know.
Is that right?
Me and 5 other men. We were the top people in Hollywood when we opened West Side. I was a young fellow at the time. We made pictures, mister. Great pictures. Not like today. It's changed. It's all gone now.
What have you been doing lately, Hopkins? I mean, what do you do for a living?
Different things. I have a few investments, private income. I made money with the West Side. That's when the town was really turning out pictures. I made big money.
What are you doing today?
I told you. Different things. We have a lot of them out here. They like to nest in those eucalyptus trees over there. Nice sound, isn't it?
Now, look, we still haven't got an explanation. How about the books and pictures that we found in your car?
Oh, that? Nothing to explain, is there? Just a few gimmicks I picked up.
You know a boy by the name of Steve Banner?
Banner? No, I don't think so, huh?
How about Bud Spencer? You know him?
No, I knew a George Spencer once. Actor. That was back in the old days, though.
How about Laura Osborne, Dorothy Ryan? Do you know them?
No, it's pretty hard to say, you know, Sergeant. Over the years, in this business especially, you meet an awful lot of people.
Yeah, well, these are fairly recent. You ought to remember them. They're just kids. 17-year-olds.
No, I'm afraid I can't recall the names. You know, we might go into television here. I don't know. Television films. Trouble is, they make them too fast. Trade's not like it used to be. Quality, that's what we went after. It's all gone now. It's all gone. West Side will do it again, though. You can bet on that. We're coming back.
How about leveling, Hopkins? You know why we picked you up. You know why we're out here.
That's just it. I don't know. This way. How about it, officer? You remember this one?
Don't believe I do.
Well, no offense. You were in neat pants when I shot my westerns here. Great stories. One of them was the greatest of all.
Is that right?
Greatest of them all, Thunder on the Trail. That's what we called it. We shot the big scene for it right on this street. That was almost 30 years ago. Doesn't seem that long. Just like yesterday.
Yeah.
Conway Blackburn was my director for that one. Big Clyde Harrison was the star. Always called him Big Clyde. Didn't look too strong, but he had arms like steel. You know, that man could lift an engine right out of an automobile with his two hands. Powerful.
That's so.
And how he could handle a horse. Ride like the wind, old Clyde. Never looked better in his life than he did that day. I was there. I know.
Is that right?
Thunder on the Trail. Shot the final big scene right on this street. Great thrill, officers. One of those things that happens once in a lifetime. Never forget it. Now, this here was the town. See what I mean? Frontier settlement. Rough as they come. It's where the Kelsey gang was hanging out. Real bunch of killers. Just in the picture, I mean.
Uh-huh.
And single-handed, Big Clyde came into town to take on the leader. That was Tim Kelsey. He'd killed Clyde's brother, and Clyde was out for revenge. He should have been here to see us. It was Saturday night. The town was wide open, going full blast. Over in the Palace Hotel, they were betting 10-1 that Clyde would never make it. And right across the street, there in the Silver Dollar, Kelsey's gang was setting up drinks on the house. They felt that sure of themselves. The town was swarming with people. And I was standing right there, Connie, the director, right behind the camera. Right next to us, we had the orchestra. You know, 3 pieces. We had to have the orchestra to get the actors in the mood.
I see.
Yes, sir. There it was, all ready to go. 1,000 extras. It was all set. The big scene. Connie gave the sign to the orchestra. That's it, boys. Keep it bright. Connie looked around just to check once more to see that everything was all right. And he picked up the megaphone. All righty, everybody. Places, everybody. All right. Camera. Action. All right, Clyde. There he came, riding into town. Big Clyde. Way up from the end of the street. Came right straight through the town. Past the telegraph office, past the general store, riding straight toward the Silver Dollar. Yeah, a little slower, Clyde. A little slower. That's it. Now head straight for us. Right up to the hitching post there. Good boy, Clyde. Now he dismounts. Headed his horse, Golden Fury. Now he turns, looks around him, and he starts straight for the swinging doors. Look grim, Clyde. That's it. A little more. Set your jaw. Good. Now, right through the doors. Hit him hard. There he goes. The whole Kelsey gang in there ready to kill him. There's no reaction for a few seconds. And all of a sudden it gets quiet. Dead quiet. Tim Kelsey looks up from the bar. He sees Clyde. All right now, throw that lamp. Smash it! Then the fight starts. Tremendous fight. No holds barred. One end of the room to the other. Finally, they crash through the swing doors, the two of them. Tim Kelsey, Clyde, wrestling, slugging, kicking, punching each other. Kelsey goes down. Then Clyde. Then Kelsey. Clyde goes down. Then Kelsey. One of the gang standing by over his Palace Hotel draws his gun. Look out, Clyde! Fires twice. 3 times. Bites him in the shoulder. Kelsey takes aim to finish him off. Clyde whips out his gun from his holster and fires twice. Once more. Kelsey stops short. Dead. The other man staggers a little bit, doubles up, crumples, falls down the stairs into the dirt. Clyde starts to get up. One of the gang in the saloon takes a beat on him. Clyde whirls and fires. Good boy, Clyde. Good. Now, slowly. Over to your horse. Slowly. That's it. Put your arm around his neck. He nuzzles you a little. Now back in the saddle. Slow. Deliberate. You're wounded. It hurts, Clyde. Now you turn. Look off down the street. You start to soften. You see the schoolmarm, Gladys, your sweetheart. That's it. Warmer. Good. Now you go to her, boy. Go to her. Now, pick her up and put her on Golden Fury with you. That's it. There he goes. Beautiful. Beautiful. The two of them riding toward the hills. Riding off together. Got it. Print it. That's just the way it was. Yes, sir. I stood here and saw it. They don't make pictures like that anymore.
Yeah. How about it, Hopkins? You want to tell us now?
What is there to tell?
You've been working the school trade, haven't you? Books, pictures, hiring kids like Steve Banner, Bud Spencer.
Yeah. I'm ashamed. Who wouldn't be? I had to eat. It was the only way. I had to live.
Yeah, well, there's still honest jobs to be had. No way of telling how many youngsters you hurt by spreading that junk around. No way of adding up the trouble you caused.
Yes, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for that.
How about this man named Jack? What was his part?
He was in with me. He used to be my cameraman back in the old days. Same thing. You can't blame him either. He had to live too.
Where do you keep the stuff?
I'll show you.
All right. You ready to go?
Yes. Kind of a long walk. Would you like to read the trade papers on the way?
Yesterday's.
January 29th, trial was held in Division 87, Municipal Court, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of violation of Section 311 of the California Penal Code, manufacturing and distributing obscene literature. His accomplice, Jack Lavery, was apprehended and tried and convicted of the same charges. Violation of Section 311 PC is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period not to exceed 6 months, or by a fine of $500, or both.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, November 16th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We had an hour and 3 minutes before we could go home. It was a quiet night. It looked like it might stay that way.
Joe, we gotta get that radio in the car fixed. It's getting worse all the time.
Yeah, I know. We'll send it over to the radio shop in the morning, huh?
Almost knocked me out of the seat when I tried to call in. You press that little button on the mic, boom, you get a shot.
Yeah, I was out with Lopez last night. He got quite a jolt, too.
Yeah.
Must be a short someplace.
Oh, it's gotta be fixed. I put almost $1 worth of dimes in the phone calling in. This keeps up, I'm gonna have to go without lunch.
Yeah. You want to give me a hand with these reports so we can get out of here?
I'm with you.
Hot shot, I got it. No. Robbery call.
I was afraid we were gonna have to go out. All I want to do is go home, get to sleep.
Yeah, you go to work with that pencil. We ought to get out of here about 12:30 anyway.
All right. I got it. Homicide, Smith. Yeah? What's that address? Yeah? Okay, we'll check it out. Grab your hat.
What do you got?
Slugging, Elysian Park.
Yeah?
Woman, they found her lying in the gutter.
She's still alive?
She was when they got the call. We better hurry, though.
Yeah?
They don't know how long she's gonna last.
From one of the felony officers who had answered the call, we found that the victim had been sprawled in the street, her head in the gutter. The officer described the victim as a woman in her early 40s. He went on to say that the clothes she wore looked expensive, but they were badly torn. When she was found, her left shoe was missing and there was no sign of any purse or wallet. None of the people who'd gathered in the crowd could give us an identification of her. The nearest house to the place where the victim was found was at least 300 feet down the street. We talked to the people in the crowd and we found that the woman who had made the original call was still supposed to be in the area. From one of the people, a Mrs. Roger Heflin, we found that the man who had made the call to the complaint board was waiting to see us. He was at the Heflin house. The man identified himself as Cecil Furnham. Mrs. Heflin asked us inside, but we told her we could get the information we needed on the porch.
All right, Furnham. You want to tell us what happened?
Well, I don't know.
You called the police, didn't you?
Yeah, I called them.
You found her.
Yeah, she was lying there in the street like that. I got scared and called the police. I thought maybe she was dead.
What were you doing up there this time of night?
Just walking around.
You live around there?
No,
Where do you live?
I don't know.
What's that?
Well, I don't know. Got a room down on Crosley Lane, I think.
Well, aren't you sure?
Huh?
Don't you know where you live?
Yeah, I got a room.
Well, now, where is it?
Down on Crosley Lane, I think.
You got any identification on you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here's my wallet.
Any money in that?
No.
This your true name, Cecil August Furnham?
Yeah.
Who's Margaret Furnham?
What?
Margaret Furnham, who's she?
My sister.
Is her address here on the card?
Yeah. You aren't going to tell her, are you? You aren't going to tell her?
Why?
Well, she'd be pretty sore about it if you did. She don't like for me to get mixed up with the cops. She don't like it at all.
You ever spent any time in any institution?
What?
Mental institution.
Yeah. I was in a sanitarium once.
Where?
Back east.
When'd you get out?
Long time ago. 3 days. I've been there for a long time.
What'd they send you to the hospital for?
I never been in no hospital.
You just told us you'd been in a sanitarium, didn't you?
That was to get well.
Yeah, we know that. To get well from what?
They thought I was bothering people.
Were you?
No, I didn't hurt anybody.
They say you did?
Yeah.
Who?
A lady, they said I hit her.
Did you hit her?
What?
Did you hit the woman?
No, I never hurt anybody.
The woman you found tonight, do you know her?
You aren't going to tell my sister, are you?
Do you know the woman?
What woman?
Now, you listen, fella. Pay attention. The woman you found tonight, do you know her?
Oh, yeah. I've known her for a long time.
What's her name?
Grace.
What's her last name?
What?
Do you know her last name?
You know, I've never really been in a sanitarium. I just told you that.
You under a doctor's care now?
Oh, no. I got real well at the sanitarium. Real well. They let me go.
Where's this Grace live?
I think on Effie Street. I think that's where it is, Effie Street.
You know the house?
I was going to go up there one night and punch her old man in the nose, you know, because he hit Grace. I was plenty sore about it. He gave her a black eye. But I didn't. You know why?
You tell me.
Because I thought my sister'd get mad at me. She always gets mad when I get in fights and when she can't tell whether I mean something or not. Real mad.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy at the hospital. He was funny. He had a piece of inner tube and he wore it like a hat, you know?
Tell me something, Furnham.
Yeah?
Did you really hit that woman?
You mean Grace, is that what you mean?
That's what I mean.
I met her tonight and she asked me to take a walk with her. Take a walk, that's all. And all of a sudden she was lying on the ground. I was pretty drunk. I didn't know what happened. Just all of a sudden she was there. And I got scared, so I called the cops. But I didn't hit her. I wouldn't do a thing like that to Grace. You believe that, don't you? Don't you? You gotta, because it's the truth.
Yeah.
Sure, it's the truth, every word.
Is it?
While one of the officers from a radio unit stood by with Cecil Furnham, we talked with Sergeant J. Allen from the crime lab. He told us that his crew was unable to find any useful physical evidence. The area was searched, but the victim's left shoe and her purse could not be found. Word had been received from General Hospital that the woman was in a deep coma and could not be questioned. 1:10 a.m. We took Cecil Furnham and had him detained at the city jail pending further investigation. A check of his record showed that he'd been sent to a state mental hospital in the Midwest on 2 occasions for charges of molesting and assault with a deadly weapon. He had been released into the custody of his sister 3 months previously. Before he was taken to the main jail, we got the name of the bar where he said he'd met the woman he called Grace. 1:40 a.m. Frank and I drove out to the place. It was located on Sunset Boulevard near Echo Park. The bartender was getting ready to close.
I mean, Lansing, what do you want? It's not about that lousy Jackie, is it?
How's that?
You're cops, aren't you? Isn't this about Jackie?
We're police officers, yes, sir.
You got to understand, I thought he was an actor, you know? I thought he was just hanging around the place to take work calls. That's what he told me. I didn't have no way of knowing different. It's the truth.
We don't know anything about this Jackie. We'd like to ask you some questions about a man named Cecil Furnham.
That crackpot. You know, I thought you were after me because of Jackie.
Yeah.
You see, he's a book. All the time he's using my phone and I don't know it. Yesterday, a couple of vice cops come in and put the arm on him.
Yeah.
From what I hear, he's lucky he got arrested. Must have lost his shirt yesterday. Horse came in that paid 20 to 1. Boy, he really must have had it.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you know about Cecil Furnham?
Creep. Real creep.
Did you see him tonight?
Yeah, he was in.
What time?
Let's see. But just before the fight on TV. That'd make it about 6:45. Yeah, about then, 6:45.
He come in alone?
Always does. He don't have no friends.
What time did he leave? Would you remember?
He stayed around and watched the fight. I guess it must have been about 10:30, around 11 when he left.
You know a woman named Grace?
Who?
Grace. We understand she's in here quite a bit.
We got a couple of Graces come in here. What's yours look like?
Oh, about 35. Wears a tweed coat.
Well, let's see. Yeah, that'd be Grace Dillon.
Dillon?
Yeah, she's pretty much of a regular.
Is that D-I-double-L-O-N?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you spell it. What's all the questions? Something wrong?
What time was she in here tonight?
Guess she come in about 8 o'clock.
What time she leave?
10:30, 10:45.
She leave alone?
A lot of people in here with the fights. Let me think. No, she left with that Cecil.
You know where she lives?
Not right off. I can look it up.
If you would, please.
We keep a list of all the people who come in. Send them announcements about things, like when we have a new piano player and things like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
A, B, C. Oh, here it is. Dexter, Darby, Tibbs. Wish that guy'd come in and pick up that tab we're carrying. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here it is. Grace Dillon, 907 Effie Street.
907, huh?
That's right.
Thanks.
You can take the card if you want. Don't make any difference to me if she never comes back. The way she carried on tonight. People just don't understand.
What's that?
You can serve them just so much. After that, you're pouring 100-proof trouble. You got to shut them off sometime.
Uh-huh. She ever come in here with her husband?
Dylan?
Yeah.
A couple of times. Quite a while ago, though. They came in late one night, sat back there in the booth, had a couple of belts, got real loud, some kind of an argument. I finally had to go back and ask him to go out. He's a real bum. He's mean.
Yeah.
The kind of a guy where to know him is to hate him. You know how I mean?
Mm-hmm. Do you know if Dylan ever hit his wife?
Sure. She came in here one night with a mouse that had no end. Said her old man gave it to her. Say, what's this all about anyway? There's something wrong with Grace?
Well, we don't know yet.
Let me give you this for free. If there's anything happened to her, 6 to 1, even if it was her old man.
Is that right?
Real bum. He's mean. Anything wrong, and it's him that caused it. You better talk to him. You'll find out. That's all you gotta do. Just talk to him.
Something else comes first.
What?
We gotta find him. 2:26 a.m. We got a description of the victim's husband, and we checked the name through R&I. We were unable to come up with any criminal record for him. Frank and I drove out to the address given us by the bartender. It was a large English stucco house 5 blocks from where Grace Dillon had been found. The woman who answered the door said she was Paula Dreyer, a babysitter. We identified ourselves and asked if we could see Herman Dillon.
I'm sorry, but he isn't in. Something wrong?
Do you know where he is?
No, just went out, didn't say.
What time did he leave?
Guess it was about 10, maybe 10:30.
Have you seen Mrs. Dillon?
Yeah, she was here when I got in.
About what time was that?
You mean when she left?
That's right.
7:30.
Did she say where she was going?
No. Her and the mister had a fight. She just walked out.
Have you heard from her since then?
Not a word. Wish they would get back, though. Like to get home myself.
Have you worked for the Dillons long?
I've been sitting for them about 3 years.
I see.
Came in when the baby got home from the hospital.
Wonder if you could tell us how Mr. Dillon and his wife get along.
Why?
Beg pardon?
Why do you want to know? They done something wrong?
A couple of things we have to check out.
Seems a funny time to be doing it. Don't you men work during the day?
Yes, ma'am. It's just this is kind of important.
Oh. Huh? I guess you know what you are doing.
Yes, ma'am. Would you tell us about the Dillons, please?
Fight all the time. Never been in a house where there's so much fighting.
Mm-hmm. What are the quarrels about, would you know?
Mostly about her.
Mrs. Dillon?
That's right. She isn't much of a mother. Don't care about the kids. All the time running around, drinking, and he isn't much better.
How do you mean?
Same form. Different clothes. He cares a little more about the kids than she does. At least he don't leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
But it ain't a fit home. The two of them all the time arguing, screaming at each other. Not fit at all.
Have you been present when any of these fights took place?
If you are in the same house, you are present. He yells at her, and she walks away. He follows her through the whole house, screaming, threatening at her.
Has Mr. Dillon ever hit his wife, would you know?
Yeah, a couple of times. And not like slaps either. With his fist closed, like this.
I see.
Really knocked her around that night.
Yeah.
Ending up with them standing in here, just screaming at each other, loud as they could. Her telling him he wasn't any good. Him yelling that she was a tramp.
When was all this?
A week ago. I guess he kind of quieted her down. She must have known he meant what he said.
Well, what was that?
Gave her a fair warning. That he was through. Had enough. Said it better not happen again.
Yeah.
If he did, he was gonna kill her.
Frank put in a call to the business office and requested that a team of men be sent out to wait for Dillon to return. 3:46 a.m. We checked into the office and put a call into the hospital.
Right. Thank you very much, Doc. Right, bye.
How is she?
Well, the doc just finished his examination. She's got a frontal bone fracture, 3 broken ribs, and cuts and contusions.
She gonna be all right?
He thinks so. Says she might come out of it at any time. According to him, he thinks she was thrown from a car.
That would explain the missing shoe and purse.
Yeah, it would.
Did he say when we can talk to her?
No, he didn't. Might not do any good anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, this kind of a fracture can produce a retrograde amnesia.
That bad, huh?
Yeah, she might not remember anything.
p.m., Frank and I signed out of the office and went home. At 5:13 a.m., I got a call that the husband of the victim, Herman Dillon, had returned home. The officers who called said they were taking him down to the city hall. I got in touch with Frank. By the time we got back to the squad room, Dillon was already there.
Say, what's this all about anyway? What are you dragging me out of my house for?
A few questions we got to ask you.
What's so important you got to go through it at 6 in the morning?
When'd you see your wife last?
What, 7:30?
That's last night?
Yeah, why?
How do you and your wife get along?
What do you think? We've been married for 10 years.
That's no kind of an answer.
You're not married. After 10 years, it's an answer. Married 10 years, and it's all the answer you need.
Maybe you better spell it out for me then.
After that long, you have a few disagreements. Bound to. You know, being together all the time.
You and your wife have an argument last night, did you?
Yeah. We had a discussion.
What about?
I don't think that's any of your business.
What'd you argue about?
Running around. Wasn't a real argument. Just a discussion.
Yeah, well, the way we got it, it was more than that.
And you got it wrong.
We heard you hit her a couple of times.
That's a lie. I might have shoved her a little. She had it coming. All the time running around. We got 3 kids. Young kids. She doesn't care that for them. Always going out. Hanging around those cheap bars. Boozing it up. I came home the other night. She'd walked out and left the kids all alone. All by themselves. Didn't even get a sitter for them.
Where you been tonight?
Baby's teething. That don't make any difference to her. Just lets the poor little kid cry. Lets her sit in her room and bawl. Terrible. Cops were over the other night. One of the neighbors called him. You know what Grace said? You know?
You tell us.
Said the kid was spoiled. Just spoiled. Kid don't cry like that just because she's spoiled. There's got to be something wrong. Grace wasn't ever much of a mother. All the time she said the kid's got on her nerves. Never paid any attention to him. Always getting somebody else to take care of him. So they tied her down. If she didn't want to be tied down, why'd she get married? Why? You know?
I wouldn't know.
Neither do I. I've been trying to figure it out for 10 years. 10 of the most miserable years of my life.
Where you been tonight?
Huh?
I said, can you tell us what your movements were tonight, where you went?
Why do you have to know that?
Can you tell us?
Yeah. After Grace and me had the fight, she walked out. I waited for her to come home. And when she didn't, I went out to find her.
Did you?
Huh?
Did you find her, he said?
No. Looked all over for her. All the bars along the boulevard. She wasn't there.
Where you been since the bars closed?
Walking around. I've been trying to figure out what to do. Trying to make up my mind.
About what?
What I should do with Grace. Things can't go on like this. They can't. Nobody's happy. Not Grace, not me, not the kids.
We've heard from some of your wife's friends that you made threats on her life, is that right?
Who told you that?
Is it true?
I suppose so. If I'd have found her tonight, I'd have maybe killed her. I've never been so mad before.
You see anybody you knew tonight?
Huh?
When you were walking around, you see anybody you knew?
No.
Well, and you got no way to prove where you were, have you?
Do I have to do that?
Might make things easier for you, yeah.
Say, what's this all about anyway? Why are you asking all these questions about me and Grace? What are you trying to say? Where is she? You know?
Yeah.
Well, where is she? What's happened to her?
She's in the hospital.
What for?
Looks like she was beaten.
Do you think I did it?
Might have been you.
Is she alive?
Yeah.
You think I beat her up?
Did you?
No. Maybe I wanted to. Knock some sense into her. But I didn't do it.
Can you prove where you were between 10:30 and 11:30?
Is that when it happened?
Can you prove where you were?
No. I don't even know myself. You think I did it?
That's what we're trying to find out. Let me see your hands.
Why?
I said, let me see them, fella. Where'd you get those bruises?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, you better try real hard. This is important.
Told you I was drunk.
There's only one thing that'll bruise your hands like that.
Yeah?
You hit someone pretty hard. Herman Dillon was detained pending further investigation. We checked with the hospital, but there was no change in Mrs. Dillon's condition. Because of the lack of physical evidence, her testimony was essential in apprehending the person who'd beaten her. We had two prime suspects. Cecil Furnham, who was known to have been in her company when she left the bar. Furnham's record indicated that he was capable of committing the crime. On the other hand, the victim's husband had stated that he might kill her. He was unable to explain his movements at the time of the attack. He was unable to give us a tangible reason for the bruises on his hands. The only person who could tell us the true story was the victim herself, and we had the doctor's statement that she might not remember the events immediately leading up to the beating. At 10:14 a.m. that morning, we got a call from the General Hospital telling us that Mrs. Dillon had regained consciousness. She was in condition to be questioned and was asking for her husband. We picked him up at the main jail and we went over to see Grace Dillon.
Herman?
Yes.
You aren't mad, are you? You aren't still mad at me?
No, dear, I'm not.
That's good. I was afraid you're still mad at me.
Do you want to tell us what happened, Miss Dillon?
Who are you?
Police officers.
What are you doing here?
We're trying to find out who did this to you.
Wasn't anybody did it.
I beg your pardon?
Wasn't anybody did it. I did it myself. Silly. Did it all by myself.
What do you mean, Miss Dillon?
Herman and me had a fight, and I walked out. I was going to leave him. I went down and had a few drinks. Just a few. And then I got to thinking about me and Herman, how I was such a bad wife. I got to thinking about the kids. You're not still mad at me, are you, Herman? Really? In your heart?
No, Grace, I'm glad you're going to be all right. That's all that counts.
You want to tell us what happened, Miss Dillon?
I was on my way home. I was going back. Cecil was walking with me. We came to a place in the street where there was some water because of the rain.
I see.
I stepped up on the curb to go around her. I didn't want to step in the water, and I fell. I fell down the hill and rolled all the way to the bottom, all the way to the next street.
You want to go on?
I remember falling. I remember lying in the street down below. How I couldn't move. I don't know about anything else after that. Until just when you got here. Till then, I don't remember much of anything.
Now, you mean that you fell yourself? Nobody beat you?
No. Herman hit me when I was home. He got mad at me and hit me. But he was right. It's gonna be different, I promise you. Just as long as you ain't still mad at me. That's all that matters, that you ain't mad.
Take it easy, honey. Everything's going to be okay now. Just take it easy and try to get some sleep.
I'm gonna make it up to you. All the bad times, I'll make them all up. I love you.
I love you too, Grace. Go to sleep. Get some rest.
All right, honey.
You don't want me anymore, Sergeant?
No, I don't think so. We'll take you downtown and check you out there.
I wonder if she means it. If she really does.
What's that?
About making it up to the kids. How things are going to be different.
Well, I don't know. She just said she would.
That's just it. She's said it so many times before.
On November 17th, a meeting was held in the Captain's Office, Homicide Division, Los Angeles Police Department. In a moment, the results of that meeting. A petition was filed remanding the suspect to the county psychiatric unit for examination. Since no crime was committed, no legal action was taken against the suspect. The victim's husband, Herman James Dillon, was released from custody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. This is the City Hall. The police department's located here. It's a place of records and files. Mostly, it's a place of machines. Machines to find one card in 10,000. To find one bullet in a million. Machines to find the truth. And to find a lie. Radio to talk across the nation. Or across the city. All these machines and the people behind them work 24 hours a day for one reason. To protect the citizen. That's my job, too. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, June 8th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Burglary Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. In the past 5 weeks, 17 homes had been stripped of all valuables. There was no description of the thief, no lead to his identity. We had to find him. Sure a rough night. Yeah. How much time we got? Not more than 20 minutes. I wish that guy'd hurry up. Hey, fella. Hey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. What'll it be?
Where's your menu?
Take a choice, either side.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how's the hash?
Pretty good. We're out of it.
I didn't think restaurants were ever out of hash.
We are.
I'll have some hot cakes, bacon, and a cup of coffee.
Hot cakes, bacon, coffee.
That sounds good. I'll have the same. Only I'll take plain hot cakes and sausage on the side, please.
Plain hot cakes, sausage on the side. You want the coffee now?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah. Right away.
And put an egg on my hot cakes, will you?
All right. 1 egg.
Over. Easy.
Over. Easy. You guys are new in the neighborhood, aren't you?
What's that?
I said you're new around here, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Most of our trade's neighborhood people. Come in for coffee and cakes on their way home from the show.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you guys are new around here. You know how?
No, how?
Haven't seen you before. Sure had a lot of excitement around here.
That so?
Yeah, don't you guys ever read the papers?
Yeah.
Haven't you read about the burglaries? Been 17 of them in the last 5 weeks. Running the cops silly.
That so?
Sure, they don't know where they're going. Running the cops silly. Been at least 5 detectives in here in the last couple of weeks asking questions. Trying to come up with something to tell them who the burglar is. Sure running them ragged. You guys haven't read about it, huh?
Yeah, I think we've seen something in the papers, yeah.
It's pretty funny. Just get this picture, now get it. A guy, they figure it's one fella. He walks up to the back of a house. First off, he's sure there's nobody home. Then he goes up to one of the windows and punches a hole in the screen. Jimmies the window, walks right in, lifts the jewelry in the house and takes off, just as cool as can be. They must have half the cops in the force looking for the guy. Running rings around him. You're gonna like our cakes.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're good. We got a kind of secret recipe here. My wife made it up. Anyway, I was talking to one of the people who had it. You know, one of the victims, a guy over in Hobart. He sells those new refrigerant things. You know, the plastic bags with the goop inside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I've seen them.
Oh, well, he sells them. Anyways, he got knocked off. Him and the wife were at the show, and the guy broke in. He really went through the place. Took about $300 worth of stuff. I think he jacked it up for the insurance, you know?
Yeah.
Well, the guy broke in right in schedule. They figure he's hitting the places between 6 and 9. I'll get that. Between 6 and 9 p.m. Now, you'd think they'd be able to come up with something on him, wouldn't you?
Well, how do you mean?
They know how the guy works, what kind of tools he's using. They know when he does the burglaries. Knowing all that, you'd think they'd get him. This fella, the one who's the salesman, he said the cops came in and went all over his house. Took fingerprints, pictures, all that. Worked in his place for about 5 hours. Went all over the backyard looking for footprints. And you know what they came up with? You know what?
What?
Exactly nothing. All that time, all those men, and they didn't come up with nothing. You sure got the cops running in circles. Stack of wheats, bacon, hats, sausage and egg, 2 coffees. Won't charge you for the refills. Let's see. That comes to $1.25. With tax, it's $1.30. Mind paying in advance?
Well, no, we don't, but we're not going to have time to eat now. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's too bad. I'll have it for you in a minute.
Oh, that's all right. We'll drop in again sometime.
You work around here?
Yeah, sometimes.
What kind of work do you do?
We're police officers.
Detectives?
That's right.
Say, I hope you guys ain't sorry about what I said, you know, about the cops running in circles.
It's perfectly all right. Forget it.
Say, I'd like to ask a question.
Yes?
About this fellow who's been pulling these jobs.
Yeah, what about him?
When do you think you're going to get him?
When he runs out of circles. Frank and I went back to the office and signed out for the night. Another 3 days passed without any leads. Saturday, June 11th, we got a report of another burglary. 9:36 a.m. We went to check it out.
Yeah, something you want?
I'd like to see Miss Dorn, please.
Who are you?
Police officers.
Oh, I'm her. Come on, come in, come in. We'll let the flies in. Never saw so many flies as this summer.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, can I get you something? A cup of coffee?
No, thanks. No, ma'am, thanks.
Don't mind if I have some.
Go right ahead.
Always like a second cup of coffee. Lull before the storm. I got kids, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be just a minute. You stay right here and make yourself comfortable.
Hey, Joe. Here's one of those pictures. They cut out pieces of colored paper and paste them up.
Yeah.
Some French guy thought of it. I was reading about him. Wonder what this means.
I wouldn't know.
Wild, huh?
Sure you don't want any?
No, no, thank you.
All right. Well, then, this is about the burglar last night, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. We have a stolen property list here. We'd like to go over it with you.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. Everything they took.
We'd like to check it with you if we can.
Wasn't anything else in the house for him to take.
Well, now, according to this list here, you have $47 in cash.
Yeah, that's from the jar.
Where?
We got a little candy jar upstairs. Keep loose change in it. Whenever I have anything left over for my household money, I put it in there. Anthony, he's my husband.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, whenever Anthony's got any loose change in his pocket, he drops it in there. Adds up in time. $47.
You're pretty sure about the amount, are you?
Yes, you see, we keep a little piece of paper in the jar. Got the amount written on it so as we can tell how much we've added. Whoever stole the money didn't take the paper, just the money. Had exactly $47.
Mm-hmm. And you list a ruby and diamond woman's wristwatch, is that right?
Going to use it for a trip to Las Vegas.
I beg your pardon?
We were going to use the money in the jar for a trip to Las Vegas. Only needed $150 more. Now we got to start all over again.
Yes, I understand. Now, how about the watch?
They stole that, too. Had 2 rubies on one side, 3 diamonds on the other. Little gold band. Took that, too. Anniversary present from Anthony. That's my husband.
Mm-hmm.
Gave it to me on our 5th anniversary, February 2nd.
The diamond ring stolen, is that right?
That's right.
What if you can give us a little better description of that?
My engagement ring, solitaire. Not very big. Had it on my dressing table, one of those little ring gadgets, you know, a little block of wood with a stick in it. Put your rings on it when you're doing the dishes. Not very big.
Was there anything else of value taken?
No, a couple of cheap little costume pieces, bracelet, couple of pins. Nothing else worth anything, really.
We'd like to have descriptions of those pieces.
I can give them to you.
All right, fine.
You really think you're going to be able to catch the fellow that took the things?
Well, we don't know. We're sure going to try.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
What?
I've been reading the paper about this fella. He's been breaking into houses in the neighborhood. All it says is that you're working on it, nothing more. Just that you're working on it. That's right, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is.
Uh-huh. Well, I hope you do get him. Terrible the way he's been prancing around, breaking in wherever he wants to. Doesn't seem to be anything you can do to stop him.
Now, according to what you told the officers last night, the burglary took place between 8 and 9 p.m. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I told him.
How can you be sure about the time?
Just them, that's all. You see, Anthony and I drove over to see my sister. We left the house here at 8, got over there, and her and her husband were having a beef about something real unpleasant. So we left, came back, got in a couple of minutes after 9. Saw the place had been robbed and called the police.
Did you discover the burglary right away?
A couple of minutes after we got home, I went into the bedroom to hang up my coat, and I could see the stuff all scattered around. Of course, I knew right off that something was wrong. Right away I could tell. So could Anthony. He's my husband.
Yes, ma'am. When you left the house, did you notice anybody loitering around near your house?
Didn't see anyone.
Have there been any strangers that you've noticed in the neighborhood lately?
None that I can think of right now.
Any strange cars?
You married, officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Got any kids?
Yes, ma'am, too.
Oh. Well, you just ask your wife how much time she's got to take notice of cars driving up and down the streets. Noticing whether people are loitering in front of the house or not. You just ask her, she'll tell you. You men all the time talking about how the modern conveniences help out the housework. Just zip and the house is clean with a vacuum. Swish the dishes around. They're all clean with the new soaps.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, maybe it's better than our mothers had it, but they still haven't come up with nothing short of a straitjacket that'll keep you from having to run after the kids all day. You ask your wife, she'll tell you.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
You ask yours, too, you'll see.
I'm not married, Miss Dorn.
Oh, then you wouldn't know. Well, you can talk to his wife. Those fellas last night, they get any clues?
We haven't checked with them yet.
Seems like they should be able to tell something about who did it. All that powder they was putting around, the pictures they was taking, all the excitement. Took me 2 hours after they left before I could get the kids to sleep. All that trouble, they should have something that's going to get the things back. Sure know one thing.
What's that?
The man that stole the watch. Well, she'd taken the book.
The what?
The record book. It was right in the drawer of the dressing table. Way those people at the store are. If you won't find them, they will.
I don't believe I understand, Miss Dorn.
The people we bought the wristwatch from. They'll find him, sure. They won't let him get away with it.
Ma'am?
The watch. It's not paid for.
"10:42 a.m. We started to canvass the neighborhood. For the next hour, we talked to the people in the houses on both sides of the street. None of them could add anything to the story we'd gotten from the latest victim. 12:02 p.m. We called the office and found that the other men working on the case hadn't turned any new leads. We went back to our car to return to the city hall.
You fellas the cops?
Yes, sir, that's right. Can we help you?
I'm Ross Grant. I live down there, on the corner next to Tony Dorn.
I see.
My wife told me you were by the house this morning.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Got something maybe you can use.
What's that, Mr. Grant?
Well, I noticed it right off. Didn't want to say anything about it to the missus. You know, women get upset. Thought that it'd be better not to mention it.
All right, sir, what is it?
Night before last, Thursday, I saw the car.
What car?
The one I want to tell you about. I was going to go downtown and do it. Felt kind of like it was my duty, you know, public spirit.
Yes, sir. What about the car?
Well, it was kind of warm that night. The missus and I were sitting out on the porch in the glider, just taking the night air. That's when I saw this car go by. Didn't think much about it at first.
Yeah.
Must have been about 6:30, right after supper. We was just sitting there taking the air, having a glass of iced tea. And then I saw the car go by again, slow, like he was looking the houses over.
Can you describe the car?
Yeah, I got it written down here someplace. Car went by my house 2 more times that night. 4 times all told. 4.
Mm-hmm.
Got it here in my wallet, I think. Must have left it in my other pants. Thought sure I had. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Got the license number on it, too.
Mm-hmm.
Think it'll help you?
Well, we don't know yet. We'll have to check it.
I'll call in, Joe. Have him check DMV.
Right.
Sure hope it'll give you guys some help. Way the burglar's been running around here. Terrible. Man isn't safe to leave his house. I've been thinking about having those little bell alarms put on the windows.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my wife's kind of nervous. Breaks out in a rash whenever anything like this happens.
Is that so?
Got just about every kind of ointment in the world. Doctor says it's her mind. Says it's all in her imagination. You believe that?
Well, I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't put much stock in it. I used to get rashes when I'd eat fresh peaches. Don't anymore, though. Say, what's the other fella doing?
He's calling our office to find out who the car belongs to.
Using the radio, huh?
No, sir. He went to use the phone.
Wouldn't take that long?
Well, it shouldn't.
Uh-huh. Well, I sure hope you get this cleaned up. Catch the fella that's been doing it. If you don't, we're going to have to move. The way it's affecting the missus. She ain't going to be able to take it much more.
Did you get a look at the man who was driving the car?
No, not very good. It was kind of dark. Couldn't see too well.
Was there more than one man in the car?
Not that I could see. Might have been. I couldn't right out stare at it. Made the wife suspicious. I had to sort of glance at it on the sly, sort of.
Joe.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Yeah. Excuse me, Grant.
Yeah, sure.
Did you get a make on it?
Yeah, no trouble at all.
What do you mean?
Police car. Homicide unit.
We thanked Mr. Grant for his cooperation and the attempt to help us. As a public-minded citizen, he'd done what he thought was right. But to us, it was just another lead that didn't go anywhere. During the next 3 days, the thief hit once more. In spite of the close surveillance we were keeping on the area, he somehow managed to get into the vicinity, commit the crime, and leave without being observed. Additional bulletins were gotten out requesting information on the M.O. The area of the rolling stakeout was increased to 96 square blocks, 2 square miles. A new plan for surveillance was worked out. Under the new conditions, we were able to keep the entire neighborhood under almost constant watch. To date, the thief had stolen jewelry, money, and other personal property amounting to a little over $8,000. Every night between the hours of 5:30 p.m. and midnight, the dragnet of the area was put into effect. During the next week, no further thefts were reported in the area under surveillance. Apparently, we'd stopped the thief, but we still hadn't caught him. Wednesday, June 22nd.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah?
You might have something.
Yeah?
I went down the hall with Bates and I checked all the FI cards that had been filed in the area we're working in. Came up with one possible. He's a guy named Boyd Coughlin, Cofflin. He was stopped 4 times last week at different locations, but all in the same area. He told the officers he was on his way home. So I ran him through R&I and I found 3 Boyd Coughlins. One's back in a joint, the other 2 ought to be checked out. Descriptions don't fit too well.
What's the address on the FI card?
1804 Dewey Avenue, apartment 3.
Well, you better get right out there.
Might be something, huh?
I don't know. We're due for a break.
Frank and I left the office and drove out to the address.
Looks pretty good, huh?
Yeah. We got something to work on, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
That was apartment 3.
Right.
There is no such number. We talked with the apartment house manager, but she was unable to give us any information on Boyd Coughlin. She went on to say that as far as she knew, no one with the name or description had lived in the place. Other people in the building were interviewed, but none of them knew the suspect. 11:17 a.m. We returned to the office and started to check out the remaining 2 possible suspects. During the next 2 days, we checked all possible sources of information on Boyd Coughlin. Saturday, June 25th, 11:14 a.m.
Well, here's the last of it. Teletype from DMV Sacramento.
Yeah. That driver's license he showed for identification was a phony then, huh?
Yeah. Where do we go from here?
I don't know. Looks to me like all the roads are closed.
I don't know, Joe. Got to be a lead somewhere. I've gone through all this stuff and back through it again. Nothing shows.
Well, at least we know how he's been getting away.
Yeah?
Well, from what the fellows who file the FI cards tell us, every time they check on him, he's walking down the street carrying a bag of groceries. Tells them he's on his way back from the grocery store. Now, there's certainly nothing there to draw suspicion.
No. Well, it's an awful lot of trouble to have that identification made for the Dewey Street address.
Yeah. Did you check the warrant office?
Yeah, nothing there. Nothing in on the APBs, nothing on the locals. I'm beginning to think there isn't a Boyd Coughlin.
Well, we got a lot of good reasons to believe that there is. 19 burglaries.
2 days passed. The surveillance of the area was maintained. On Monday, June 27th, Frank and I took up our positions in the area.
Another night.
Yeah. I wish we'd get a break on this thing one way or the other, don't you?
You've got it made, Joe. You're single.
What's the matter? Is your wife giving you trouble?
Yeah, these late stakeouts. Last night when I got home, she left me an ad she clipped out of a magazine about how to be a mailman. You know the kind I mean?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Where it said good pay, regular hours. She had that all outlined in red. This morning she asked me if I sent in my coupon.
What did you say?
What could I say? It was before breakfast. I didn't want to eat out. Well, I hope we get a break on this thing soon. If we don't, you want to take a double apartment?
I don't think it'll get that bad. Right.
Yeah, a bag of groceries.
Let's check them.
Go through this again?
That's right, stand still.
He's clean, Joe.
You guys are cops, huh?
Right.
Want to see my identification?
We do.
Well, when you find what you're looking for, I've been stopped 5 times.
Is that right?
Here, hold this, will you?
Yeah.
My driver's license. Got it in my wallet. Here.
Take it out of the wallet.
Here.
What's your name?
Boyd Coughlin.
Where do you live?
1804 Dewey Street, apartment 3.
It's right here.
Yeah, I just came back from the store.
Well, we're sorry we bothered you, Coughlin.
Well, perfectly all right. I know you're only doing what we pay you for.
Tell you what, it's a little late now. To make up for any trouble we caused you, we'll take you up to your apartment.
No, it's not necessary. It's right here. I'd like to put you fellas out.
Well, now, don't you worry about it.
No, really, I appreciate the thought, but it's not necessary. Well, you guys act, you think there's something wrong.
Nothing is there?
No, I'm just saying the way you guys act, you've... never mind.
How long you lived in this neighborhood, Coughlin?
A little while.
About how long would you say?
Not long.
How long?
A couple of months. Look, I don't want to take up any more of your time. No reason for you guys to go with me.
No trouble at all.
I sure want to thank you, officers. It's a real pleasure to know our taxes are paying for the kind of service you've just given me.
Well, it's going to get better.
Huh?
We're going in with you.
No, that's not necessary.
No bother at all. This is where you live, isn't it? Now, let's see. Apartment 3, isn't it, Coughlin? Doesn't seem to be an apartment 3 here, does there? What do you got to say about that? All right, let's go downtown.
Hey, wait a minute. Let's see what's in here. Breakfast food, soap, French bread. Hey, you better take this back. Kind of heavy for a loaf of bread. See what, Joe?
Yeah, I should say.
Cut right down the middle.
It's kind of an unusual way to slice a loaf of bread, wouldn't you say? My, look there, a punch and a jimmy. Tools like that can get you into trouble, Coughlin. What are you doing with them? Come on, how about it? All right, let's go downtown.
I suppose you guys think you're pretty smart, don't you?
No, it took us 8 weeks to catch you. What's your real name?
Lawrence Harris.
You ever been arrested?
No, first time. I should have let it go. Should have gotten out while I could have.
Yeah, that's what you should have done.
How are you gonna know? I figured 10 weeks, then quit. Another 2 weeks, that's all I needed.
Where's the stuff you took?
My hotel room.
You shoved any of it?
No, it's all there. Every bit of it. But the money, I lived on that. Figured when I got enough, I'd hit for the border, sell the stuff in Mexico.
We can stop on the way in and pick it up.
All right.
Place over in 6th, I'll show you.
Okay.
Had it all figured. All the way down the line, every angle. How about it? Answer a question for me?
I'll try.
Is there any way to beat it? Any way to come out on top?
Well, you know the answer to that better than I do.
Huh?
You tried. What do you think?
On October 15th, trial was held in Department 96, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted on 6 counts of burglary in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, May 18th. It was cool in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Bunko Fugitive Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. A pawnbroker we knew came into the office. He said he suspected that a man had been swindled. He offered to tell us about it. We were ready to listen.
Maybe just wasting my time, yours too. But it sure looked like a con game to me.
Well, what's the sting?
Well, a fella came in last night, little guy, kind of timid. Probably never been in a pawn shop before. At least he wasn't a steady. I can spot him straight off.
Yeah.
Wanted to pawn a ring, big green stone, fancy setting, all gimmicked up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Man's ring, real fancy though. Asked me what it was worth.
What'd you tell him?
Worth $20, maybe 25.
Is that what you told him?
You know I can't loan full value, now you know that.
Yeah.
I offered him $5. Would have gone up to 10 if he'd pressed me. That's better than a lot of brokers give.
Did he take the 5?
You kidding? He went all to pieces. Thought he was going to have a hemorrhage. Started calling me a crook. Said the ring was an emerald. Shouted and screamed all over the place. It's an emerald, he said. A $5,000 emerald. That hunk of glass.
Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?
I ask you, Sergeant, would anybody try to pawn a 5G emerald with me? I ask you.
Yeah.
Glass, that's what it was. Green glass. Nice setting, though.
What do you think, Joe? The old diamond switch, maybe. Could be. Sounds like the only difference is the color. Did you get his name, Fred?
I asked him. He just shouted and carried on. Wasn't making no sense at all. I got his license, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was parked right in front of the place. Got the number when he drove off. Thought you might want it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, here it is. On the inside. You make it out all right?
Yeah. We'll check on it, Fred.
Might be a good idea if you got right on it.
What do you mean?
Just before he left my place, he stopped all that carrying on. Think it sunk in, but I told him about the ring being no good.
Yeah.
Got real quiet, kind of like he was making up his mind about something.
Mm-hmm.
Asked me to sell him a gun.
Fred Alpin gave us a description of the man who had tried to pawn the ring. We checked the license number with a local branch of DMV. They came up with the information that the automobile bearing that license was registered in the name of Garfield Hunt, 221 North Selma Avenue, Hollywood. 9:03 a.m. Frank and I drove out to talk to Hunt. Good morning, ma'am.
Who are you? What do you want?
Is Mr. Hunt here?
No. No, he isn't.
Well, he lives here, doesn't he?
Well, who are you?
I'm sorry, we're police officers. My name's Friday. This is Frank Smith.
Police?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is he? What's happened?
Ma'am?
Don't try to break it easy. Just tell me what's happened to Gar.
You're Mrs. Hunt, are you?
He was in an accident, wasn't he? I just knew it, the way he was acting yesterday. All keyed up. He shouldn't have gone out last night. He never was a good driver. I told him 100 times.
Afraid we don't follow you, Miss Hunt.
And my husband, that's why you're here, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am. We'd like to talk to him for a minute.
Talk to him?
That's right.
You're telling me the truth. He's not hurt or anything.
Not as far as we know.
But you're a policeman.
Would you mind if we come inside? Might be a little easier to talk.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I'm afraid the living room isn't very presentable. I didn't have a chance to put the bedding away yet.
That's all right.
I slept in here last night so I'd be near the phone. I thought he might call. I thought somebody'd call.
Your husband didn't come home last night?
Never happened before. Not in 37 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Just let me put this bedding away so
Here,
you
I'll
sit
help
down. Oh, thank you. Oh, there we are. Just put it in that chair over there.
Okay.
Do you have any idea where your husband might have gone?
No idea at all.
He didn't say.
Well, I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. Just said it was going to be a surprise.
What time did he leave?
About 9:35. I looked at the clock as he went out the door. I couldn't believe it. Not like Guy to go out that late. We're usually in bed by 10.
Yes, ma'am.
He promised me he'd only be gone an hour. He promised me he'd be back here by 10:30 for sure.
I see.
Never heard a word from him after that. Not a word. What do you suppose happened to him?
We don't know, Miss Hunt.
You must have some notion.
No, ma'am, we don't.
You said you wanted to talk to him.
Just a few questions, routine.
About what?
We'd rather ask him. Did you notify the police that he's missing?
No. I didn't know what to do. I figured you'd get in touch with me when you found him. I guess I wasn't thinking very good. Never happened before.
Have you got a picture of your husband, Miss Hunt?
I have one. Would you like to see it?
Yes, if we could.
He doesn't look like a grandfather, does he? We have 3.
Is that so? Mind if we take this along?
You won't let anything happen to it, will you?
We'll be careful.
It's the only one I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you can find him?
We'll do our best.
I guess I should have notified you last night.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know what to do. I thought you'd get in touch with me if something had happened.
It's always better to call us first.
I guess so.
Then it might not happen. We advised Mrs. Hunt to make a formal report of her husband's disappearance to the Hollywood Division. A local and an APB were sent out. 3:15 p.m. Patrol Car Unit 9L78 reported Hunt had been found sitting in his car. The car was parked on Mulholland Drive. Hunt had readily identified himself. We asked the officers to bring him in for questioning.
Joel.
Yeah.
Here's your man, Garfield Hunt.
Thank you. All right, sit down there, Mr. Hunt. Go ahead, sit down.
What do you want with me?
We'd like to talk to you, Mr. Hunt. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
I do.
Never been under arrest before, not once.
You're not under arrest now, Mr. Hunt.
Then what do you want to talk to me for? Why those officers asked me to come here?
You didn't go home last night. Your wife has been kind of worried about you.
I was going to go home when they found me. Wasn't any place else to go. I just shouldn't have called you.
She didn't call.
How'd you find out?
You tried to buy a gun. Pawn shop over on Main Street.
Oh.
What'd you want the gun for?
They wouldn't sell it to me.
What'd you want with it?
Don't need it now. Not now, they're gone.
Who are you talking about? Who's gone?
Wouldn't have hurt them. Just wanted my money back. Thought it could scare them, that's all.
Well, who were they?
Said they were renting the store next to mine. Came out first of last week. Measured the frontage. Heard them pounding around inside, hammering and all, like they was getting ready to move in. Said they were jewelers. Going to open up a Valley branch for Lassingwells, you know, big jewelry store downtown here.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like real nice fellas. Bought me lunch a couple of times. Pleasant, friendly-like, glad to have 'em moving in. The more business there is in the neighborhood, the better off everyone is.
Yeah.
Crooks. That's what they were, out-and-out crooks. Went looking for 'em early this morning. Back door to their store was open, the one next to mine.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Couldn't find hide nor hair of 'em. Place was empty.
How much money did they get from you?
Not them exactly. Fellow working with 'em. Must have been working with 'em. Only way it makes sense.
All right, now suppose you tell us all about it.
In cahoots with them other two. Must have been. Came into my shop day before yesterday. Long about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Called himself Norman Christ. Said he was from Greeley.
Greeley?
town in Colorado where my brother lives. Said he knew my brother Oskar back there.
What do you want with you?
Claimed Oskar asked him to look me up, see how I was doing. Probably didn't know Oskar at all. They must have told him, them jeweler fellas.
Yeah.
Got to thinking back. Remembered I mentioned having a brother in Colorado one day when we was having lunch. Told him the town, too. Really.
What happened then? Did he sell you the ring?
You know about that, too?
You tried to pawn it, didn't you?
No, sir, not really. Just wanted to find out how much it was worth. So I could tell Ida, going to surprise her. Figured I'd give him another day before I tried to sell it.
You still have the ring, Mr. Hunt?
Threw it away up there in the hills.
Well, tell me, how'd you happen to buy it?
I wasn't buying it outright. I was just loaning him on it.
I see.
Told me he had a chance to option some property out near Encino. Real bargain. Said he had to close the deal by 5 p.m. that same day. Needed cash for a clincher.
Mm-hmm.
Had to get the money from Colorado, that's what he said. He was afraid it wouldn't be here in time. Couldn't go to a bank. Didn't have any credit in L.A.
Yeah.
Needed $3,000. Said if I loan him the $3,000, he'd give me back $4,000 first thing in the morning. Offered me his ring for security. Said it was worth $7,000 easy. Said it cost him more than that.
You hand the money over?
No, sir, not by a darn sight. Told him I didn't have $3,000. Told him straight out.
Mm-hmm.
Said all I had was $1,500 in my savings account. Guess I shouldn't have said that.
Yes, sir.
Guess that was my first mistake. He thought about it for a minute, asked if he'd use my phone, called somebody, talked to him for a couple of minutes. When he hung up, he told me he might be able to swing it for $1,500. He'd have to go out there and see him in person. Said he'd come back.
Did he leave then?
Not right away. I stopped him. Told him there wasn't no point in coming back. While he was on the phone, I had a chance to do some thinking. Realized I didn't know nothing about him, nothing about the ring. I'm no jeweler, I said. How do I know that ring's worth $7,000? I'm not calling you a liar, but how do I know? He said he didn't blame me for being cautious. Sure, I had good business sense. Took off the ring and laid it on my counter. Told me to get it appraised while he was gone.
Uh-huh.
I went next door to ask those fellows who said they were jewelers. Place was locked up, so I figured they were still out to lunch. I figured maybe they was in the drugstore down in the corner.
Did you find them there?
Yes, sir.
What'd they say about the ring?
Perfect emerald. That's what they said. One of them put a gadget up to his eye. Looked through it. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Perfect emerald. Worth $10,000. Not a flaw in it.
Mm-hmm.
Acted like they thought it was mine. Offered to buy it if I wanted to sell. I told them about the other fella. That he needed $3,000. Told them the whole story.
Uh-huh.
They said they'd loan him $5,000 without batting an eye. Offered to make out a check right then and there. Kind of took my win away, they were so anxious. I said maybe we could go in 50-50. They'd put up $1,500, I'd put up $15,000. That way the guy would have $3,000 if he still needed that much. We could both make a little profit. One of them asked me how I wanted the check, if he should make it out to me. I told him to make it out to cash.
How'd he sign it?
Jones. Quincy Jones. That's the name I knew him by. Other one called himself Wyatt Truesdale. I don't think that's their real names, though. Probably... What is it you call them?
Aliases?
Yes, sir, aliases. Well, anyway, I went over to my bank and drew out the $1,500. About 2:30, the fella come back, the one who gave me the ring.
Yeah.
Said he tried to talk the real estate people into being satisfied with $1,500. Wouldn't come down. Insisted on the whole $3,000. I told him not to worry, that I had it. Gave him my $1,500 and the check. He said the check would be okay, seeing as how it was on a local bank. Promised he'd pay me back in the morning.
That was yesterday.
Yes, sir. When he didn't show up, I just wanted to make sure how much it was worth, the ring.
Yeah.
Offered me $5 for it. Man in the pawn shop. Couldn't believe him at first. Said it was just glass. A hunk of glass. Then it come to me how I'd been tricked. All of a sudden, it come to me.
Well, now, why'd you stay out all night? Why didn't you go home?
Couldn't face her. Ida knew I'd been swindled. $1,500. Every cent we'd saved. Been married for 37 years. It was Ida's money, too. Not just because she's my wife. Helped earn it.
Well, we'll try and get it back for you, Mr. Hunt.
Not much to show for 37 years, is it? That's what I kept thinking while I was sitting in my car up there in the hills. All day long, just kept thinking. 37 years. $1,500.
Yes, sir.
Too late to start all over again. We won't have them. Not a chance.
Have what, sir?
Another 37 years.
Using Garfield Hunt's description of the 3 suspects, the stats office came up with 24 possibles who had worked similar MOs. We showed mugshots to Hunt. He identified 2 of the photographs, Ernest Wilcoxon and Parker Cleaver. Hunt was positive that Wilcoxon and Cleaver were the men who had rented the store next to his and pretended to be jewelers. He was unable to find a photograph of Norman Christ, the man who had sold him the ring. We pulled the packages on Wilcoxon and Cleaver. They had both done time for grand theft. They had not previously worked with a third person. A local and an APB were sent out on all 3 suspects. Using the information from their mama sheets, Frank and I began checking various places Cleaver and Wilcoxon had been known to frequent. 8:12 p.m. We went into the Black Parrot Bar on South Broadway and talked to the bartender.
Wilcoxon and Cleaver, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Not by those names, I don't know them.
Maybe these will help. Well?
Yeah, they come in here once in a while.
They always come in together?
As far as I know.
Ever have a guy with them, tall, thin, dark hair, about 30?
No, just the 2 of them. Never seen him with another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you want them?
You know where we can turn them?
Well, they ain't here now.
We can wait.
Well, they won't be in tonight.
How do you know?
They got money.
Oh?
Big roll. One of them was in yesterday, Quincy Jones. That's what he told me his name was.
Yeah.
Been running a tab. He paid it up in full. Had plenty left over.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they're carrying a roll, they don't come to my place. Head for them expensive joints like out in the strip, places like that. When they're blowing their loot, come back to me and start running up another tab. I called them on it, but what can you do? This way I get some of their bundles.
You know where they live?
Around here somewhere. Couldn't pin it down for you.
Who could?
How bad you want to find out?
How do you mean that?
Cost you a drink.
You that thirsty?
Not for me. Girl over there in the booth, the brunette.
Uh-huh.
She knows him. Been out with him a couple of times. I've seen them leave together.
Okay.
I was only kidding about the drinks. It's on the house. For you guys and her, too.
We don't want any, but we'll pay for hers.
Hi.
Hi.
You're new around here, aren't you?
That's right.
Can stand some new talent around this place.
We're police officers, miss. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you like that?
Ma'am?
Oh, my horoscope said I was going to meet somebody new today. You know, in the morning paper. Didn't say it'd be cops. Where'd that come from?
These guys.
Oh, you shouldn't call them guys, Jake. When a fellow buys a lady a drink, that makes him a gentleman. And these gentlemen, that's what you should say.
Oh, sure.
You're very good health. Now, what can I do for you?
The bartender says these men are friends of yours.
Oh, I wouldn't say that this is the most flattering picture, but there's a resemblance.
You know him, then?
Well, we've met. We weren't formally introduced, but we've met. You meet a lot of people here. Not the best people in town, but it's not the best bar in town. It's convenient. I work down the street.
Mm-hmm.
8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Time and a half for Saturday. If we work Saturday. 7 of us in one office. 7 young ladies. Ages 32 to 60. I'm 32. They don't come in here. The other 6. That's something. I don't suppose you'd care to hear the sad story of an aging white-collar girl.
Do you know where they live?
Oh, you mean these so-called friends of mine?
That's right.
I might.
Well?
Did you ever hear of the Norcross Arms Hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I haven't been there with them, of course. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's their residence. But Quincy was carrying a hotel key one night, and it fell out of his pocket. And that was the name on the tag. Norcross Arms.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the brandy.
Don't mention it. All right, what do I owe you?
6 bits. She drinks good stuff.
Keep the change.
Looks like I got a decent break for once.
What do you mean?
I'm paying their tab today before you pick them up.
You got it wrong. They didn't pay it.
Huh? Who did?
A fellow by the name of Hunt. The clerk at the Norcross Arms Hotel told us that 2 men who resembled Wilcoxon and Cleaver were registered under the names of Jones and Truesdale. He said they'd gone out for the evening. He showed us up to their room, 36A. We asked him about the suspect known as Norman Christ. He told us he had never seen anybody with Wilcoxon and Cleaver who answered Christ's description. 2:48 a.m., Wilcoxon and Cleaver returned to their room. We took them into custody and drove them down to the city hall for questioning.
How many times you want to hear it?
Until we get the truth.
Does Hunt say he gave us any money? He never gave us a cent, did he, Ernie?
No. We paid a couple of lunch tabs of his.
That's right. Always managed to out-fumble us. Owes us a couple of lunches.
He paid him back. $1,500 buys a lot of lunches.
What, 1,500?
You got your share. You've been spreading it all over town.
Hunt say he gave it to us?
You still had over 600 when we picked you up. Now, where'd it come from?
Hollywood Park. Picked 3 long shots yesterday. Want the horses' names?
Where's Chris?
I told you before I never heard of him. Who is he?
The guy you worked the game with.
Never heard of him.
You want to take this rap yourselves?
What rap?
Why'd you rent that store out in the valley?
Store?
We showed him your mugshots, the man you rented it from. He made you. Now you want it in person?
I guess they got us there, Ernie.
Yeah.
We were going to open up a bookie joint.
A what?
Changed our minds. Looked the situation over, decided it might get a little warm out in the valley. Cleared out.
Bookie joint, huh?
That's right.
Not a jewelry store.
What are you talking about? Us? Jewelers? Ernie and me?
That's what you told Hunt.
Nothing of the kind. Laid it on the line, told him we were bookies. Just between us, he was kind of pleased about it. Likes to play the horses himself. Liked the idea of being able to lay a bet so convenient.
Oh, sure.
Say, maybe that's what happened to his money. Maybe he lost it on an egg.
All right, you two, let's try it again. Now, why'd you rent that store?
You're going to get the same answers. Same questions, same answers. Waste of time.
We got plenty.
72 hours, that's all you got. You could hold us on suspicion for 72. Then you turn us loose. Unless you prove something.
We'll prove it.
How? We didn't take any money from Hunt. Nobody says we did, not even him. If he wasn't marked for this, what's his name, Christ?
Yeah.
How do you wrap us into the package? Hunt never saw us with him. Nobody saw us with him.
We'll find somebody.
72 hours. Then you got to turn us loose. That's the law.
Yeah.
We know the law.
Why'd you break it? We continued to question the suspects, but we were unable to break them down. Thursday, May 19th, 7:45 a.m. Another team of detectives took over the interrogation. Frank and I went back to the office.
Well, you think they'll cop out?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
Unless we come up with Christ.
No. Did you call Faye?
Yeah. Oh, she let me have it. She kept dinner till after 10:30 last night. You're lucky, Joe.
Yeah, maybe.
Wonder if I'll get home tonight.
I got it. Bunko Friday. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sounds like him. Oh, how long ago? No, not now. Right. Thank you. Chris? Fits the description. Smashed up a car on the Hollywood freeway. Georgia Street recognized him from our teletype.
Was he able to talk?
Died 10 minutes after they brought him in. At the morgue, the victim, Garfield Hunt, identified the body. He was positive it was the man who had sold him the ring, Norman Christ. Wilcoxon and Cleaver were also shown the body. They denied that they'd ever seen Christ before. The next day, Friday, May 20th, the evidence against Will Coxon and Cleaver was taken to the district attorney's office. A complaint was refused. The evidence was deemed insufficient to bring the matter to trial at this time. Will Coxon and Cleaver were released. 6:05 p.m. Frank and I got ready to sign out.
That really tears it.
Yeah.
The DA's office knows they're guilty. We know it. Can't do a thing.
Yeah.
We've been wasting our time, Joe. Just going through the motions.
No. We got them pegged and they'll stay pegged.
Yeah?
Next time they move in on a mark, we'll sit on them.
Wouldn't be very smart of them to try it twice.
They're not very smart.
Huh?
They tried it once.
2 months later, on July 12th, the two suspects were apprehended for a similar crime. On November 6th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspects were tried and convicted of grand theft, 1 count, and received sentence as prescribed by law. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not less than 1 year, or for a period of from 1 to 10 years in the state penitentiary.
'Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Monday, January 17th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We got a report that a woman had been badly beaten in her home out on Oakwood Avenue. She was unable to describe her assailant. He was still at large. We had to find him. 11:47 p.m. We got to 7982 Oakwood Avenue.
Who is it?
Police officers would like to see Miss Griffin.
How do I know?
I beg your pardon?
How do I know you're police officers? Well, pass it through. I want to see it good.
I'm sorry, I can't do that, ma'am. You'll have to look at it here. Can you see it?
Well, all right. Come on in. After what happened here, you can't be too careful, you know. Got to take all precautions.
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
Joseph Friday, huh?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Who's he?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my partner, Frank Smith. How you doing?
How do I know? Look a little older.
Yes, ma'am.
Type O blood, huh? Well, guess you're all right. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Get you anything? Cup of coffee, some hot chocolate, maybe?
No, nothing for me, thank you.
You?
No, ma'am, thanks.
Well, suit yourself. Now, what can I do for you?
We understand you know Ms. Kieran.
Next door neighbors.
Maybe you can tell us what happened over there tonight.
Seems like you'd know, being policeman and all.
Well, yes, ma'am. We'd just like to get the story from you.
All right. I was sitting here watching the TV. Just going out to the kitchen to get a plate of snacks for the late show. You know, I like to kind of munch.
Yes, ma'am.
Ate a whole pot of cheddar cheese one night watching Baron Leone.
Yes, ma'am. Now about tonight?
Well, all of a sudden I heard this scream, real loud. I wasn't watching the television right then, so at first I thought it was from the set. You know, like a drama.
Yes, ma'am.
Got myself all settled for the movie. Then I heard another scream. That's when I knew something was wrong.
Well, how's that?
Well, there was a quiz on the television. No reason for any screams. Right then there was another one. That's when I knew it was from next door.
What'd you do?
Run over to the window. Looked out to see if I could see anything.
Did you?
The house was dark. So I went to the telephone and called Mrs. Kieran.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't answer. I figured to forget the whole thing.
Yeah.
Went back to the television. Then I heard another scream, right smack in the middle of Who Invented the Steamboat.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that did it. Knew there must be something wrong. Got my coat and went over there.
I see.
Knocked on the door but didn't get no answer. Must have knocked half a dozen times.
Well, now, was there any movement from inside the house?
None that I could see. I called to her a couple of times, yelled her name.
Uh-huh.
Didn't do no good. She didn't come to the door. Didn't even scream anymore.
What'd you do then?
Well, I tried the door, found it was open, so I went in.
Mm-hmm. The door was unlocked, was it?
Just said I found it open.
Yes, ma'am. Go on.
If you're going to doubt the things I tell you, young man, there isn't much reason for me to go on.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Griffin. Go ahead, please.
Well, I went into the house. All dark, not a light on. Went right in and called to Mrs. Kieran.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't answer. But I could kind of hear something off to the back of the place.
Uh-huh.
Sounded like somebody crying, kind of like a whimper, soft.
Yeah.
Came from the back of the house, in the bedroom.
Well, now, you didn't see anybody else in the house when you went in.
If I had, I'd have told you before this.
Go ahead.
Got to the bedroom and opened the door. Couldn't see anything at first.
Yeah.
Then I was about to go on in, and this man jumped out at me.
He was in the bedroom, was he?
Yeah, he must have been hiding in the dark. Heard me coming, got back so I wouldn't see him.
Mm-hmm.
When I opened the door, he jumped right out, almost scared me to death.
Then what'd he do?
Just jumped at me and ran out of the house, right through the front door. Opened it first, of course. And then I heard it slam.
Was he armed?
Couldn't tell. And then I heard the crying again. Was sort of off to one side of the room. I couldn't see right away where it was coming from.
Yeah.
I turned on the light, and right away I saw her. She was laying on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Just terrible. The room was all tore up, things all thrown around, a real mess. And her laying right in the middle of it, all beat up. Looked like whoever done it tried to kill her.
What'd you do then?
Called the police. Dialed O and told the operator to send a policeman. Wasn't long before they was here. Seemed like 100 of them all over the place.
All right, Miss Griffin, now I wonder if you can give us a description of the man you saw.
Other officers asked me the same thing. Isn't much I can tell you. Just all of a sudden he was there, and then he was gone.
You're pretty sure it was a man, though?
Certainly. Guess I know a man when I see one. Been married to one for 12 years.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell us anything about him?
Just got a glimpse of him. Not good. Can't tell you anything about how he looked. He was standing in the dark when I came in. Next thing I knew, he jumped right past me and went out the front door.
Uh-huh. Would you know him if you saw him again?
Well, I don't think so. Just a glimpse, that's all.
All right.
I'd sure like to help, but there isn't much more I can tell you.
That's okay.
How is Mrs. Kieran? She going to be all right?
Yes, ma'am. She'll be in the hospital for a few days, but she's going to be all right.
Isn't she able to tell you something about the man who did this?
No, ma'am.
Seems like she'd be able to describe him. He must have been there for a good 15 minutes.
How do you figure that?
Well, must have been at least that long from the time I heard the first scream until I got over there. First off, I didn't think it was real. I thought it was on television.
Yes, ma'am. You told us that.
Must have been 15 minutes.
Uh-huh. Did Mrs. Kieran have any enemies you know of?
There were some people who didn't like her. Couple right here in the neighborhood. But none of them that would do a thing like this.
How'd she and her husband get along, would you know?
You mean, did they have any fights?
Yes, ma'am.
All the time. Seems like they was always battling about something.
Do you know what caused the arguments?
Mostly about her and other men. He thought she was running around on him. They used to fight about it. A couple of times he said if she didn't stop, he was going to kill her.
Was it true?
You mean about her and the men?
Yeah.
Might have been, for all I know. I didn't pay much mind to their troubles. Seems like I had too many things to keep me busy without getting mixed up in their problems.
All right, Miss Griffin. I'm going to leave you one of our cards. If you think of anything else, appreciate a call.
If I think of anything, I'll call you.
Thank you.
Does it strike you kind of funny?
What's that?
About Mrs. Kieran. Doesn't it strike you kind of odd how she can't think of anything about that fella?
Oh, I don't know. What do you mean?
Well, if somebody was in my house for that long a time, I could tell you something. Something for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, I guess with the lights out. Maybe she didn't see.
Yes, ma'am.
Then again, maybe she don't want to tell you.
Frank and I drove to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. We talked to Dr. Sebastian and found that the victim had recovered to the point where she could be moved to her own hospital. We also talked with the officer who was with her. He told us that the woman hadn't been able to give any new information and her husband still had not been contacted. While I checked the crime lab, Frank ran the names Irene and Tom Kieran through R&I. 2:14 a.m. We met back in the squad room. Hi, how'd it go at the crime lab? It's all here. Here's a picture of the room. The woman was found about here. You can see the way the stuff is scattered all around the place.
Yeah, looks like a robbery.
Well, that's what he wanted it to look like.
What do you mean?
Well, in the dresser drawer here,
Boys from the crime lab found $120 in cash. All the thief had to do was open the drawer and he'd have seen it too.
How about the entrance?
Something else that doesn't seem to gel.
Yeah?
They checked all the windows and doors. No sign of any breaking. She must have opened the door for the thief.
That means it was probably someone Mrs. Kieran knew, huh?
Looks that way, doesn't it? Here's a picture of a footprint that Lee Jones found in the earth beside the path. The way it looks, the thief left the path when he ran from the house. Stepped in the soft dirt here.
Do us any good?
No, not much. The ground was wet. Won't do us any good now.
Well, that's it, huh?
Yeah. Leighton Prince didn't come up with anything. How'd you do?
Nothing on the woman. Husband's got a record.
Yeah.
Mrs. Kieran had him pinched about 18 months ago on a beating charge. Refused to prosecute. Same thing a year ago. Beside her complaint, he's been booked for ADW and suspicion 211.
Well, looks like we might have a case against the husband. He done any big time?
No, never drew a conviction.
Yeah.
Thing I don't understand, Joe, if it was her husband, why doesn't she beef him? She wasn't worried about having him arrested before.
I don't know.
There's something wrong about it.
You got a list there of the husband's friends?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk to him. Maybe they can tell us where he is.
All right.
Hot shot.
1824 Studio Court, 211 and Sluggy.
1824?
2 blocks from the Kierans. We left the office and drove to the address, code 3. The victim was identified as a Mrs. Milo Hudson, age 28. An ambulance was dispatched from Hollywood Receiving Hospital and she was given first aid. She'd been beaten about the head and shoulders. As soon as the attendants had finished, Frank and I talked to her. Would you like to tell us what happened here?
Awful thing. Most awful thing ever happened to me.
Yes, ma'am. Did you get a look at the man?
Pretty good. Not real good. But I did see him. He took all the money I had in the house. $27.
Could you describe him for us?
How do you mean?
Well, how tall was he?
I guess about as tall as you.
That'd be about 5'11".
If that's how tall you are.
Yes, ma'am. How much would you say he weighed? Was he heavy or light?
Round his size.
That'd be about 175.
I guess so. Anyway, his size.
What about his face? Did you see it?
Yes, sir. Got a good look.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
I certainly would. Never forget that face. Not if I live to be 100, I'll never forget it.
Wonder if you could describe him for us.
Dark hair. Almost black. Kind of curly. A little wave right here in front.
I see.
Blue eyes. Dark blue. Might have been kind of hazel color. Dark.
Uh-huh. Now, was there anything about him that might make it easy for us to identify him?
Let me think. It seems there was something, but I can't remember what.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at first. When he came in, he didn't say a word. Just pointed the gun at me, motioned me back into the house.
What kind of a gun, would you remember?
Just a gun.
He did say something later.
Yes, when we got to the bedroom. He started to go through the place. I told him they'd better get out because my husband would be coming in any minute.
I see.
He smiled. Said he knew George didn't get home until 4:30.
He called your husband by name, did he?
Yes. Come to think of it, he did. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but he did.
You think you ever saw the man before?
Not that I remember.
But you're sure you'd know him if you ever saw him again?
I sure would. I remember what it was about him.
Ma'am?
You know, you wanted something about him that'd make it easier to tell if it was the right man.
Yeah.
Well, he had a scar, a small one, right here, by his eye. It made it look like his left eye was real big. Gave him a funny look.
I see.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
I wonder if you'd come down to the city hall and go through some pictures for us.
I want to do everything I can to help. I'm supposed to check with my doctor. If he says it's all right, I'll be there. When would you want me?
Well, in the morning, if you could make it.
My doctor says it's all right. I'll be there.
Okay, Miss Hudson. We can send a car for you if you like.
Might be better if you did. George likes to sleep late, and I don't drive.
All right, ma'am, fine. We'll call you in the morning.
I sure hope you catch the person who's done this. Lord knows how many more people he's going to hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
He seems to know all about people. When they're going to be alone and all. Seems to know all about them.
Yeah.
Knew right where everything in this house was. All the way. Knew right down to a T.
You're sure you never saw him before?
Positive. You don't forget that kind of face. See it once and you remember it all your life.
Has there been anybody new in the neighborhood?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, any salesmen, door-to-door canvassers, anybody like that?
Residential neighborhood like this, there's always somebody around trying to sell something. Must be a couple people a day come to the door. But I'm sure the man who hit me wasn't one of them.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Not at all, Sergeant. I want to do what I can to help you get him.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea who he is? Where to find him?
No, we don't, Miss Hudson.
Terrible to think about it. A man like that, roaming the streets.
Woman isn't safe in her own home anymore.
We'll get to him, ma'am.
I should hope so. But what do we do in the meantime? Just sit here and wait for this lunatic to kick the doors down?
We'll do everything we can.
Awful. I'll never forget how he came in here. Shoved me around. Never forget it.
That makes you even.
What?
He won't either. Frank called communications and got out a supplemental broadcast carrying the description of the suspect. I continued to talk to Mrs. Hudson. She was unable to come up with any additional information. We left the description of the suspect at the stats office and asked R&I to check the oddity file for a possible identification on the scar the suspect had. The next afternoon, Mrs. Milo Hudson came down to the office and went through the mug books, but she was unable to make an identification. She was shown pictures of Tom Kieran, the husband of the first victim, but stated positively that he was not the man who'd beaten her. The list of possibles came back from the stats office and it was checked without result. A week went by. The suspect hit 3 more times. In each case, the M.O. was the same. In each case, he escaped. However, we were able to get a little more information on him. We had the artist and crime analysis section draw up a composite picture of the suspect. It was run off and distributed to all officers in the city. The daily papers ran it on their front pages. Thursday, January 27th, 5:20 p.m. Frank and I got back to the office from dinner.
I'm going to call Faye and tell her it looks like a late night.
I checked the book. Pinky called in.
Yeah?
He and Leitner checked on that magazine salesman who was out in the neighborhood.
Go anyplace?
No. Description's way off. The guy's only been in town the last 3 days.
1635, Studio Court, 211. Suspect there now.
Frank and I left the office and drove over to the address we'd been given on the phone. We got out of the car and went up the walk to the house. The woman who'd called us was at the front door. She said that the man on the porch had rung the doorbell and tried to force his way into her house. She went on to say that her husband wasn't home and that she'd managed to stall the man until we got there. We took him back to the city hall and talked to him in the interrogation room. He identified himself as Victor Nadell. Frank went down the hall to run him through records and identification.
A lot of trouble you guys are causing me. There's no reason for all this.
What were you doing at that house?
Trying to earn a living.
You have to force your way in to do that?
Oh, that old broad's off her rocker. I didn't try to get in that place.
She says you did.
Well, she's flipped.
What do you do for a living?
I work. You know another way?
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a salesman.
What do you sell?
Right now I'm selling lots.
You mean real estate?
Yeah.
Where?
Tract out in the desert.
Who do you work for?
I don't think I'm going to tell you that. You're not going to get them in no trouble.
We're going to find out anyway. You might as well save yourself a lot of trouble and tell us.
You're going to have to find out.
You ever been arrested?
Couple times.
Where?
Oklahoma.
What was the charge?
They call it hijack.
You mean robbery?
Same thing.
You ever do any time?
No, they couldn't nail it down.
Where do you live?
Got a room down East 5th. Room privileges.
Who do you work for?
I'm not going to tell you their name.
How long you been in town?
Couple of months.
You've been working for that real estate company ever since you got here?
Yeah, I got the job a couple of days after I got off the train.
How'd you get the job?
Answered an ad.
You ever see that woman out in Studio Court before?
No.
Never saw her before.
I told you.
She'd have no reason to tie a bad beef on you, would she?
She's doing it, ain't she?
Yeah, but it's kind of silly without a reason.
She's a woman, that's all they need.
All right, take everything out of your pockets, put it on the table.
Why?
Look, I'm not playing a game with you.
What's this all about? What are you guys trying to prove with all this strong-arm stuff?
We're trying to find out why you wanted to break into that house tonight.
I told you I didn't break into the house. That old harpy's out of her mind telling you a thing like that. I don't know why, but she's got something against me. She'd like to see me get into trouble.
You said you didn't know her.
That's right.
Never saw her before.
That's what I said.
Then why would she try to build a thing like this?
I told you I don't know, but it's a lie. All I did was walk up to the door, ask if I could talk to her. Just try to talk to her. Right away she starts yelling at me to get away, get off the property.
Why didn't you leave then?
Well, I needed to make a sale.
Well, you must have figured she wasn't interested.
I had to make a sale. I haven't been doing so good. I had to make a sale or I'd have lost my job.
Is that any reason to act like a tough guy?
All I tried to do was talk her into buying a lot.
Yeah, well, you got a funny way of doing it.
I thought maybe she was going to call the office, make a complaint. She'd have done that, I'd have lost my job, sure.
That's all there is to it, huh?
I'm telling you the truth. You got to believe me.
You ever worked that neighborhood before?
No, it's the first time for me. I've been feeling kind of sick the last week. It's the first time for me. First time around there.
Where'd you work before?
Westlake area.
Have any trouble out there?
No, none.
Why'd you make the switch then?
I just thought I'd try a new territory, make up for the week I lost.
You got anybody who'll back up this story?
People at my rooming house, they'll tell you. I was there all week. I had some kind of flu, they'll tell you.
See you a minute?
Yeah. You can put that stuff away.
You want me to wait here?
Well, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it?
It's possible he's not the one we want.
Why? What do you mean?
Call just came in. Radio car just picked up a fella out on Rosewood Avenue.
Yeah.
Caught him in a woman's house trying to beat her to death.
How about the description?
Matches our suspect right down the line.
Victor Nadell was booked in at the main jail pending further investigation. We were unable to connect him with any robbery, but the city attorney's office issued a complaint charging violation of section 415 of the Penal Code. At 7:46 p.m., the suspect we'd gotten the call about arrived at the city hall. He was fingerprinted and checked. We found that he'd served a year and a day in an eastern state for breaking and entering. Physically, he matched the description we'd gotten from the victims. The women were contacted and asked to come down to the office. Frank and I questioned the suspect.
Like I told you before, my true name is Rudolph Mason.
Where do you live?
My home's out in Hollywood.
It's a big place. Narrow it down.
2917 Sarah. You ever been arrested? Yes, you know that. It was a mistake, though.
Both times.
Well, the second time was because of the first.
Yeah.
Once you've done time, it seems anything goes wrong, the cops are on your back. Like this.
You want to tell us what happened out there tonight?
You mean on Rosewood?
That's right.
It was all a big misunderstanding.
Tell us about it.
Well, I wanted to use her phone. I don't know. I guess she got scared about something. All I wanted to do was make a call.
How'd you ask her?
The regular way. I told her I was in trouble. I asked her if I could phone. Next thing I know, she's screaming up a storm. And there are cops all around me. According to the report, you didn't stop when you were told to. Is that right? I guess so.
Well, is it or isn't it?
Yeah.
Why'd you run?
I didn't know what was going on. I got a record. I've had enough to do with cops to last me the rest of my life. As soon as I heard the sirens, I took off. I guess I didn't hear the cop tell me to stop.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe.
Well, you believe the woman who said I tried to slug her. You believe her, but you don't believe me. You see, that's what I meant.
What's that?
Well, as soon as you fall once, there's a dozen cops behind you, all the time waiting to stomp on you.
You ever figure that you helped to build it that way?
It reads good, but you ain't got nobody in your tail.
All right, now tell us again about tonight.
I told the cops who picked me up. I told the cop who fingerprinted me. Already told you once. How many times you want to hear it?
Until we get it the right way.
How you gonna know?
We'll know.
I can't think and hear all this noise.
All right, let's go across the hall where it's quiet. Sit down there. All right, Mason, now let's clean it up.
What do you mean?
You know we're going to have no trouble making you on these things. We've got the victims on their way down here now. As soon as they identify you, you've had it. Save yourself a lot of time and trouble if you cop out.
I'd like to give you a hand, Sergeant. I really would. But there's nothing I can do. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. What were you doing on January 13th?
The 13th?
That's right.
Well, what day was that?
Thursday.
I don't know. That was a long time ago. Hard to remember.
How about the 14th?
Same. I don't remember.
What about the 17th?
Yeah, I can tell you about that.
Go ahead.
I got through work and went home. Met the wife and had dinner. Took in a show.
You can prove that?
Yeah, ask the wife. She'll tell you.
All right. How about Wednesday, the 19th?
Blank.
You don't remember what you were doing on the 19th of January, huh?
No, is it important?
Might be for you. How about the 20th?
That'll be Thursday.
That's right.
I stayed home and watched wrestling on television.
You can prove that, can you?
Sure, we had some people in to watch the matches.
Give us their names?
Yeah?
Who was wrestling that night?
You want them all or just the main?
Well, how about the semi-windup?
Well, let me think. It was a tag team match between the McLean brothers and the South Twins.
You're sure, huh?
Positive.
How about the 22nd? What'd you do then?
22nd? That'd be a
Saturday.
I'm off Saturday. I don't remember too good. Probably came home and sat around the house. Drank beer and loafed.
Mm-hmm. That was Saturday the 22nd?
Yeah, the 22nd.
How about Monday the 24th?
I bowled that night.
Where?
The lane's on Sunset.
You bowl there all the time?
Yeah.
You bowl every Monday night?
No, not every week. Usually it's on Tuesday.
Why'd you change this week?
Some of the guys couldn't make it Tuesday, so we changed the day.
Mm-hmm. Anything special to you about January 17th, 20th, 24th?
What do you mean, special?
Birthday, anniversary, something like that?
No.
Just regular days?
Yeah.
Nothing to make them stand out?
No.
Well, then how come you can remember what you were doing on those days, and you can't give us a story to fit January 13th, 14th, 19th, or the 22nd?
Well, I don't know. What are you guys trying to get me to say? What are you trying to get at?
The truth.
Well, I'm giving it to you.
We can't see it. How come you remember those days?
Well, I don't know. Just do.
It's kind of funny. I couldn't remember what I was doing last week. I'd have to sit down and think about it. You didn't even have to try to remember. You knew right away. Like it was important for you to remember. You trying to build an alibi?
You asked me where I was. I told you.
Let's have the names of the people you say were with you.
You gonna talk to them?
That's right.
Well, maybe they won't remember.
We'll find out if they do.
Well, what happens if they don't?
You're in big trouble. You're holding a lot of it right now. Let's have the names.
Sure, I haven't got anything to worry about. I'll give them to you.
All right. Write them down.
All right. I don't know all the addresses.
We'll look them up for you.
You have to talk to them, huh?
What's the matter? You afraid they won't stand behind you?
Oh, it's not that.
What is it?
It's just that they don't know that I've done time. Maybe when they find out, they'll try to get me. You know, say that they weren't with me. They might do that.
Like the woman tonight.
Yeah, like that.
People don't like you very much, do they, Mason?
Huh?
Just seems like everybody's trying to get you into trouble.
I want a lawyer.
I'll check. See if the victims are here yet. Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen now?
Got some people we want you to see.
Who are they?
The women you beat up.
You can't make me on those jobs.
We think we can.
Yeah, well, you just try. You take this thing to court and I'll throw it right out.
That's the way you got it figured, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I want a lawyer.
They'll get one.
And a jury. I want a jury trial.
You got a choice.
You bet I have. Bring all those women down here to point me out. Well, it ain't gonna work.
Is that so?
A bunch of people who don't like me. Well, I want a jury. A judge and a jury.
All right, you'll get them. But I'll make you a bet.
Huh?
They won't like you either.
On May 16th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of 4 counts of robbery in the first degree, 4 counts of assault with intent to do great bodily injury, and received sentence as prescribed by law.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Tuesday, August 10th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a call that a 72-year-old man and his invalid daughter had been brutally beaten. There was no lead to the identity of their assailants. We had to find them.
Yes?
Miss Hurley?
That's right. Who are you?
Police officers. It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh, well, it's about time you got here.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to see Miss Rarick, please.
Oh, I don't think you can. The ambulance man's with her now. Giving her something to calm her down. Poor thing certainly needs it.
We'd like to see her, please.
Told you, don't know if you can. Have to ask the ambulance man.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll just let us talk to the attendant, please.
Well, you just wait here. I'll talk to him.
We don't like to be rude, ma'am. This is a police investigation. I wonder if we can see Miss Rarick.
All right. Your feet.
Ma'am?
Your feet. Wipe them off. You ain't going to come in here with dirt on your shoes.
Where's Miss Rarick now?
Back there in the bedroom.
I wonder if you could tell me what you know about this, Miss Hurley.
You just bet I can. You just bet. That poor girl back there and her father lying at death's door because you didn't do your job. You know that.
Ma'am?
At death's door. You're supposed to see that things like this don't happen. That's what you're paid for. And look, just look what happened. Both of them all beat up. Just don't understand what the world's coming to when things like this can happen.
Well, first, ma'am, there was no way we could stop this. I think you understand that. We're trying to clean it up now. We're going to need your help to do it. Now, if you just tell me what happened.
Well, that's what you say, but I know different.
Now, look, Miss Hurley, the faster we can get started on this thing, the better chance we have of getting the people responsible for it.
Well, what do you want to know?
If you just start at the beginning, please, and tell me what you know about it.
Yeah. Well, it started this morning about 7:15, I think. I heard this noise at the back door.
What kind of a noise?
Kind of a scratching and a moan, tiny little moan. Sounded like it was way off, kind of in the distance.
Yes, ma'am.
I got up and went to the back door, opened it, and she was there on the porch, just laying there, looked awful. Just wasn't no task at all to see she'd been beat up.
Yes, ma'am.
I came back in here and called the ambulance, then I went back out to see if I could help her. Tried to tell me what happened, how they'd beaten her father. The way they'd hit her, she couldn't talk too good.
I see.
About that time, the other car got here, the one with the men in uniform.
Yes.
They looked around, then they went over to the other house.
That'd be the Rarick house.
That's right, next door.
I see.
Joe?
How is she? Pretty bad. Can we see her?
The attendant says for a couple of minutes, no more. They're going to take her to Georgia Street.
Okay. I'll get it, Miss Hurley.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, just got word from Georgia Street.
Yeah.
Girl's father.
What about him?
Dead on arrival.
8:22 a.m. We continued the questioning.
Just that there were two men. They came in, beat up on her. That was enough.
I see.
One look and you could tell she was hurt bad, and her an invalid. Just don't understand how anybody in their right mind could do a thing like this. Just don't understand it.
Yes, ma'am. You say she's an invalid.
She and her father were in an auto accident a couple of years ago. Some drunk ran right into him, smashed the car all up. Laid Mr. Rarick up for a couple of months and put Patricia in a wheelchair for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
Poor little thing, can't walk at all. Must have crawled over here. Don't know how she did it. Great courage. Great courage.
Yes, ma'am. Now, did you hear anything at all last night?
What do you mean?
Well, a disturbance of any kind.
No. Went to bed about 10, slept like a rock, didn't hear a thing till this morning.
You said that was around 7.
7:15.
But you didn't hear anything before that.
No.
You know if there was anyone that the Raricks were afraid of? Anybody who might have a reason to do this?
Can't think of a soul.
How about money? Did Mr. Rarick keep large sums around the house?
Well, now I don't know for sure. He might have.
Joe?
Yeah. Excuse me.
You gonna want to talk to me some more?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be back.
You want to see her now?
Yeah, we'd like to. Miss Rarick. Miss Rarick?
Who is it?
Police officers. We know you don't feel well, but there are a few questions we have to ask you.
Have they got him, the men who did it?
No, ma'am, not yet.
I tried to tell them to take anything they wanted. I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen to me.
Ma'am,
They hit my father. They tried to kill both of us.
do you know who the men were, Miss Rarick?
What?
I said, do you know who they were, the men who did this? Had you ever seen them before?
No, I don't think so. It was dark. I heard them argue with my father. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. I screamed, but they didn't pay any attention to me. They just kept hitting him.
Can you describe them for us?
And they came into my room. I told them to leave me alone. But they hit me and they hit me. There wasn't anything I could do.
Is there anything you can tell us that might help us to identify them?
And they put me in a closet and locked the door. I told them to take what they wanted.
All right, Miss Rarick, everything's going to be all right. Try to get some rest.
How's my father? Is he all right? Did they kill him? He's dead, isn't he? I know he's dead. They just kept hitting him and they killed him.
Just try to take it easy. Everything's going to be all right.
No, it isn't. He's dead. I know he's dead.
We'll take her downtown.
Yeah. What are her chances?
Well, depends.
On what?
How hard she tries.
9:10 a.m. Frank and I went next door to the Rarick home. The crime lab and latent fingerprint crews had arrived and were going over the place for physical evidence. We talked to Ray Pinker.
Well, that's how they got in.
Yeah.
Must have used their hands. Couldn't find any tool marks.
Figure the window was open, huh, Ray?
Yeah, looks that way. Back door was locked. Doesn't look like they tried to come through there. No indication they forced it.
Well, they sure tore the place up, didn't they? Did you find anything else?
Yeah, they went through everything. Even took some of the pictures off the walls. There isn't a drawer they didn't go through.
Any prints?
A couple of partials for elimination.
This is the girls' room, huh?
Yeah.
Evidently made their entrance here, then went into her father's room. Had the argument there, and then dragged him in here and beat them both up.
This is where they found the old man, huh?
Yeah, lying there on the floor.
How do you figure it happened, Ray?
The way the evidence points, they were looking for something. The old man wouldn't tell them where it was, so they brought him in here. Tried to get the daughter to talk. They must have pulled her out of the chair, hit her, then dragged her into the closet. In here. You can see how she stacked those suitcases up to pull herself out of the window.
Yeah. I don't see how she did it as bad off as she was. Well, and you think robbery's the motive, huh, Ray?
Maybe. One thing, sure.
What's that?
Take a look here. I think this is the murder weapon. Checked around, it looks like they picked it up in a wood pile out in the backyard.
Yeah.
They were ready to kill the Raricks when they came in.
9:30 a.m. The backyard and the surrounding ground were gone over. In the soft earth under the bedroom window, a pair of footprints was found. Plaster casts were made of them. 12:15 p.m. Frank put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. Miss Rarick had been given emergency treatment and had then been removed to the county hospital. According to the doctors in attendance, it would be some time before we'd be able to talk to her. 1:30 p.m. We began to canvass the neighborhood. From the people in the surrounding houses, we found that Mr. Rarick had retired from the wholesale grocery business about 10 years ago. He devoted himself to the cultivation of prize roses and the care of his daughter. The neighbors told us that the Raricks were quiet and that they seldom entertained. 3:15 p.m. We went back to talk to Miss Hurley.
I knew you'd be back.
Ma'am?
I knew you'd come back to talk to me. Could have told you a lot, but I thought that I'd just let you try and find out for yourself. Didn't do too well, did you, huh? Did you?
I don't think I understand, Miss Hurley.
Simple. Anything you want to know about this neighborhood, you come to the source. That's me. Anybody knows what's going on around here, I do.
Well, now, if you had information we could use, ma'am, why didn't you tell us before?
Didn't want to.
Now, look, Miss Hurley, this is a murder investigation. A man has been killed and a woman's been badly beaten. We're going to need all the cooperation we can get.
I'm ready now.
What's that?
I'll cooperate. What do you want to know?
All right, fine. First off, do you have any idea who might have done this?
You just bet I have.
All right, who?
That kid. Only one that's mean enough to do it. Only one.
Who's that?
Herman Jr., Mr. Rarick's son. You just bet he's the one.
Why do you say that?
Because I know, that's why. He's mean. Always had trouble with him. Because the only thrash there ever was between Patricia and me. Troublemaker. That's what he is. Pure and simple. A troublemaker.
How old is the boy, Miss Hurley?
28. Real monster.
Do you know where he is now?
No, and I'm not interested. Happiest day of my life was when he moved out of the house. Oh, he and I used to get in some arguments. Little brat, stand there and think he was so big. Finally, Mr. Rarick saw it, told him to get out. Moved right out of the house, bag and parcel, right out.
Now, you mean that Rarick and his son had arguments, is that right?
See, that's what I mean. No wonder people don't cooperate with you.
Ma'am?
I say something, then you ask me if I mean it. Of course I mean it. Wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Like people who ask what time it is. You tell them, and then they ask you if you're sure. If they don't want to believe you, why'd they ask in the first place?
Yes, ma'am. Now about the arguments.
You gonna let me tell this my way, or aren't you?
Go right ahead.
Well, all right. Anyway, like I told you, this kid used to go out of his way to cause trouble. One day he tore up the whole bed of his father's prize roses. 3 days before the big show, too. That was the end. Never did hear such arguments. Of course, they always had little quarrels, but this was a doozer, real loud. Thought that maybe Herman Jr. was going to hit his father. Sure looked like it.
Were you there at the time?
Well, no, I wasn't. Warm night, just a couple of months ago, I was out in the garage. Just couldn't help hearing what was going on. You know, houses being so close together. You can understand it.
Yes, ma'am, we can understand.
I don't like the way you said that, young man.
Well, I didn't mean anything by it, Miss Hurley.
Suppose not, but I don't want you to get the idea I'm the nosy type.
No, not at all.
Well, anyway, Mr. Rarick told that kid to get his things and get out, right out that night. Told him it was about time he tried to make it on his own. Said he was tired supporting a no-good, worthless bum. Those were his exact words. No good, worthless bum. Real fight.
I see. Well, now, did the boy leave that night?
Oh, yeah. Went right into his room and packed.
Uh-huh.
Said he'd never come back. Didn't want anything more to do with the old man. Then his father told him he was going to cut him out of his will, not leave him a bare-faced dime. Well, you can just believe that's when the trouble really started.
Now, where was Miss Rarick all this time?
In her room. But she came out, wheeled herself right into the room. Told him to stop the foolishness. She always kind of pampered the boy, you know. Think myself that's what caused him to be like he was.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when Herman talked about doing something. Said the old man was senile. Said he was crazy. But the money was his, and he was going to see that he got his share.
Yeah.
Said he was going to get it if he had to kill somebody.
4:10 p.m. We got the full name and description of the boy from Miss Hurley. We went back to the office and ran the name through R&I. We found a Herman R. Rarick, Jr. with a record listing 3 arrests for drunk. We checked out his last known address, an apartment on South Hill, and we found that he'd moved several weeks before. The landlady gave us a forwarding address. 6:10 p.m. Frank and I drove out to see Herman Rarick. It was a large apartment hotel in the Westlake area. We talked to the desk clerk.
Sure, I know Herman. Nice guy. Once in a while, he gets a little loud, but most of the time, he's a real nice guy.
I see. Is he in now?
I don't think so. Let me look. No. Here's his key. I think he went out about an hour ago. Wasn't feeling too well. Bad hangover.
You got an idea where he might be?
Oh, I didn't talk to him. Just saw him go out.
Do you know what he does for a living?
Herman?
Yes, sir.
Don't think he does nothing. Plays the horses a little bit. Picks up a buck that way. Good player. Sure knows the dogs. He's given me a couple of tips. Didn't do any good, but he sure does all right. Made a real killing yesterday. Must have hit it for about 4,000 or 5,000.
Is that right?
Yeah. Showed me the money last night. Real big roll. Least 4 or 5 grand. Tips he put out to me never did any good.
Can you tell us where he was last night?
Say, what's this all about anyway? Herm done something?
Be a little better if we talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you guys know what you're doing, huh?
Yes, sir.
You want to know what he was doing last night, that right?
That's right.
Well, I can tell you. Really tied one on. Of course, with that luck, I don't wonder. He really tied one on.
Sir?
Loaded. He got in here and had a bottle. Say, you won't say anything about this to the management, will you?
No, sir, we won't.
Couldn't have that happen. They don't approve of drinking while I'm on duty. You understand, kind of stuffy, but that's the way they look at it.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, old Herm rolls in here, and he's got this bottle. Asked me to have one with him. Well, I don't like to get him sore, so I do. Then we have a couple more.
I see.
Sat down over there on the couch. I read aloud from the encyclopedia.
What was that?
Encyclopedia. I'm going through all 23 volumes, maps and all.
That's nice.
Training for a quiz show. Volume 5 now. Time I get through, I'll know the answers to every question in the world. Gonna win me a mess of money.
Yes, sir. Now about last night.
Read aloud whenever I can. Remember it better that way.
Yeah. Now, what time was Rarick here?
Well, let's see. I guess 7:15.
Did he go out after that?
Sure didn't. Old Herm. That boy can really put it away. Killed a bottle. And right while I was reading to him about cement.
About what?
Cement. You know, how they make it. A lot of pictures in here. Reading to him about cement, and he fell asleep.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't really fall asleep. Passed out.
Yeah.
Cold. Right there on the couch. Cold.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. Old Herm didn't go anyplace last night.
"8:12 p.m. Herman Rarick returned to the hotel. We checked his shoe size and found that it was not the same as the print found at the scene of the murder. Frank and I talked to him for about an hour. We questioned him about the money that he'd suddenly come up with. He explained that he'd won it at the races. He gave us the name of the man who'd accompanied him to the racetrack. We checked with him and found that Rarick's story was true. 10:46 p.m. I called the office and found that we'd gotten a message from the county hospital. Miss Rarick was able to talk to us. She wasn't completely out of danger, but barring a relapse, she was expected to recover. Frank and I drove out to the hospital and talked to her.
I wish I could help you more than I have, but there just isn't anything else.
Can you give us any kind of a description at all?
No, I didn't get a good look at them. It was dark. I guess I was so frightened I wasn't looking for anything.
I see. Now, did either one of them use a name at any time?
I don't think I know what you mean.
While they were there, did you hear one of them call to the other and use a name?
Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Can you give us any idea of how tall they were?
That'd be pretty hard to do. I could only guess. I'd say maybe as tall as you. I don't think much taller.
How about their build? Was it heavy or slight?
I can't be sure. I guess if I had to say one way or the other, it'd be medium. The one was very strong, though.
Ma'am?
The one that carried me into the closet, he was strong. Just lifted me out of the wheelchair and carried me over to the closet and threw me on the floor.
Did your father have any large amounts of money in the house?
Yes, he did. He never did believe in banks. Not since the crash. Always said he could take care of the money as well as they could.
I see.
He had all his savings in the house. He kept it in the mattress on his bed.
Do you know how much he might have had?
I'm only guessing, but I'd say maybe $2,000 or $3,000. My father didn't discuss finances with me. Always thought it was a man's business, that I shouldn't have to worry about it. I tried to tell him. I tried all the time.
What's that?
To put the money in a bank.
I see.
He used to tell everybody he had it, and I don't think that helped any.
Now, who'd he talk to?
People in the neighborhood. He used to tell them he didn't get the interest the bank paid, But he always knew where his money was. Used to ask them if they could say the same thing.
Can you think of anybody in the neighborhood who might do a thing like this?
No, we've lived in the same place a long time. No, none of the neighbors would even think about it.
I see. Did you and your father have any enemies? Anybody that you had any arguments with?
No, there wasn't anyone.
I see.
Mr. Friday?
Yeah.
Does my brother know about this?
Yes, ma'am, he does. He's outside in the hall right now. He'd like to see you.
The two of them never did get along. I tried to make them understand each other. I tried so hard. It didn't seem to do any good.
Is there anything else you can tell us?
There's one thing I kind of hate to mention. It seems so silly.
What's that, Miss Varick?
Well, when they were arguing with my father in the next room, they got very loud. I thought I recognized one of the voices. I'm not sure. But at the time, I thought about it.
Yeah.
Then when they came into my room, I was pretty sure. But maybe I'm wrong, and I don't want to cause anybody trouble. I wouldn't want to make a mistake about a thing like this.
Well, now, who do you think it might have been?
It sounded like Smokey.
Who's that?
Smokey. He used to do some work around the yard for us.
Does he still work for you?
No, last time I saw him was about a year ago. I haven't seen him since then.
Would you know where we can get in touch with him?
No, I don't.
What's his full name?
I don't know. That's why I thought it might be a little silly. I don't even know his right name. Just told us to call him Smokey. He's a young man.
Yeah.
Can you give us a description of the man?
Oh, yes, nice looking. I hope I haven't made a mistake. I don't want to cause any trouble for him.
Well, don't worry about it.
What?
You didn't cause it. We continued to talk to Miss Rarick. We got the description of the handyman who'd worked for her father. 11:28 p.m. We went back to the city hall and ran the name and description through the moniker files in R&I. We came up with one good possible. In checking his record, we found that his full name was Charles P. Roxford. His age was listed as 26 years, and the rest of his description matched the one we'd gotten from the victim. Roxford had an arrest record listing several charges of forgery, and at that time there was an outstanding warrant on him for check passing. We went back to the office and called Forgery Division. Yeah, Roxford, that's right. No, Charles P. Roxford. R-O-X. That's it. What's that? Well, no, we want to talk to him about a killing out on Brighton. Well, when was that? Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. No, we'll be here. Right. Thank you. Well, it goes like that sometimes.
What do you mean? They know where he is?
Yeah, he's in jail. Charles Roxford had been picked up by officers in Forgery Division while he was trying to pass a bad check. They were talking to him when we called. The suspect was brought to the homicide squad room where we questioned him. He'd admit nothing except his name and that he'd been trying to pass a phony check.
You're off your rocker. You got me for one thing, hanging paper. That's it, and there's nothing more you can make out of it.
How about the money we found on you?
Yeah, how about it?
Where'd it come from?
I won it.
Where?
In a crap game.
Where was the game?
I forgot. It's a floating game, moved around a lot.
You worked for the Rarick family a year ago.
I don't know. Might have. I worked for a lot of people.
You worked for him.
Like I said, I might have.
They seem to think you did.
So they're right. What's it mean?
You ever had any arguments with Mr. Rarick?
No, we got along good. Never had no trouble.
His daughter thinks different.
That's so?
That's right.
And she's off her rocket, too. Look, maybe you guys got all night, but I haven't.
You aren't going anyplace, fella.
Well, how about booking me, then? Let's talk about it in the morning.
That's fine with us, Roxford, as soon as you answer a few questions for us.
I told you all I know.
Maybe you forgot something. Let's go over it again.
Okay, where do we start?
You tell us what you've been doing the last few days.
Any one day in particular, or do you want a rundown, minute by minute?
You just tell us what you've been doing, will you?
Well, now, let's see. This is Tuesday, isn't it?
Wednesday morning.
Big deal. Let's start with Monday. That all right with you?
All right, get on with it now.
I got up in the morning about, I think it's about 10:30. Lit a cigarette. Then I got dressed and went downstairs and had some breakfast. Interesting?
Go ahead.
I can spice it up for you if you want. Kind of dull when you tell it straight.
You just tell the story when you get it straight.
What are you guys trying to prove? What are you trying to tie on me?
What'd you do last night?
Had dinner and went to a show.
Where'd you eat dinner?
Place down on Spring?
Did you eat alone?
Yeah.
What'd you do then?
I went to a show.
Who went with you?
Nobody. I didn't say anybody went with me.
Oh, I must have thought you said that.
Yeah. I went alone.
Where'd you go after that?
Walked around, had a couple of drinks.
Where?
Bar down on 5th.
What time was that?
Around 12:30 or so.
Anybody with you?
No.
You know the bartender?
Never went in the place before.
Well, then you got no way of proving you were there, have you?
Do I have to?
That'd help.
Why? I'm a big boy now. I don't have to explain anything to you guys. Get off my back, huh? I'm getting sick of playing footsie with you.
Where'd you go after you left the bar?
I went home.
Where's that?
Place over on 4th.
What time did you get in?
I don't know, 1:30, 2.
The desk clerk see you come in?
No, he was asleep.
How long ago did you say you worked for the Raricks?
I didn't. You said it was a year ago.
Was that right?
I guess so. I forget. Why? What's this about them, anyway?
You got any way of proving where you were last night?
I don't have to.
That's the way it looks to you, mister.
Look, you're in trouble if you don't come up with an alibi we can't break.
That right?
That's right.
Why?
Because Miss Rarick got a good look at you.
She couldn't have. The lights were out.
All right, Roxford. Tell us about it.
Come on, Roxford.
All right. I should have known. Never should have done it. But I didn't have any choice. Well, you can figure that, can't you?
What do you mean?
I owed this money. The guys were getting tired of waiting. They said I had to come up with it. I didn't have a choice.
That right.
Sure, you can see it, can't you? I had to come up with the money. I tried to win it back. The more I played, the more I owed him. There wasn't any other way. I knew the old man had it. It wasn't doing him any good. I needed it. I knew he kept his money in the house.
Who was with you?
Jackie Forbes.
You know where we can find him?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Want to get the stenographer?
Right.
Should have known. There wasn't any choice. There wasn't any other way.
Why'd you kill him?
He knew who I was. No choice. I had to kill her.
Is that right?
Well, sure, you can see that yourself, can't you? I had to have the money. If I didn't pay these guys, I'd have been in real trouble.
Yeah.
Well, they'd give me all kinds of trouble.
What do you got now?
On December 10th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspects were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. The jury made no recommendation for leniency.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Wednesday, August 18th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division, Missing Persons Detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We'd gotten a report that a young mother and a 9-week-old baby had disappeared. We had to find them.
I'm moving as fast as I can.
Sounds like she's got trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mrs. Fleischer,
Yeah, what is it?
police officers would like to talk to you if we could.
Well, come on in. Gotta take care of that kid.
Sounds like colic.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what it is. Colic. Wonder if she has a hot water bottle.
For what?
You put a hot water bottle on the kid's stomach. Makes him feel a lot better.
That's so.
Mm-hmm. Both our kids had colic.
Baby's teething, having a tough time.
Oh. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We'd like to ask you some questions about one of your tenants.
Oh? Which one?
And Mrs. Shipley. We understand she had apartment 207.
Oh, yeah, she did. What about her?
You know where we can get in touch with her?
Ain't got any idea.
When'd you see her last?
I guess it must have been a month ago.
Possible you might be able to give us an exact date on that?
If I could have done that, I'd have told you right out. I got nothing to hide.
No, ma'am, we didn't say you did.
Sounded like it. Sounded an awful lot like it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am.
When Harriet first moved in here, we got along fine. She's all the time wanting me to tell her how to take care of the baby when it came.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Used to have our little cup of coffee in the afternoon. Chummy. Then all of a sudden it got different.
How's that?
Just did. Her husband was overseas in the army.
Guess Harriet missed him pretty much. At least she was always saying how she did. How she wished he could be here when the baby was born. Got terrible depressed.
I see.
Moody, you know.
How long had her husband been away?
4 months this time, someplace in the Pacific, I think. Army. Harriet used to go out once in a while, go down to the show. Seemed like every picture she saw made her sadder. Just got so sad she couldn't take it no more. I guess that's why she did it.
Did what?
Tried to kill herself.
Miss Shipley did?
Yeah. I walk up there and I find her dying. That far from death's door. And when she comes home from the hospital, what thanks do you think I get?
Well, I wouldn't know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Nothing. She's mad. Says I should have left her alone. Let her done it. Come in here when she got back and read me off in words that I ain't used to hearing.
I see.
I got 5 kids, mister. They take a lot of time. And I ain't got enough to go running around after nobody who don't thank a person for saving their life like that. I called it quits right then. We was no longer friends.
When did she make the attempt on her life, do you know?
Last September. Don't remember the date. Think it was the 2nd, maybe the 3rd week. I'm not sure what day it was. Anyway, after I save her life, she's mad at me.
She have any people here in Los Angeles, would you know?
Never heard of her talking none. She's got a sister, I know that, but I don't know where she is. Don't think Harriet ever mentioned.
What did she say to you when she left? She give you any idea where she was going?
I didn't see her. She didn't even come by and say, so long, goodbye, take a jump, nothing. She just left. One night she's here, next morning she's gone.
She get any mail while she was here, would you know?
Yeah, once in a while she'd get a letter from her husband, and then there was some mail from San Francisco. Don't know who they was from.
Did she take everything with her, all of her personal things?
No, left it all here. Of course, it's not much, but it's all here.
Where are the things?
Downstairs in the basement. I got it all put away in case she ever comes back. It's gonna cost her, too. Storage and for me to pack it. I told you it isn't much. Some dresses, a few clothes for the baby, phonograph, couple records. That's about it. You can see them if you want.
We'd like to take a look before we leave. Did Miss Shipley have any close friends that you know of?
Not that I know of. She might have had some down at the Dream Palace.
Where?
Oh, where she worked. A dance hall downtown. She was a kind of hostess there.
That's the name of the place, is it? The Dream Palace?
Yeah. She might have had some friends down there. None of them came here, though. At least if they did, I never saw them.
Would you know of any reason that she left in such a hurry?
Not right off. I can't think of one. There was something wrong with her, though, when she came back from the hospital. You know when she had the baby? She was worried about something.
Would you know what it was?
No. All I know is when she'd been home a couple of days, she came down here and she asked me to do some work on the apartment. I told her if she wanted anything done, she could do it herself after the way she talked to me.
What'd she want done?
Silliest thing I ever heard of. She didn't have anything to steal.
Ma'am?
She wanted all the locks on the doors changed.
10:46 a.m. In the company of the apartment manager, Frank and I went down to the basement and we looked through the missing woman's effects. Other than the phonograph, some used baby clothes, cheap women's dresses, and an empty diary, we found nothing. There were no snapshots or letters to aid us in ascertaining where she might have gone. We asked Mrs. Fleischer to notify us in the event that she heard from the Shipley woman. Frank put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and verified the story about the attempted suicide. 11:15 a.m. After we checked the phone book for the address of the Dream Palace Dance Hall, Frank and I drove out to the place.
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officers, we'd like to ask you some questions. My name is Smith. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
Hi, my name's Lasnik. Won't shake hands? Got butter all over him. Sit down. Care for a sandwich?
No, thank you.
You do, there's all the makings. Bread, butter, pickle, salami. Help yourself.
No, thanks.
Don't mind if I go ahead. Got a bunch of kids coming in at 3:30. Like to get the place cleaned up before then.
No, sir, you go right ahead.
What do you want to see me about?
It's about one of your employees.
Yeah? Which one?
A girl named Harriet Shipley.
Oh, yeah, I remember. She don't work here no more.
Any idea where she is?
Ain't got the slightest. I ain't seen Nadine in about maybe 6 weeks.
No, sir, you don't understand. We're inquiring about a Harriet Shipley.
Yeah, I know. Told you I ain't seen her in 6 weeks.
What's this about Nadine?
Her club name.
Oh.
You see, lots of the girls don't like to use their real names in case a fellow wants to get chummy away from here. It's easier if you don't know the girl's real name. Harriet used Nadine.
We understand.
We got a bunch of them. When one of the girls leaves, we put the name back in the hat. New girl picks it. Had 14 Nadines since we opened.
I see.
27 Altheas.
Yeah. Do you have any idea where the Shipley girl is?
Nope. Check with her husband. He might know.
We understood he was in the Army.
That's right, he is. Overseas. He should know where his wife is, though. Ask him.
Well, we'll probably do that, sir, but we thought maybe we could turn her up ourselves. There's been a missing report filed on her.
Listen, huh? Who told it?
Sir?
Who told about her being missing?
Report was filed by her mother-in-law.
I told you, I ain't seen her in 6 weeks. Wish I could help you fellas out.
The last time you saw the Shipley girl, she say anything about leaving town?
No. Wouldn't be surprised, though.
Why do you say that?
Well, the poor kid was scared to death. Told me she wanted to get away.
Do you know what she was frightened about?
Yeah, Max Bender. That's what she was afraid of. Max.
Who's he?
Look, I'll tell you the whole thing. Be easier that way. One favor I gotta ask, though.
Yes, sir.
You won't tell Max I told you. He'd come up here and he could tear the place apart easy. He would, too, if he knew I'd told on him. You gotta promise me you won't tell him.
All right, sir, we won't tell him. Go ahead, please.
Well, Nadine, or Harriet, she came to work for me about 1.5 years ago. Came in and told me she'd had some experience in a dance place in the Midwest. I don't remember the name right off. Probably come to me.
Yes, sir.
Well, I told her I'd try her. You know, sort of a probationer.
Yes, sir.
Worked out fine. End of the week, I put her on permanent. She did real well. A lot of guys got to coming in just to dance with her. Wouldn't have nobody else. Just Nadine. Harriet.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she met Max. Came in one night, fell for her, and they started to go together. I told him I didn't like the idea of the girls going out with the customers. Didn't make any difference to them, though. They kept right on seeing each other.
That's this Bender fella, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, one night this soldier came in. He was stuck right away with Nadine. Asked her for a dance. Kept buying tickets all night so as he could dance with her. Came back the next night. Same thing.
That's Harriet, you mean?
That's right. Made Max pretty sore, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. She wanted to be with the soldier.
Yeah.
Wasn't too long before she told me they was going to get married. Well, the word got around about that, and it really made Max hacked. Real hacked.
Yes, sir.
Him and the soldier, Shipley, they had a fight downstairs. One night after we closed, it was a real brawl. Cops and everything. Max really cleaned up on the soldier. Didn't do any good, though.
What do you mean?
Nadine told Max to stay away from her. Keep far away. Told him that her and the soldier was going to get married and that they were through. She met Max and her.
Yeah.
The soldier and Nadine got married a couple days later, and she quit her job. Right after that, I heard he went overseas, and Max was around trying to break things up. Didn't do no good, though. Nadine loved the soldier, and she planned to stay with him.
Yeah.
Tried to talk to Max, tell him to stay out of it. Leave the girl alone. Didn't do no good. He was sure hacked. Said that she was his girl. Might take some time, but it'd get her for in and out on him. I figure he told her that, too. That's what she was afraid of. Don't blame her. Max told me that. I'd believe him.
What's that?
But he was going to kill her.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lasnik. You've been a great help here.
No trouble. Sure you don't want some of this pie? Mighty good.
"12:26 p.m. Frank and I got back to the office. We had a complete list of the people who worked with Harriet Shipley. In checking them through R&I, we found that none of the 14 people on the list had arrest records. We did find a record for Max Bender, who'd been picked up on a charge of suspicion of burglary. However, according to the information on the report, he'd been released because of lack of evidence. We checked the log about the fight Lasnik had mentioned. We found that an FI card had been filed, but no arrest had been made. We talked with Sergeant Eggenweiler and Sergeant Rubel, the officers who'd handled the burglary case. They told us that in their contacts with Bender, he was sullen and uncooperative. They went on to say that he'd been seen in the company of known criminals. They told us that in their opinion, they considered the man dangerous. They also said that they'd help us in finding him. Frank and I went ahead checking out the missing girl's friends and acquaintances. We talked to everybody on the list we'd gotten from Ernest Lasnik, but none of them could give us any idea where we might find the Shipley girl. Most of them, however, told us about the threat that Bender had made against her life, and they expressed the opinion that he was responsible for her disappearance. The next day, Thursday, August 19th.
Did I tell you Harriet Shipley's mother-in-law called again this morning?
No. What you want?
Wanted to know how we were doing, what progress we've been able to make.
Yeah.
I filled her in on what we found. I didn't tell her about Bender. Just said we thought we'd be able to find the girl.
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her when she made the original report, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah, I did.
Well, what do you think?
What do you mean?
Well, isn't there something a little off base to you?
Well, I'm not sure I know what you're trying to get at.
Well, it just seems to me that she doesn't care if we find her daughter-in-law or not. All she cares about is the kid.
Yeah, I kind of got that idea myself. The way she talked, it doesn't sound like she and the girl got along too well, does it?
Just seems like there's something she isn't telling us. I asked her this morning if she'd heard from her son, if he knew anything about where his wife might be.
What'd she say to that?
Told me she hasn't wanted to bother him, make him worry. Wouldn't even give me his mailing address. Said she didn't want him alarmed unless there was a reason.
The way I see it, his wife being gone's reason enough, isn't it?
I told her that. She said our job was just to find the girl and the baby, that's all.
Well, cooperation like that isn't going to make it any easier. We can only do so much if she isn't going to help us.
Doesn't make a lot of sense, Joe. Her filing the report and then holding out information.
Missing persons Friday. Oh, yeah, Rubel. Where? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What'd she say? Yeah. I see. What? Yeah, do you want to call the crime lab? Right. Yeah, we'll meet you out there. Yeah, right away. Well, they found where Bender was living.
What do you mean was?
Checked out in July, about the same time the Shipley girl disappeared. The landlady hasn't seen him since. Guys came up with something else.
Yeah.
A couple of shirts for a little baby.
Uh-huh.
Blood stains all over him. a.m. We got to the apartment where Bender had been living. The crew from the crime lab were there, and they were going over the place. Sergeant J. Allen told us that he'd have to run a precipitate test on the stains found on the clothing before he could tell whether or not they were of human origin. Frank left to call the office, and a local and an APB were put out on Max Bender, asking that he be picked up as a possible suspect. Also, to have his card flagged in the record bureau. We talked to the landlady at the apartment building, and she told us that Bender had left his apartment hurriedly one night about the middle of July. She told us no one had occupied the apartment since Bender left. We asked her to notify us immediately in the event the suspect returned. That afternoon, the picture of Harriet Shipley was telecast over the police program. We got several calls from citizens who said that they had seen the girl. One of the callers, a cab driver, told us that he'd driven a girl with a baby to a bus station during the month of July, and that the girl had told him that she wanted to go to San Diego. The police in that city were alerted.
Anything from San Diego?
No, not yet. Missing persons Friday. I see. Yes, we did. Where? You sure about that, are you? Okay. Right away. Let's go.
What do you got?
Shipley girl, they found her. The call had come from a nurse at the State Mental Hospital in Camarillo. She told me that they had a patient who resembled the photograph of the missing girl as televised on the police program. Frank and I left the office and drove out to the hospital. We talked to the nurse who was taking care of the sick girl. According to the information on her admission papers, she'd been committed on August 10th by her sister, who gave the name Harriet Lavin. From personal effects and the scars on her wrists, we were reasonably sure of the identification. The nurse went on to tell us that the girl was undergoing treatment, but there was little hope for her recovery. She was unable to give us any information about the child. We got the address of Harriet Shipley's sister, checked out a trip car, and drove down to San Diego to talk to her.
What do you want to know? Don't make no difference now. You can go back and tell her that it's too late. Way too late.
Tell who?
Mrs. Shipley, Harriet's mother-in-law. You go back and tell her that she done it good. There ain't nothing left to do to Harriet. It's all been done. You tell her that.
We don't work for Miss Shipley. We're trying to find out what happened to your sister and the baby.
Who asked you to find out in the first place? Was her, wasn't it? Wasn't she the one?
She filed the report.
That's what I mean. You go back and tell her that there's nothing more she can do to Harriet, or the baby, or to Big Perry.
Where is the baby?
He's not here.
Do you know where he is?
Yes. But I ain't gonna tell you, I ain't gonna tell anybody. I promised Harriet I wouldn't, and I'm gonna keep it.
Look, Miss Lavin, we don't want to hurt your sister. We're just trying to get at the truth here. Now, maybe you better tell us what you know.
You ain't doing this for old Mrs. Shipley?
No, ma'am.
All right, then, I'll tell you. But not for her. I wouldn't give her the right time of day. She's the one who did it, the whole thing. You can lay it right at her feet.
All right, you want to tell us?
Since they got married, she's been giving the kids trouble. Right from the first. First time she heard about it. Said Harriet wasn't good enough for her son. Said Harriet was cheap. Didn't make any difference to the kids. They were in love. So they got married.
I see.
As soon as Big Perry went overseas, she started on Harriet to get an annulment. All the time writing her letters, telling her how cheap she was, and that if she really loved Perry, she'd let him go. Then she found out about the baby, and then she started saying how they should get a divorce.
Does Harriet's husband know about this?
Sure, knew it all along. He didn't like it, told his mother to stay out of their lives, kept telling her. Didn't do no good. Then Harriet got the wire. The one where it said that Big Perry was dead. Almost killed her. They was really in love. Isn't often you see something like them, too. Real love. The kind you live, not the kind you talk about.
Yeah.
Well, one night, right after she got the wire, she got a phone call from San Francisco, from old Mrs. Shipley. She told Harriet that she was going to court to take the baby away from her. Said that she could prove that Harriet wasn't a good mother and she didn't deserve to have the baby.
Was your sister living here at the time?
No, but she'd come down every weekend. There was a guy up in L.A. that was giving her trouble, a fellow named Bender, I think. He was with her when she tried to kill herself. He ran out so he wouldn't get mixed up in it. He was always giving Harriet trouble, so she left one night, get away from him and from old Mrs. Shipley. She came here and said that she just wanted to be left alone with her baby. That's not a lot to ask, is it? Just to be left alone?
No, ma'am.
It was old Mrs. Shipley. She just wouldn't let Harriet alone. Kept after her, saying how she was going to take the baby away, how Harriet was an unfit mother. It got on her mind. Finally, wasn't much else she was thinking about but how to keep that baby. Went out walking one night. Took the baby with her. Rained. Rained hard. Guess the baby took cold. Anyway, the next day he came down with a bad fever. A couple days later, he was dead. Only lived 9 weeks, and he was dead.
All right, would you go on, please?
Harriet didn't say anything. She didn't do nothing but just stare at the wall. She didn't even cry. Just sat there and looked at that wall. Then all of a sudden she just went to pieces. I called the doctor. He said it was a breakdown. Said I should have her committed. That's what I did. I went up to see her. I'm her sister. And she didn't even know me. So you just tell old Mrs. Shipley how she did. Just tell her what she did to my sister. Tell her how the baby's dead, and she finally got what she wanted. Because now Harriet hasn't got the baby. Nobody's got him. Nobody.
We got back to Los Angeles and we went directly to the hotel where Mrs. Shipley was staying.
Good evening, Sergeant Friday. Officer Smith, come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I was just having a drink. Could I fix you one?
No, thank you.
How about you, Mr. Smith?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I go ahead?
Please do.
There's another chair over there, Sergeant.
No, thanks. I'd rather stand.
The desk clerk said it's important.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Have you found my daughter-in-law?
Yes, ma'am, we have.
And the baby? Where is he? Is he still with her?
No, ma'am, he's not.
Well, where is he?
Miss Shipley, your daughter-in-law's a pretty sick girl.
Oh?
She's in the state hospital at Camarillo.
Camarillo?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a mental hospital, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but then I always knew she wasn't very stable.
Miss Shipley, why didn't you tell us your son was dead?
Didn't think it had any bearing on the case. What difference does it make?
You don't seem very interested in his wife either.
I'm going to be honest with you, Sergeant. I'm not in the least interested in what she does or where she is. I never did feel that she was the right girl for my son, never. When the baby was born, I tried to go along with it. Tried to be nice to her. She wouldn't have it. She wouldn't even be friendly. She poisoned my son, turned him against me. She's a terrible woman. Just terrible. And whatever has happened to her is exactly what she's got coming. Naturally, I'm sorry it's the way it is, but there's nothing I can do. All I'm interested in right now is my grandson. I want him. And if I have to go to court to get him, then I'll do it that way.
That won't be necessary, ma'am.
Well, where is he? I'd like to go and get him now that Perry's wife can't take care of him.
He's dead, ma'am.
If this is some kind of a joke that you're making up to help my daughter-in-law keep him, it won't work.
No, ma'am, it's no joke. It's the truth. He died in the hospital down in San Diego.
It's not right. It's not right. She did this, Harriet. She did it to get even with me. I know she did.
I'm sorry, Miss Shipley. Wish there was something we could do.
Oh, no, you're not. You're just like the rest of them. There's no one else to consider in this mess. Just her.
What about the baby?
Saturday, August 21st, a meeting was held in the Captain of Homicide's office, Los Angeles Police Department. In a moment, the results of that meeting. At a meeting held in Captain Lorman's office, it was determined that no criminal act had taken place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop. It was Tuesday, April 27th. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. We got a call from one of the richest neighborhoods in the city. One of the residents reported a 10-year-old boy and his sister were going from door to door begging for food. We had to find out why. Just what I was telling you on the phone. A 10-year-old boy and his sister covering the neighborhood begging for food. You ready to go?
Yeah, you arranged for a policewoman?
Just did.
Kids are supposed to come from a wealthy family.
Enough money to live in the best part of town.
Doesn't make sense. Sounds like a gag.
Not according to the neighbor who phoned in.
Yeah.
She says the kids are half starved. Frank and I drove out to a mansion in one of the wealthiest parts of town. The other homes in the neighborhood were just as large, $50,000 and up. It was the last place in the city that you'd expect to find neighborhood children begging for food. "3:20 p.m. We went around to the rear entrance of the mansion.
We located the woman who'd called in the complaint, a Miss Jeanette Behan. She was employed as a laundress and cook by the owners of the house.
They are from the house next door, officers. The children, as I explained on the phone. A boy about 10 years, a girl, 6 years old, I guess.
Which side do they live on, Miss Behan? The house on the corner?
No, the other side. Up here, brown and white house.
Are the children there now, do you know?
No, but they were here this afternoon again, here to the back door, asking for something to eat. I do not understand it. Something must be wrong.
Have they been around often, Miss Behan?
2 or 3 days, maybe 4 days. At first, I thought they were fooling, but they were not. I gave them cookies, sandwiches. They were very hungry. They ate like they were starving. The little girl saved their cookies. She took them home with her.
How about their parents? They home now?
Excuse me, the potage. There. That's better.
Yes, ma'am.
No. I have not seen the mother the last few days. I understand they are divorced. The mother, she lives there with the children. The father, I don't know.
What's their name, do you know?
Kessler. Madame, the woman I work for, she says there are 3 children in the Kessler family. I don't know. I only have seen 2 of them, the boy and the girl. I would go over and see what is wrong, but I do not know the Kesslers. It is not my place. That's why I called you, officer.
Yes, ma'am, I see.
You understand. I do not mind giving the children food. I think only something is wrong if they do not get it at home.
Well, thanks very much for notifying us, Miss Behan. We'll look into it right away.
I'm just curious, Miss Behan, but what's that you're making there?
This? Napoleon.
What's that?
Napoleon. Do you know? Napoleon pastry.
Oh, sure. Smells good, doesn't it? Thanks again, ma'am.
Certainly, officer. If there is something I can do, will you let me know?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Officer.
You know, it's funny, Joe.
What's that?
Those Spanish women make fine cooks, don't they?
Spanish? You sounded Viennese to me.
Oh, sure. French pastry. Sam Kessler, a prominent society?
I don't know. There's a lot of them around. Could be. Want to try it again?
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Your name, Kessler?
Yeah, I'm Richard. My mother's not home. Maybe you can come back tomorrow.
We're police officers, son. I'd like to come in and talk to you if it'd be all right.
Yeah, I guess that's all right. Would you come in, please?
Thank you. Richard was polite, well-mannered. He told us he was 10 years old and that he attended the neighborhood grammar school. The house was cold and musty. Looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. The boy showed us back to the kitchen where he was warming a can of soup that he'd borrowed from a neighbor.
What do you want to talk to me about, officers? I haven't done anything wrong.
We know that, son. We'd just like to find out how you've been getting along.
Well, I've been getting along all right. I got 2 A's and 4 B's on my report card last month.
Mm-hmm. Where's your sister, Dick?
Judy? Oh, she's just down the street. She'll be back in a minute.
How about your mother? Where's she?
Oh, she's out, too. She'll be back.
When do you expect her, son?
Pretty soon. She'll be coming back pretty soon.
Now, your sister, Judy, she's younger than you are, isn't she, Dick?
Yeah, she's 6. I'm 10.
Any other grown-ups live here with you besides your mother?
No, Mom takes care of us. She'll be coming back pretty soon.
I'd like to have you tell us the truth on this, son. How long's she been gone?
I don't know. It's probably important. It's taken her a long time. If you come back tomorrow, she'll probably be here.
When's the last time you saw her, son? Son, how about it?
A couple days ago.
Well, this is Tuesday. You mean she left the house Sunday?
No, last Friday night she went out. She said she'd be back. I don't know.
Did she say where she was going, son?
No, but her boyfriend was here, Larry. I don't know his last name. She went out with him to a party, I think. I don't know. She'll be back all right.
Did she leave anyone to take care of you?
No, we could take care of ourselves. Nobody fixed the cooking room. Yeah, I better take a look at that soup.
I'll get it, son.
Has your mother ever gone off like this and left you before, son?
Maybe once or twice. She never stayed away this long, though.
What's the matter, son?
Well, it's Johnny, officer. Johnny hasn't eaten very much. He must be hungry by now. I was fixing the soup for him.
Where is Johnny?
In the nursery. He's got a bad cold. Mom knew Johnny was sick. That's why I've been wondering. She hasn't been back yet. I don't think Johnny's feeling well.
Well, how long has he had this cold, son?
A couple days before Friday, before Mom left.
How old is he?
Oh, Johnny? He's just a little kid. He won't be 2 years old till July. I've been wondering about him. At first he coughed a lot. I've been feeding him milk and potato chips, same as Judy and I have. I don't know.
Mind if we take a look at him, son?
Yeah, all right if you want.
Has the doctor been out to see your brother?
No, I thought of calling, but I don't know the doctor's name. I was waiting till Mom got home. This is Johnny's room here. Would you come in, please? Sure. Look at the officer. That's my brother Johnny.
It's cold in here. Yeah. Let's have a look here.
Hi, Johnny. You hungry now?
I think he's asleep, son. Joe. Yeah, look at his eyes. Yeah, better get an ambulance. Tell him to hurry. Right.
What's the matter, officer? What about Johnny's eyes?
He'll be all right, son.
He's been acting awful quiet, hardly moving around at all. Most of the time he's jumping around the crib like anything.
Has anyone at all been in here to see him since Friday?
Yes, sir. My sister Judy and I. We change his diapers and give him something to eat.
I see.
Gee, I wish Mom would get home. I'd sure like to talk to her.
Yes, son, so would I. 3:48 p.m. We put in a call to the office for a policewoman. Then we got in touch with Ray Pinker at the crime lab, and he sent out a man to photograph the condition of the Kessler home and the children. The ambulance arrived, and little Johnny Kessler was taken to the general hospital in a critical condition. The 22-month-old boy was in a coma. Richard Kessler and his sister Judy were taken to Georgia Street Juvenile Division and then transferred to Juvenile Hall. They were placed under protective custody, Section 700 Sub B, Welfare and Institution Code. They were held at Juvenile Hall, Lathrop Cottage, segregated from the delinquent juveniles in the adjoining building. Richard and Judy were given a bath and something to eat. Judy was interrogated separately by a policewoman. Frank and I talked to the boy, Richard. After a few minutes, he broke down and admitted that his mother had gone off and left the children alone on at least a half a dozen occasions. He told us his parents were divorced. He rarely saw his father, but his mother had had 2 or 3 boyfriends at the house during the past year. He also told us that his mother drank quite a bit.
But she's never been gone this long, officer. Maybe she's out somewhere and has no way to get home.
We'll find her, all right, son. Don't you worry about it. Now, this boyfriend of your mother's son, his first name's Larry. Is that all you can tell us?
Yes, sir. I don't know his last name. Are you going to keep us here all night, Judy and I?
Well, it's just for a day or so, son. They'll take good care of you.
Where'd they take Judy?
She's right next door. You can see her in a minute.
I'd like to see her right now if I could. I'm worried about her.
All right, son. I'll see what I can do.
Now about my brother Johnny. I'd like to take care of myself if I could. He gets pretty fussy around strangers.
Well, they've got him over at the hospital, son. They'll take good care of him. You can count on that.
I don't know, officer. He gets pretty fussy.
All right, we'll see if we can fix that up for you, too. Now, there's one thing I'd like to know, Dick. Do you have any relatives in Los Angeles? Any aunts, uncles, anyone like that?
No, just my father, but I don't know where he lives. A nurse used to take care of us, Mrs. McIntosh. She was swell. But Mom fired her.
Oh, how'd that happen? Would you know?
No, I don't know. Maybe Mom was drinking. Mrs. McIntosh got mad at her. They had a big fight. Then Mom fired her.
Well, this Mrs. McIntosh, do you know where you can find her?
No, sir, I don't.
Now, how about the other boyfriends your mother had, Dick? Do you remember any of their names?
No, one of them was George something. I don't remember the other one.
Joe? Yeah. See you a minute? Sure. Excuse me, I'll be right back, son. The hospital just called. It's a rotten shame. What's that? The Kessler boy. Little Johnny? Yeah. He just died.
All the pertinent facts and data would be listed on the crime report. If and when the case was closed, the report would be filed away. Wouldn't be any different from 1,000 other dead body reports. The same size, the same color, the same number in the lower left-hand corner. In the course of 10 or 20 years on the job, a police officer sees a lot of them. Most of them he forgets. A few of them he never forgets. The next morning, the body was posted at the county morgue. It was found that the youngster had been suffering from malnutrition. The cause of death was due to a basal skull fracture. Homicide detail was notified. The search for the mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler, went on. We talked to her neighbors, all her friends that we could locate. We checked out an address book we found in Mrs. Kessler's personal effects. No luck. We got out a broadcast in an APB. Thursday, April 29th.
Anything?
Another blank.
I was just thinking, Joe, the two kids, Richard and Judy. You think it might have happened that way?
What do you mean?
Well, they were taking care of little Johnny. They might have had an accident with him and afraid to tell us.
Well, it's a possibility. Better chance it was somebody else, though.
The mother?
Well, we know Mrs. Kessler drinks quite a bit. She could have lost patience with the little fella. More chance of an accident there, don't you think? Yeah. Juvenile Friday. Oh, yeah. How are you, Bert? You did, huh? What was that? I see. Yeah, you bet it does. Thanks very much, Bert. Bye. Might be something.
Yeah.
Woman answering Mrs. Kessler's description checked into a hotel on South Hope last night.
Still registered?
Checked out early this morning. She left a sport coat in the room.
Yeah.
Blood stains on it. Friday, April 30th. We were still without a lead to the whereabouts of the missing mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler. The blood-stained coat which had been found in the South Hope Street Hotel was shown to Mrs. Kessler's friends. They identified it as belonging to the missing woman. We showed the coat to Mrs. Kessler's children, Richard and Judy. They recognized it as belonging to their mother. Routine investigation of the hotel room failed to uncover any further leads. We got out a supplementary APB, and then we started rechecking with the Kessler woman's friends and acquaintances. We found nothing. We inquired at a dozen taverns and cocktail lounges that she'd been known to frequent. No sign of her. No sign of her boyfriend. In rechecking her personal effects, we found a canceled check to their former nurse, a Mrs. McIntosh. The endorsement carried her address. We checked it out. She'd moved. We traced her to her forwarding address. There, we were told that she had a new job as a nursemaid with a family living in the Los Feliz district. We called there and talked to Mrs. McIntosh. She told us that she was just leaving the house with two of the children for an outing in Griffith Park. We made arrangements to meet with her there. At 1:55 p.m., we located Mrs. McIntosh in the Griffith Park Zoo.
I read about it in the paper, Sergeant, about Johnny. I didn't know you wanted to talk to me. I would have called in if I did.
We're still trying to locate the mother, Mrs. McIntosh. Can you help us out there?
I don't know. Have you asked her those places she used to go to all the time, where she used to drink?
Yes, ma'am, we have. They couldn't help us. Did you know any of Mrs. Kessler's boyfriends, the ones that came to the house?
Yes, I knew all of them. Donald, don't you wander off now. Same for you, Patsy. Stay close.
Now, the boy Richard was telling us about one of the boyfriends, ma'am. Name's Larry.
Oh, yes. Donald, you heard what I said. Stay close. Yes, I knew that, Larry.
Do you remember what his last name was, ma'am?
Yes, Carpenter. Some kind of an actor in the movies, I think.
Larry Carpenter. You know where he lives?
No. I think he had an apartment in Hollywood. I wouldn't know the address.
What kind of a man is this Carpenter? I mean, his temperament, things like that.
Lazy. I don't know how much money Mrs. Kessler spent on him.
Did the two of them ever argue? Did they ever have any fights, would you know?
All the time. He had a terrible temper.
Did he ever strike Miss Kessler?
Oh, yes. I saw it happen several times.
How did this Carpenter act toward the children, Mrs. McIntosh?
Indifferent, I guess. They annoyed him sometimes. Lord only knows what happened after I left.
And that was after you had the argument with Mrs. Kessler?
Yes, it was about her drinking and her boyfriends and all the rest. I just got sick of it. I told her what I thought.
She just wouldn't admit she was getting old. Not caring for the children, pretending she was still in her 20s.
Do you have any idea where we might locate the father?
Well, they're divorced, you know. He's a head salesman for a lumber concern downtown. He inherited most of his money. I have the name of the company at home. You can have it if you like.
Thank you very much. We'd appreciate it.
It's the children I feel sorry for, not her.
Yes, ma'am.
3 beautiful children, and the way she treated them. Poor Johnny. Poor baby. I just can't understand it.
Ma'am?
Johnny. I mean, to go off and desert a helpless baby, her own baby. What reason could she have to do that?
I don't know, ma'am, but it better be a good one. Friday, 4 p.m. Mrs. McIntosh called us at the office and gave us the business address of the missing woman's ex-husband, Richard Lane Kessler. We went there to see him, but they told us that Kessler was away on a week's vacation. They had no idea where to contact him, but he was expected back in a few days. We called Central Casting and asked them to check their talent list for an actor by the name of Larry Carpenter. They had no such name listed. Saturday, May 1st. The Kessler children, Richard and Judy, remained in the custody of juvenile authorities. The search for their mother continued. Inquiries at the morgue, the city hospitals, and the drunk tank at the main jail still failed to turn up the missing woman. We checked again at the different places he used to patronize. No one had seen her. 4:30 p.m., we checked in at the office.
A lot of mileage today.
Yeah, we haven't got much to show for it, have we?
No. Not going to be much fun for those Kessler kids next Sunday.
Why? What do you mean?
Second Sunday in May.
What about it?
Mother's Day.
Yeah. Thanks. That's a good piece of news.
What's that?
Kessler woman's boyfriend, Larry Carpenter.
Yeah.
Says he saw his name in some of the stories that broke in last night's papers. Doesn't want us to consider him a fugitive.
Yeah.
Says he'll be at his club all day today.
Let's go.
Says here not to disturb him unless we think it's important. .25 p.m. Frank and I located Larry Carpenter in his club, back in one of the card rooms.
Now, look, I told that cop when I called in, you weren't supposed to contact me here unless it was important.
That little Kessler boy is dead, Carpenter. We think that's pretty important.
But I don't know anything about that. You didn't have to interrupt me. That's an important man I was playing with. What do you want to know?
Where's Miss Kessler?
Why ask me? I don't know.
You're a pretty good friend of hers. You were the last person seen with her.
That was a week ago. Went out to a party last Friday night. I haven't seen her since the following Monday. Yeah, last Monday. I'm through with her anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, I got sick of her, that's all. Pawing all over me, asked me to marry her. I just got sick of her. It wasn't worth it.
You took money from her?
Yeah, a little bit to tide me over. She had plenty. Why not?
Where'd you last see her?
I can give you the address, but keep your voices down, will you? I wouldn't like this stuff to get around the club.
Were you at another hotel with Mrs. Kessler last week?
Yeah, on South Hope, around 9th Street, I think. That's where you found her coat, huh?
What do you got to say about that?
The bloodstains? Sure. Crazy dame. I told her I was through with her, and she tried to hit me with a bottle. Cut herself. I tell you, it just wasn't worth it, that's all.
Yeah, well, I guess you can prove everything you're telling us, huh?
Of course I can prove it. It's the truth.
What about the little boy? How'd that happen?
I didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't my fault.
How'd it happen?
It was that Friday night, just before we left the house. The old lady and I were having a few drinks. She put the little kid to bed, but he wouldn't stay there. He kept getting out of bed and pestering us.
All right, go on.
She finally took the kid, gave him a good spanking, and threw him back in bed. I think he hit his head on one of the posts in the crib.
Why didn't you do something about it?
I told her, but she said it was nothing. It didn't matter. We got our coats and left, that's all. Kids were all right when we left.
You mean all the times you and Mrs. Kessler went out, you knew those children were left alone in that house, huh?
Yeah, but she's the mother, not me. Now, look, I kept this game waiting long enough.
Yeah, well, it's going to wait a little longer. Come on. Larry Carpenter was taken downtown and held for questioning on suspicion of murder. He gave us the address of the hotel where he'd last seen Mrs. Kessler. Frank and I checked the address. The desk clerk told us that a woman answering Mrs. Kessler's description was registered in a room on the second floor.
Boy, they sure like their music here, don't they?
Yeah.
Who's there? Who is it?
You Mrs. Jean Kessler?
Who are you? Who do you want?
The
police officers. We want to talk to you for a minute.
I didn't do anything. What do you want me for?
It's about your children, Mrs. Kessler.
I didn't do anything. Little Johnny was sick, that's all. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything.
That's not what Carpenter says.
Larry? Have you seen him? Is he coming back to me?
All right, come on, lady. You better get up.
But I've got to have Larry back. He's everything to me. I love him. Where is he?
Well, look, lady, you've been gone over a week. Aren't you a little worried about your children?
Oh, they're all right. I spend my life on children. I need Larry. Where is he?
Here's your coat.
Let us drink. I feel terrible.
Yeah, sure.
I need Larry so bad. I just love him. I just love him. He understands. I gave him all my love. I gave him every bit.
Looks like you gave them too much.
Huh?
You didn't have any left for your children.
July 2nd, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted of manslaughter, which is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years. The Kessler children were placed in foster homes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. It was Tuesday, June 12th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Auto Theft Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Nelson. My name's Friday. The recovery rate of stolen automobiles had dropped far below normal. Evidence pointed to an organized gang of car thieves. We had to break it up.
Yeah, who is it?
Joe Friday.
You alone, Joe?
Just my partner.
Anybody else?
No, just us.
Get in quick. Can't be too careful.
Why? What's the matter?
Landlady.
Oh?
Yeah, she saw me doing the washing. She said she'd throw me out of here if she ever caught me at it again.
Oh.
You know, a high-class apartment would have an automatic washer. But not this old bat.
Sure.
It's going out pretty good. You want to see me about something, Joe?
Yeah, just a couple of questions.
I'm not in the fire, am I?
Not with us.
You still working at the garage?
Night shift. And checking at 4. This got something to do with my job?
Oh, we figured maybe you could give us a hand.
That's a switch. What are you looking for?
A lot of cars going someplace lately. We're trying to find out where and who's driving them.
Thought maybe you might have heard a rumble.
You got anything?
Wouldn't do any good if it goes outside.
Well, we won't open the door.
There's supposed to be 3 people in on it.
What do you know about them?
2 men and a woman. They say the 2 fellas are heavy.
Any names?
Nope, they're playing it close to the chest. Even the rumble's not solid.
Uh-huh.
A couple of days ago, I talked to a guy down at the garage. He was telling me about the operation, said it was big.
Does he know the people?
Well enough that he tried to get a piece of the action, but they're not cutting it up.
Can we talk to this guy?
I can't stop you, but I can't give you a hand either.
What do you mean?
Can't tell you where to find him.
Does he come around the garage much?
Once in a while, nothing regular.
What's he do for a living?
Drives.
Oh.
Stock car races.
Has he got a name?
Everybody calls them tops, that's all I know about them.
Did he give you any details on the operation?
I didn't ask for them. I figure the less I know about deals like this, the less trouble I'll get into.
Yeah. Any word on what they're doing with the cars?
I didn't hear none. They turning up?
No, not where we can find them.
Scoring pretty good, huh?
Too good.
What's the pattern?
Well, the cars are taken in the early morning hours from in front of the owners' houses.
Jumper wires?
Probably. All late models. They don't touch anything that isn't fully equipped.
Any special make?
No. As long as the car has a radio and a heater, white sidewalls, they want it.
Wonder where they're getting rid of them.
You tell us.
Out of the country, maybe.
No, it doesn't figure, Whitey. We've had the border checked. San Diego's working on that. 2 of the jobs, we had the broadcast out within a half hour after the car was taken. Couldn't turn anything. They just seemed to disappear.
Well, they must have a big parking lot.
You said the 2 men were heavy, huh?
That's right.
How'd you come up with that?
The guy who told me the story.
This fella Tops?
Yeah. When he asked for a piece of the action, the roof fell in.
What do you mean?
Guy got real rough. Said there wasn't going to be any split.
Mm-hmm.
Showed Tops a gun, said if anything about the operation got out, he'd use it.
Did you get a description of these men?
No.
Does Tops fella tell you where they hang out?
Uh-uh.
Okay, Whitey. If you hear from them again, let us know, will you?
Sure. Call you at the office?
If you would.
Wish I could give you more. I'll nose around, see what I can pick up.
We appreciate that.
Might have something for you the next couple of days.
Well, if you do, it'll put you way ahead.
Huh?
We've been on it 2 weeks now. We got nothing. The first theft had occurred on Saturday, May 26th. Since then, 24 more automobiles had been stolen. In each theft, the same MO occurred. Possible outlets for stolen cars had been kept under 24-hour surveillance. The stats office had made runs on each theft and the general MO. When the list was returned to us and checked, we were no closer to the suspects. Frank and I ran the name and the description of the man known as Tops through the moniker file. There was no record on such a person. 2 more days passed. Another car was stolen. People in the vicinity were questioned without result. Saturday, June 16th.
Auto theft, Smith. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can you hold him there? We'll be right out. Yeah, thanks. Joe. Whitey just called from the garage.
What about?
Tops. He just walked in.
Frank and I left the police building and drove over to where Wilbur Evanston was employed. Whitey had told Frank on the phone that we could find Tops in the office at the rear of the garage. Your name Tops?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officers.
What's this all about?
Just want to talk to you, that's all.
Well, I ain't done nothing. No reason to roust me around.
You're not being rousted.
What's your real name?
Roger Grayson.
What do you do for a living?
When I can get a car, I race.
Stock cars?
Yeah.
Where?
Around, different tracks.
You live here in L.A.?
Some of the time.
What do you do when you're not racing?
I make a buck here and there.
How?
Oh, different jobs, you know, whatever I can pick up.
You working now?
No. Figure to go back east next week. Think I can line something up. Maybe you've got a lot of time to kill, but I haven't. Why don't you tell me what this is all about so I can get out of here?
You ever been arrested?
Huh?
You heard what I said. Have you ever been in jail?
Yeah.
What charge?
They didn't make it stick.
What was it?
Grand theft.
Auto or money?
Auto.
Did you do any time?
I told you. They did make it stick.
Where'd all this happen?
Idaho.
Was that your only arrest?
A couple of times for bag.
They hold you?
No. Gave me a floater.
Huh.
Come on, you guys are after something. What is it?
Do you know anything about some car thefts around town lately?
You'll have to look someplace else.
Let's go downtown. Might be easier to talk there.
All right, what do you guys want to know?
Whatever you can tell us.
Okay.
I was in this bowling alley one night. Two fellows came in, had this gal with them. Fellows were both kind of gassed. Sat down next to me. We were just watching the games. They started talking. I heard one of them mention something about cars.
Yeah.
My ears stood up. It's like saying something about a new camera around a photographer. As soon as I hear the word cars, I start to listen. They were having a beef. One of them said something about unloading right away. The other guy said they should wait for a while, dump them all at once.
Yeah.
Well, they stood there and argued for a while. Then one of them seen I was listening. He leaned over and said something to the other guy. Next thing I knew, I was surrounded. One on each side, leaning on me. I didn't want any trouble. I could see these two guys had a pocket full of it. I went along with them.
What happened?
They asked me if I liked what I heard.
What'd you say?
I told them I didn't hear anything. Said I had very bad ears.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't believe it. Tried to push me around. Manager came over and they moved away.
What happened then?
Came back, told me if I said anything, they'd get me. One of them had a gun. He kind of pulled his coat back. I could see it in his belt.
Did you try and cut yourself in on the deal?
No.
We heard you did.
Not true. I told Whitey that, but it never happened.
Well, why'd you tell him it did?
Trying to be a big man, I guess.
Now, these two fellas, they hang around this bowling alley all the time?
First time I ever saw them there.
Where is it?
Hollywood Boulevard near Rossmore.
You said something about a woman.
Yeah?
You sure she was with him?
She came in with them, left with them.
Did they have a car?
Who knows? When they shoved off, I stayed where I was. Figured maybe they were waiting for me. Didn't leave the place until just before 2.
All right, Grayson, we'd like you to come downtown and look at some mug books, if you would. What's the matter? You'd know him if you saw him again, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd know him. That's not the problem.
What is?
Well, they'd know me.
We took Roger Grayson down to the police building and had him check mug books. He was unable to identify the suspects. We ran his name through the record section and found that he'd had no arrests in the state of California. He was released. Local broadcasts and APBs were put out carrying the description of the suspects which Grayson had given us. Another week passed without result. Monday, June 25th, 2:31 p.m.
Where do you live? Well, you should report to the Hollywood station. That's on Wilcox between Sunset and Santa Monica. 1358 North Wilcox. They'll be glad to take your report. Okay, thanks.
What was that all about?
Stolen bicycle. Kid left it in front of his house, came back, it was gone.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk to someone about a car.
Come right in.
Thank you.
Care to sit down?
Yes, sir.
Right here. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do? I'm Joel Pennant.
All right, Mr. Pennant, what can we do for you?
I think I bought a stolen car.
Why do you think the car was stolen?
Well, there's something funny about it, the whole thing.
Where's the car announcer?
Outside, down the other street?
Would you happen to have the license number?
Yes, do you want it?
Oh, we'd like to check it out, yes, sir.
Yes, I got all the information. Pink slip and... Here it is, here, yes.
Thank you, sir. I'll run a make on it.
Okay.
I hate to put you to so much trouble.
That's perfectly all right, sir. It's our job.
Sure make me feel silly if I was wrong about this.
How'd you happen to buy the car?
Well, I own a little place out in the valley, sort of restaurant and cabins for tourists.
I see.
It's quite a ways out. We don't do too much business, but it's a living, and we work pretty hard.
Yes, sir.
And this fella came in the day before yesterday. It was Saturday. And he sat down, had something to eat, and we started talking. Nothing important.
Uh-huh.
He said he was on his way back east looking for work. He had a lot of trouble, lost his job and all.
Yeah.
Well, he had this new car parked outside. And he wanted to know if I knew someone who would take it off his hands at a bargain.
Uh-huh.
He said he just bought it a couple of weeks ago and paid cash for it and owned it outright. And he felt kind of badly about having to take such a loss on it, but he didn't have dough enough to buy gas for it.
I see.
Well, I asked him how much he wanted for it, and he quoted me a price $200 under wholesale. Well, that looked like a pretty good deal to me, so I took him up on it.
Just like that?
No, sir. I was careful, but maybe I wasn't careful enough. A lot of other fellas come in and try to sell me things, and I learned the hard way. So I asked him if he had any proof to show me that he really owned the car.
Did he have any proof?
Yes. He showed me the pink slip and told me where he bought the car. Brompton Auto Service, out in Hollywood.
Did you contact them?
Yes, I put a call through right away.
What'd they say?
Well, I talked to a couple of secretaries before I got the sales manager. He checked his records and told me the car had been purchased there. He even gave me the man's name who bought it.
Uh-huh.
It seemed like the guy was a square shooter, pink slip, where he bought the car. Everything looked on the up and up.
Yes, sir.
So I turned a check over to him, and he gave me the car right away. I asked him if I could give him a lift someplace, and he said no, he was going to hitch a ride, and that he would cash the check Monday.
That would be today?
Yeah. So I went down to the bank to make a deposit before the check cleared.
Yeah.
It already had the check. The bank told me it was cashed the minute they opened the doors. And that got me worried, him being so anxious to get the money right away.
How about it?
It's stolen, all right.
I had a feeling.
I checked the reports in the MO.
Yeah.
Sounds like the gang we're after.
While the victim, Joel Pennant, looked through the mug books, Frank and I picked up the check the suspect had cashed. The name on the pink slip, Ralph Prescott, had been run through R&I. They had nothing on him. The check was sent to Larry Sloan in handwriting for analysis. There was no question that the pink slip was a phony. We checked the phone book for a listing on the Brompton Auto Service, but we found none. The victim had made a note of the phone number, and from it we were able to obtain the address where the telephone had been installed. It was a large office building on 7th Street. Frank and I talked to the superintendent, Mr. Tad J. Whitney.
Al, this is where they were.
Uh-huh. When did they move out, do you know?
Well, sometime over the weekend. I'm not sure of the day. I'm off Saturday and Sunday.
I see.
How long they have the office?
Couple of weeks. Said they wanted it for a month and paid it advance. Told me if things worked out, they'd take a lease.
Yes, sir.
Guess things didn't work out.
Did they leave any forwarding address?
No, not as far as I know.
What can you tell us about them?
Well, I talked to them a couple of times. They seemed nice enough.
What kind of business were they in, did they say?
Well, not in so many words. Said they were testing a new product and all their business would be on the phone.
Did they pay for the office by check or cash?
Cash.
They use a name of any kind?
I don't think I understand you.
Well, did they call each other by name?
Yeah, when they were looking the place over.
Do you remember what names they used?
Let me think a minute. Well, the way it comes to me now, one was called Wesley and the other was Ralph.
No last names, though.
No, I didn't hear them.
What about the woman?
Lerner. I remember that when they introduced her. Nicky Lerner.
You haven't cleaned the office since they left?
Well, no, we haven't gotten around to it yet.
All right, fine. We'd like to have some men go over the place.
Sure. I'll be glad to help any way I can.
All right. Can you come downtown and look at some pictures for us?
Of criminals?
Well, of the possible suspects, yes.
You mean to try to pick them out, huh?
That's the idea.
Well, will it take long? What I'm getting at is I don't have a car, and I usually take a bus home, and the buses don't run very often late in the evening.
Well, we'll see that you get home, Mr. Whitney.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to put you to that trouble. It's pretty far out.
No trouble at all?
No, I'd rather you take me where I can get a bus.
Whatever you say.
Otherwise, I don't know what Emma would think. Might scare her half to death.
How's that?
If I was to come home in a police car.
We took the superintendent down to the police building, but he was unable to identify the suspects. The crime lab crew went over the office, but they failed to find any physical evidence. Another week passed. During that time, we had reports that 4 of the stolen cars had been sold. The circumstances in each case were the same. In each instance, we checked out the address the suspects had used as a front, but without result. Tuesday, July 3rd.
What are you doing tomorrow?
What?
4th of July.
Oh, that's right.
We're having a picnic as soon as I get home from work.
Well, it'll be a little late to start out, won't it?
We're not going anyplace.
I thought you said you were having a picnic.
We eat in the backyard.
Oh.
Every year since I can remember, we've had a 4th of July picnic. As soon as it gets dark, we shoot off fireworks. Fountains and sparklers and stuff. You and I'll set them off.
Well, that'll be nice.
Safer for the kids that way.
Autotop Friday. Yeah? Uh-huh. Oh, you did? Sure. Yeah, it'd be worth checking anyway. You bring them over here? Okay, fine. Yeah, thanks a lot. Mott over in Forgery. They just picked up a printer. He's been cashing a lot of phony checks.
Yeah.
They checked his plant.
Yeah.
Found a stack of phony pink slips.
Sergeant Hal Mott brought the suspect in. He told us that the man's name was Harry Larwell and that he'd been arrested on suspicion of forgery. When Mott and his partner searched the man's home, they'd found a printing press which the suspect had used for printing fraudulent checks. Frank and I took the suspect to an interrogation room. Under questioning, he admitted the check forgeries, but he denied any knowledge of the automobile registration slips.
You printed them, didn't you, Larwell?
Well, did you or didn't you?
I guess so.
Don't you know?
Yeah, I printed them.
Who for?
Nobody.
Oh, come off it, Larwell.
Honest, I just did it for kicks, for practice.
Uh-huh.
You think that story will hold up in court?
Well, that's the truth.
Sure it is.
Look, I copped out to the forgery rap. What more do you want?
We want to know about those pink slips.
I told you I was just working out.
For practice.
That's right.
How many forgery counts they got you on?
I don't know for sure.
Take a stab at it.
10 or 12, I guess.
You know how much that'll add up to?
Not for certain.
You can do 1 to 14 on each count.
I'm still young.
They can make them run consecutively. Now, come on, Larwell. Why'd you print the slips?
Well, suppose I tell you, then what?
That's not up to us.
The judge will find out, won't he?
We'll put it down that way.
Well, a couple of guys I know. I did it for them.
What guys?
Wes and Ralph.
Go on.
It was their idea. They offered me a deal. $1,000 for 100 slips. Well, I needed the money.
Yeah.
After I made them up, Ralph said they only wanted 45 of them. We got into a beef about it. He won.
What do you mean?
I gave him 45 pinks. He gave me $500.
You know where these fellows live?
I couldn't pin it down to a street and number.
You've got an idea.
Apartment someplace out in Hollywood.
The girl lived there, too?
You mean Nikki?
That's right.
Sure. She's Ralph's wife. Must be with him.
When'd you see him last?
Yesterday.
What about?
Ralph called me on the phone. Wanted to set up a meeting.
Uh-huh.
We had a cup of coffee together.
All three of you?
Just Ralph and Wes.
What'd they want?
The rest of the pink slips. Said things were going so well they could use them all.
Did you make a deal?
Yeah, I was supposed to deliver the slips this morning. Your friends kind of interrupted me.
Where were you going to meet him?
Drugstore on Sunset. Corner of Oakwood and Sunset.
What time?
About 9:30. Guess I'm not going to make it.
Oh, they won't be disappointed.
Huh?
We'll take your place.
The three suspects were taken into custody. While other teams of detectives questioned the two men, Frank and I interrogated the Prescott woman.
All right if I smoke?
Sorry with us.
Thanks.
You ready to tell us about him, Miss Prescott?
Anything you want to know?
All right, let's start with the stolen cars.
I'm afraid I'm going to need an ashtray.
Right in front of you.
The police think of everything, don't they?
We try. Now about the cars.
Is that what Ralph's been up to? It wouldn't surprise me.
I'll bet it wouldn't.
I never really trusted him, Wes either, for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they never told me a thing about it.
Oh, sure.
No, really, Sergeant. Why, if I'd known they were breaking the law, I'd have reported it myself. Even my own husband. I wouldn't stand for anything like that.
Then why were you in on it, too?
You've got no right to accuse me. Just because a woman's married to a man, you can't blame her for what her husband does.
3 of the victims made phone calls to fictitious dealers. They talked to a woman. She was supposed to be a switchboard operator.
I assure you, I have never worked a switchboard in my life.
There wasn't any switchboard.
Exactly.
But you were on the other end of the phone.
Wouldn't that be rather difficult to prove?
Your husband and his pal have been running dummy offices all over town. Now, we can put you in a half a dozen of them.
I've tried to be a good wife, Sergeant. I've spent a lot of time with Ralph.
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong about him. But when you're in love, it's easy to make mistakes. I'm sure you know what I mean, Sergeant.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for my husband's actions any more than he's responsible for mine. Now that I know what he really is, of course, that washes us up. Actually, I'm grateful the whole thing came out. I wouldn't want to go on living a lie.
Then why don't you stop lying?
I'd get angry if I thought you were serious.
You listen to me, Miss Prescott. You're in this up to your neck. You think your husband would be happy with you running around loose while he's doing a stretch in prison?
Ralph wouldn't want an innocent person to suffer. Least of all me. And I'm sure the police feel the same way. Don't you, Sergeant?
What about Wes Bolton?
What about Wes?
You think he's going to deal you out, too?
He might.
You got them both on your side, is that it?
Everybody's on my side, Sergeant.
Not quite.
Oh, come on now. I'm not so bad. I don't mean to brag, but I've always been a popular girl. People take to me. I don't know why, but they just do. Even you. I'll bet you could like me if you'd give yourself half a chance.
Could I?
Sure. Why don't you relax? What have you got to lose? Ralph will be out of circulation for quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, then.
So will you.
November 9th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspects were tried and convicted of grand theft auto, 5 counts. Grand theft auto is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 1 to 10 years in the state penitentiary. Francis Larwell was tried and convicted of forgery, 8 counts. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California.
Schick, first in electric shaving, now brings you Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. I work here. It was Thursday, November 19th. It was clear in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. Earlier that morning, we'd received a call from Georgia Street. A girl had just been brought in. She was in critical condition. Apparently, she tried to kill herself.
This is how smooth your face can feel when you shave with a Schick 25 electric shaver. No matter how tough your beard, no matter how tender your skin, the Schick 25 can give you a close, comfortable shave on all parts of your face. And when you're finished, your face feels almost as smooth as the face of a little boy. Boy, oh boy, really smooth. And your Schick will give you that closer shave with fewer strokes. Why? Because Schick and only Schick has these comb-edged shaving heads that actually comb your whiskers up straight for closer shaving. And along with this closer shave, you get Schick's exclusive Colors for Men. Remember, your dealer will give you a $7.50 trade-in allowance on any old electric shaver, any standard make. Enjoy closer shaves. Get a new Schick 25 tomorrow.
How's she doing, Doc?
Pretty hard to say yet. We just finished with the transfusion.
Uh-huh.
She's got a chance of pulling through, but there's no way of telling how much damage has been done to the brain tissue.
I see.
What about the bruise on her face?
Might have happened when she fell.
I never knew you gave transfusions in a case like this, Doc.
We don't unless the patient's critical. What happens is the carbon monoxide in the gas joins with the hemoglobin in the red cells, won't let go. Then the blood takes the monoxide through the system and suffocates the brain tissue. We're also giving her choramine to speed up the heart action.
It's a rough one, all right.
You found out who she is yet?
Well, according to the stuff in her wallet, her name's Mona Fenton.
Oh.
But according to the hotel where they found her, she was registered as Mrs. John Loris.
Maybe she just got married.
That's possible. Identification card in her wallet shows her mother as next of kin. Gives an address and a phone number. We called, but nobody answers.
Well, if you reach anybody who knows her, ask them something for me.
Sure, what's that?
Find out if the girl's been under a doctor's care.
Huh?
I checked her over when she came in, found some marks.
On her arms?
Yes, I think she's an addict.
At approximately 8:30 a.m. that morning, the desk clerk in a small hotel on Grand Street had detected the odor of gas in one of the halls of the building. Using a pass key, he had entered the room, which was presumably occupied by Mr. and Mrs. John Loris. He found a girl sprawled across the bed unconscious. The gas heater had been turned on full and the windows had been locked and stuffed with pieces of torn sheets. The clerk had immediately aired out the room and called an ambulance. The girl was removed to Georgia Street Hospital and was still in an unconscious state. Dr. Hall said he'd get in touch with us as soon as her condition improved. We left the hospital and drove out to the hotel.
Well, this is it.
Uh-huh. Has anybody else been in here since the other officers left?
No, sir. They told me to lock it up until the fellows from Homicide got here. That's you guys, isn't it?
That's right. Now, everything is just the way you found it, is that right?
Well, yeah, of course, the gas is turned off and I opened the windows, but everything else is the same.
Over the phone, you said she moved in last night.
Yes, sir. At least that's what the registration book says. They checked in at 10:15, her and her husband.
You weren't on duty at the time, were you?
No, I was out to dinner.
Who checked them in?
Jeff Christensen.
Is he around?
No, not right now, but he'll probably be back tonight.
You know where we can find him now?
Afraid not. You see, Jeff's sort of our handyman. He takes care of the building. Once in a while, when I got something to do, he handles the desk.
This his day off?
That's not supposed to be, but you see, he got paid last night. That means he's probably celebrating. Jeff starts celebrating, he's kind of hard to track down.
Do you have his home address?
Lives here. Hotel gives him a room.
I see. Will he be back tonight?
Yeah, he only worked a couple of days last week, so he ain't going to be able to really tie one on.
Uh-huh.
You get a look at the man who came in with the girl?
No, they were already in the room when I got back from dinner. I checked the book and got the money from Jeff before he shoved off. Man must have left sometime early this morning. Guess I was asleep. My room's just back of the desk. He must have got out while I was catnapping.
Now, how about calls? Did they make any?
Nope, not a one. Like I told those uniform officers that were here before, I didn't hear a peep out of them. Matter of fact, I was thinking how nice and quiet they were. But the way the room looks, they sure must have had some sort of argument.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if they brought any baggage in with them?
Matter of fact, no, they didn't. That's the reason Jeff got the money for the room in advance. Always do. If they ain't got luggage, you gotta pay in advance. Sure looks like they did some heavy drinking, don't it?
Uh-huh.
That bottle's almost
I'd rather
empty.
you wouldn't touch anything.
Oh, sure.
I'll call the lab.
Right.
Say, have you talked to the girl's family?
No, sir, not yet.
You're planning to see them, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What's that?
Well, I don't much mind the dirty glasses and having to clean the room up. That's part of the hotel business. But I wish you'd say something about the way she ripped up these sheets. Maybe if her folks know about it, they'll pay for them. You will mention it, won't you?
Yes, sir. Now, who else has a pass key to this room?
You mean besides me?
That's right.
Nobody.
Well, where do you usually keep it?
Hangs on a nail next to the desk.
When you first came in here this morning, was there anything around the door to keep the gas from escaping?
Let me think. As I remember, no, there wasn't nothing at the door, just those torn sheets around the windows.
Uh-huh. Was the key in the lock?
You mean inside the room?
That's right.
No, reason I'm sure is I looked through the keyhole, tried to see what is going on. If the key'd have been there, I'd have noticed it.
Uh-huh.
Lab crew's on the way.
Good.
I talked to Doc Hall.
How's the girl?
About the same, still critical. He said they're going to move her to General.
Oh.
Sure hope she doesn't die. That's all we need.
What's that?
Be in the papers, give the place a bad name.
Uh-huh.
It's hard enough to run a hotel without having someone use it to knock themselves off. Now you guys will be all over the place. Other tenants ain't gonna like it. Why'd it have to happen here? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, there's something we'd like to know.
Yeah?
Why'd it have to happen anyplace? We talked to the occupants in adjacent rooms. None of them remembered hearing a quarrel or any other unusual noises during the previous night. The crime lab checked the room thoroughly. Under the bed, they found an empty capsule. It looked like it might have contained heroin. 2 clear sets of prints were obtained from the drinking glasses. The prints were photographed and the glasses were booked as evidence. The hotel registration card was given to Larry Sloan in handwriting. The names John Loris, Mona Loris, and Mona Fenton were checked through R&I. There was nothing on any of them. We asked the hotel clerk to contact us as soon as the handyman returned. We also asked him to let us know in the event the man who called himself John Loris came back. We checked Mona Fenton's home on Highland Avenue. 12:16 p.m. We talked to her mother.
You're sure it's Mona?
According to the identification in her pocketbook, yes.
It just doesn't seem possible. I guess I should have expected it, though.
Ma'am?
I warned her. I told her it would never work out. Children are all alike. They won't listen. You try to talk to them and they say things have changed. You're too old to keep up with the times. Well, she's got nobody but herself to blame now.
Yes, ma'am.
A girl like her leaving school and taking a job in a restaurant, most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. If she were still in college, none of this would have happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of any reason why your daughter might want to take her own life?
I'd be the last one to know. Mona hasn't confided in me for some time.
I see.
When she left school, we had quite an argument. I haven't talked to her for over a month.
Well, doesn't she live here, Miss Fenton?
She has her own room with an outside entrance. She comes and goes as she pleases. But I hardly ever see her. I didn't even know she wasn't here last night.
Well, has she been ill recently?
Not to my knowledge. Why?
Well, we wonder if your daughter had been under a doctor's care.
No, I don't think so. She's always been a healthy girl.
Are you acquainted with Mona's friends, Miss Fenton?
I used to meet them occasionally. Not lately, though.
Was she engaged, would you know?
No, I don't think so. There was one boy she went with more than any of the others.
What's his name?
Richard Burdick. Seemed to be a nice young fellow. He and Mona talked about being married, but they were going to wait until they finished school. Of course, when she left college, they broke up.
They have a fight?
Well, I wouldn't call it that. They agreed to disagree, you might say. It was Mona's idea. Richard was still in love with her. At least he said he was.
Does your daughter have any other close friends? Miss Fenton?
I suppose I might as well tell you. Mona isn't actually my daughter.
Oh?
You see, I was your father's second wife. Her own mother died when Mona was just a child. I tried to take her place, but I think Mona always resented me. I don't blame her for that.
Yes, ma'am.
And when her father died, I was all she had. She was all I had, too. Maybe I overdid it, trying to be both mother and father for a child that wasn't mine. She was a little girl. We used to be so much alike. Nobody would have guessed she wasn't my own. We even wore the same dresses. Then all of a sudden she withdrew. I wasn't part of her life anymore. I don't suppose she's asked to see me, even now.
Well, she's still unconscious.
You're being kind, aren't you, Sergeant?
No, ma'am, that's the truth.
I won't go to her unless she wants me. I have some pride, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this boy your daughter used to go with, what's his name, Richard Burdick?
That's right.
When'd they break up?
Oh, 7 or 8 weeks ago.
Was Mona despondent after that?
A few times I saw her, she seemed to be in good spirits.
Do you know what caused the breakup?
Not really. She said her new job was more important than Richard. She kept breaking dates, standing him up.
Did Mona have any other steady boyfriends?
There was one young man. Matter of fact, he's quite a little bit older than she is. He's picked her up several times in the last month.
Do you know his name?
No, I never met him. I saw his car parked out in front several times. He'd drive up and honk the horn. He never came inside.
What kind of a car does he drive, do you know?
I don't think it's an American car. English, maybe. Some kind of a sports car.
I see. Do you know the color?
He's only been here in the evenings when it was dark. I couldn't say.
Did she ever mention this man by name?
No, she carefully avoided mentioning his name.
How often have they been out together?
4 or 5 times that I know of. Of course, they may have had other dates.
Would you recognize him?
I'm afraid not.
But you did say he was older than Mona.
That's right.
Well, how did you know that?
The first time I saw her meet him, when she came home, I asked her what sort of a person he was.
Yes, ma'am.
She said there was one thing in his favor, that he wasn't an immature child like Richard Burdick, that he was an adult.
I see.
What about Mona's other friends?
Well, there are the girls she works with. I don't know their names, except one of them.
Who's that?
Peggy Gregson. During one of our arguments, Mona threatened to move out of the house and take an apartment with Peggy. I don't know whether she was serious or not.
Where is this restaurant where your daughter works?
It's on Olympic Boulevard near Robertson.
Would you know the name of it?
The Blue Peacock Cafe, I think it's called.
All right. Do you know the names of any of her other friends?
No. During the last 2 or 3 months, she has deliberately avoided seeing any of the people she used to know.
Did she ever have a boyfriend named John?
I think there was a boy in high school she had a couple of dates with.
What was his last name? Do you remember?
Brewster, I believe, yes. That's right, John Brewster.
Does the name John Loris sound familiar to you?
Loris?
Yes, ma'am. L-O-R-R-I-S.
No, I've never heard Mona speak of him.
All right, Miss Fenton, thank you very much.
Will they let me know how she's getting along?
Well, they're moving her to the general hospital. You can call them there.
Before you go,
Ma'am?
all these questions about Mona's friends and acquaintances, I can't help being puzzled.
What about?
Do you police always go into such detail? I mean, you said it was an attempted suicide, didn't you?
Well, it looks that way. We aren't sure yet, Miss Fenton.
What else could it have been?
Well, we're just checking it out now.
You mean somebody might have tried to kill Mona?
No, ma'am, we didn't say that.
You're very discreet, aren't you, Sergeant? Excuse me. Hello? Yes, it's... What? Oh, yes, they're here. Just a moment.
Thank you. This Friday. Oh? What's the doctor have to say? Yeah. Right away. We have to be leaving, Miss Fenton.
That call, was it about Mona?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Something's happened? Well, has it? I've got a right to know. She's worse, isn't she?
Yes, ma'am. She's had a relapse.
I think I like the pearl white best. But the aquamarine is so lovely. And the rose quartz and the jade green. How can a woman make up her mind? All the Lady Schick shavers are just breathtakingly beautiful. But that's only part of Lady Schick's wonderful personality. This is the electric shaver that really understands a woman's grooming problems. Lady Schick has a 2-sided, gentle action head. One side for underarms, the other side for legs. See how easily it moves over the legs, leaving them smooth and sleek. As for underarms, Lady Schick is so gentle you can use a deodorant immediately after you shave. Lady Schick makes you wonder how you ever got along without it. They're only $14.95. And there are 2 other models which cost slightly more, one in gold color and one in silver color. And your dealer has them all right now.
We drove over to the Blue Peacock Cafe on Olympic Boulevard.
You wanted to see me?
Are you Peggy Gregson?
Yeah, why?
We're police officers. We'd like to talk to you for a minute.
What about?
Just a couple of questions.
Well, I gotta get the manager's okay. I'm on duty now.
It's all right. We've already spoken to him.
Oh? Well, hurry it up, will you? I don't want to miss out on my tips. I have 2 tables almost ready to leave.
We understand. Like to sit down?
Gee, I don't know.
It's all right.
Okay. What's this all about?
You know a girl named Mona Fenton?
Sure, she works here.
She a pretty good friend of yours?
I guess so. Something happened to Mona? That's right, she didn't show up this morning. She been in an accident?
Not exactly.
Well, what is it?
Miss Fenton's in the general hospital.
Yeah?
As far as we know, she attempted suicide.
Mona?
That's right.
Why'd she do a thing like that?
Well, we thought maybe you could help us find out.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with it.
You can't think of any reason she might try to take her own life.
Not a reason in the world, not Mona. You sure it was suicide?
Why do you ask?
I was just thinking. Sometimes people try to make it look like a suicide, don't they?
Well, what do you mean, Peggy?
You know, when they kill somebody. I'll just bet that's what's happened to Mona.
Why do you say that?
Oh, it's just a hunch.
Did she have any enemies? Anybody who might want to kill her?
I wouldn't want to say.
Well, why not? Mona was your friend.
I just wouldn't want to get somebody else in trouble.
She's in plenty of it already.
He won't find out, will he, that I talked to you?
Who?
Dick Burdick. If anybody tried to hurt Mona, it was him.
Why do you say that?
Because it's true. I don't think he's all there.
Huh?
You know, in the head. He's been coming around here for the last month threatening her.
Are you sure he threatened her?
Yeah, I heard him half a dozen times. Mona kept telling him to get out, that she didn't want any part of him, to leave her alone. He just kept coming back, making more of a nuisance of himself. When a girl's through with a guy, I don't know why he won't shove off.
Was Mona through with Bertie?
Sure. She had somebody else on the string.
Who was that, do you know?
Terry.
What's his last name?
Gee, I don't know, but he's a real smooth operator. Not like Burdick. Drives a Jag. Has plenty of dough. Can't blame Mona for giving Dick the gate when there's a guy like Terry around.
Where does this Terry live, do you know?
Mona never said. I guess she was saving him for herself.
What's he do for a living?
I don't know. But whatever it is, he must be pretty good at it. The way he throws his money around.
Did Mona ever mention a man named John Loris?
The name doesn't sound familiar.
When was the last time you saw Mona?
Yesterday. No, it was the day before. Yesterday was her day off.
She seemed to be in good spirits?
Best. Had a date with Terry that night.
Did he pick her up here?
Yeah, about 9 o'clock. Parked outside, gave a honk. She was just starting to leave when Burdick came in.
What happened?
He made another scene. Told her she had to stop seeing Terry.
Yeah.
Told her if he ever saw them together again, he'd kill her.
We talked to the other waitresses in the restaurant, and they confirmed what Peggy Gregson had told us. We telephoned Mrs. Fenton and got Richard Burdick's address. He lived in a rooming house on Los Feliz Boulevard. The landlady kept telling us what a good tenant he was. She thought he was in his room.
Place is clean.
Yep.
He moved out.
Burdick's landlady insisted that she had no idea when or why he had moved out. His rent was paid up to the end of the month, and he had given her no indication that he was leaving. She gave us Burdick's description and the name and telephone number of his employers. We put in a call, and they told us that he had failed to report for work that morning. As far as they knew, he had not quit his job. We went back to the office and checked his name and description through R&I. Apparently, he had no criminal record in Los Angeles. We got out a local and an APB. 4:39 p.m. We got a call from the General Hospital stating that the Fenton girl had regained consciousness. Frank and I drove over, code 3. Miss Fenton,
Who are you?
we're police officers. We'd like to talk to you.
Sick, can't you see that? I don't want to talk to anybody.
The doctor said it'd be all right.
He doesn't know how sick I am.
Maybe he does.
Wish they hadn't found me, that's all. I'd be better off, and so would everybody else.
You tried to kill yourself, is that right?
What'd you think I was doing?
Who were you with last night?
Nobody.
Come on, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't with me. Took the room together, but he walked out. Left me flat.
What's his name?
Terry Hamilton. We were going to get married yesterday, that's what he promised. Then it was too late to buy a license. That was his reason this time. And I knew it last night. I knew it was just an excuse. So we had a fight. I told him to get out. He hit me.
Go on.
That's all that happened. He slugged me and left. So I decided, well, you know what I decided.
Is that the whole story, Miss Fenton?
Sure. Guess I'm not the first girl who got jilted and tried to kill herself.
You're leaving something out, aren't you?
Like what?
You're a user.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. When did you start taking him?
When I met Terry. That was his idea, too. Guess that's really all he wanted, just to get me hooked. First, it wasn't so bad. I thought I loved him. Then when I had to have a fix, and that's the only thing I could think about, told me I'd have to pay for it. It was just a business proposition as far as he was concerned.
Uh-huh.
If I got a little money, he'd really turn on the romance. When I was broke, he turned off the H. I lied to him yesterday, said I had dough. Thought I could get him to marry me before he found out different. He found out, though.
All right, Miss Fenton, just a couple more questions.
Okay. What are they?
Do you know Hamilton's address?
Sure.
When you get out of the hospital, would you be willing to contact him? Make a buy?
You just tell me when.
All right. You better get some rest now.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm still pretty tired. Say, do me a favor, would you?
What's that?
Well, there's a boy I used to go with. His name's Richard Burdick. Would you get in touch with him, tell him what happened, ask him to come and see me?
We've been trying to find Burdick. Looks like he left town.
Well, that's my fault, too.
What do you mean?
I telephoned him yesterday and told him I was going to get married. He was upset and tried to talk me out of it. I wouldn't listen. He said I was the only reason he stayed in Los Angeles.
Maybe we'll hear from him.
I was wrong about everything, wasn't I? What I tried to do last night, Dick, my mom, everything.
Kind of looks like you were.
Funny, isn't it? I've always thought of her as my stepmother.
Oh?
It's the first time I've ever called her Mom.
On March 10th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
When you're doing the town, fate, pleasure, rate, pleasure, knowing anything you do, you want it for real. So why not smoke for real? Smoke Chesterfield, a real high-flying, satisfying Chesterfield, because you get much more of what you're smoking for in the big, big pleasure of a Chesterfield.
Yes, Chesterfield gives you a full measure of
big, big pleasure
from honest, full-flavored tobaccos.
Big, big pleasure.
Because exclusive Accuray packs them more smoothly to give you the smoothest cigarette you've ever smoked.
So why not smoke for real? Smoke Chesterfield. Smoke for real with a Chesterfield.
The suspect was tried and convicted of the unlawful use of narcotics, a misdemeanor. The unlawful use of narcotics is punishable by a term of not less than 90 days, nor more than 1 year in the county jail. The court may grant probation for a period not to exceed 5 years, provided the suspect be confined in the county jail for at least 90 days. Through the cooperation of Mona Fenton, Terrence Wilbur Hamilton was arrested, tried, and convicted of violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. The suspect is now serving his term in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Steel, wood, and stone. It's a big animal with a big appetite. It takes a lot to keep it going. You waste a lot, you use a lot. 600,000 kilowatt hours every day. It's carried in over high voltage lines from Boulder Dam, 400 miles away. They pipe in the water from the high Sierras. The city swallows up 500,000 gallons every 24 hours. And there's the business of transportation. Some of it's handled this way. Streetcars and buses carry 1 million paying customers every day. In my job, the customers ride for nothing. I'm a cop. It was Thursday, November 28th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 11:35 p.m. when we got to 1640 Norwich Avenue. The call had come in from the superintendent of nurses, Mercy Hospital. According to her, nobody seemed to know how it happened. The hospital nursery was left unattended for 90 seconds. In those 90 seconds, a newly born baby was taken from his crib. Why he'd been taken, we didn't know. Who'd taken him, we didn't know. There was only one question in our minds. How long could a 3-day-old baby survive in the hands of a kidnapper? We checked with a nurse on duty, and she took us down the hall to Dr. Walsh's office, Chief of Staff of Mercy Hospital. This is my partner, Sergeant Jacobs.
How do you do?
My name's Friday, Central Homicide.
Oh, yes. I just got here a few moments ago myself. I'm afraid I don't know too much about it.
Well, we were notified a 3-day-old baby's missing. Is that right?
Yes, one of the Stryker twins. They were just born Tuesday morning.
Well, where'd the baby disappear from, Doctor?
The nursery. Can't understand it. Hospitals never had anything like this before.
Well, who was in charge of the nursery when the baby disappeared?
Nurse O'Connor. She's back with the superintendent of nurses. Quite upset. I suppose you'd like to talk to her.
Yes, sir, we would.
All right. This way, please. I just can't understand it. I never heard of such a thing. How could a baby disappear like that? Have the parents been notified? The father's on his way in now. We haven't told the mother yet. This way. When they first noticed the baby was gone, I understand it was around 11 p.m. Sergeant?
Go ahead, Doctor. We talked with Nurse O'Connor, who was on duty when the baby disappeared. She told us she came on duty about 11 p.m. She said that the baby must have been taken between 11 o'clock and 11:10. She said she'd stepped down the hall about 10 feet to answer the telephone. Her mother had been ill. And when she got back, the baby was gone. We asked her if she could see the nursery door when she answered the phone. She couldn't. She told us that she couldn't think of anyone who was around the hospital at that time of night who could have taken the Stryker twin. We asked to see the nursery. We asked if all the visitors had left the hospital before the time the Stryker baby was reported missing. According to the superintendent of nurses, they had. Nurse O'Connor told us that the baby's blanket was also missing. She told us all their blankets were stenciled Mercy Hospital. Ed and I checked and found the only way the abductor could have gotten in and taken the baby was through the door at the right. Dr. Walsh told us that after 10 p.m., only the main entrance to the hospital remained open, and that there was a nurse on duty there at all times. Midnight. A 3-day-old baby was missing from his crib in the hospital nursery. That's all we knew. How did it happen? Why did it happen? We counted the possibilities. The baby could have been taken for ransom. Somebody wanted revenge on the Stryker family and decided on the baby as the best means. Maybe somebody just wanted a child. Somebody mentally unsound, a maniac, a deviant, maybe an accident at the hospital. Somebody wanted to cover up. Possibly one of the parents or their families had a motive. Maybe somebody just wanted the child dead. We checked the office, got an APB on the Stryker baby and a description of the blanket and clothing. Details were alerted at the bus depots, railroad terminals, the airports, all public transportation facilities. Steps were taken to notify doctors, hospitals, sanitariums, anybody and any place where a 3-day-old baby might be taken. The entire area around Mercy Hospital was canvassed. No further information. The baby's crib was dusted for prints. No leads, no physical evidence. The investigation continued. When George Stryker, the father of the missing baby, arrived, Ed and I talked to him in Dr. Walsh's office. We asked him if any member of his family or one of his friends could have had any reason to remove one of his twins from the hospital. He told us no. He gave us his assurance that in case anybody should contact him regarding money for the return of his baby, he would notify us immediately.
Hi. Want to have a look back here? I think we got something.
What's that?
Gil and I were with the night watchman out and back. The side of the hospital's faces on Stacy Avenue. There's 2 doors there. They both face on the street.
Yeah.
One of them's open. Come on.
Together with Olivas and his partner, Gil Encinas, we went back and examined the side door which faced on Stacy Avenue. The latch was obviously faulty. It took only a slight pressure to open it. We traced an imaginary path from the open door to the nursery. Well, there wasn't much doubt about it. It could have been possible for an abductor to enter the hospital, make his way to the nursery, take the baby from its crib in the absence of the nurse, and leave by the same door without having been seen. The door and latch were wet. It was impossible to get prints. The entranceway and the immediate area were rechecked. Storekeepers and residents along Stacy Avenue were re-questioned. We got nowhere. When the abduction story broke the next morning in the papers, the calls started to come in. People in every section of the city thought they'd seen the missing baby. Each call was carefully checked out. None of them paid off. 10 a.m. We got back to the office.
Be getting old, Joe. I can't seem to take those all-night sessions like I used to.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, too. I don't know. I think I drank too much coffee again.
Me, too. Sour stomach.
Hi, fellas. Hi. The stats office come up with that run for us yet?
No, they're still working on it. Hey, it's starting to rain again outside.
Guess Ed and I just missed it, then.
Yeah. How about that San Berdue call? Well, they called back. They picked up the woman when she got off the bus. He checked her and the baby out. She lives in San Berdue, and the baby belongs to her.
Nothing else, huh?
No, all checked out. See you later, huh? Come on, Gil.
We'll see.
Sergeant Friday in here?
Yes, sir. Come on in.
They told me in the business office to come down to see you.
Yes, come right in, sir.
Thanks. My name's Wallace. I'm a desk clerk down at the hotel on 11th Street. Bluebird Hotel.
Yes, sir.
I got some information that I'd like to talk to you.
All right, sir. This is my partner, Sergeant Jacobs.
How do you do?
What's the information about, Wallace?
Well, I got hold of a paper this morning. Read about that baby missing. Imagine those people are pretty worried about the kid. Guess they'd like to get all the information they can.
Yes, sir, they would.
Looks like that hospital's in a jam, wouldn't you say?
What's the information about, Wallace?
I guess those parents could sue the hospital if they wanted to, I suppose.
Well, now, all we're interested in is finding the baby. Can you help us there?
I don't know for sure.
What are you trying to tell us? Have you seen the baby?
Well, I may have. Do you happen to know if they're offering any reward for information?
Well, I don't know where it'd come from. The father's a working man.
Oh, now, don't get me wrong, Sergeant. I don't expect anything for any information I give, but, well, I don't make too much at the hotel, you know. And if they wanted to show their gratitude in some way, just thought I'd mention it, they might want to thank me in some way.
Yeah, well, they'll thank you, Wallace. Don't worry about that. Now, what's the information?
Well, you know, I didn't mean anything by that. Anybody'd be glad to help out in a case like this. What I come to tell you was a woman and a young baby checked in the hotel last night when I was on duty.
What time did they check in?
I think it was about midnight. Woman didn't have any baggage or anything. One little blanket around the kid. When I saw that story in the paper this morning, I got suspicious.
Is the woman still registered at the hotel?
She was when I left. That was about an hour ago.
What name did she register under, you remember?
No, I don't, but it's in the register. You can check if you want to.
Where is the hotel?
11th and Charleston, right on the corner. I'm sure it must be the kid you're looking for. Say, I hope you haven't got me wrong.
How do you mean?
Oh, about the reward, you know. I don't expect anything. You have to be a heel to take money for this. Hope you haven't got me wrong, huh?
No, sir, we haven't got you wrong. 10:35 a.m. Together with the desk clerk, Wallace, we drove to the Bluebird Hotel on 11th Street. We checked the cards at the desk and found the woman had registered under the name of Mrs. Harold Parks. The clerk on duty told us as far as he knew, she was still in the room.
It's a great place to bring a 3-day-old baby, isn't it?
Well, at least it's dry out of the rain.
This way, Sergeant. This is it.
You want to try it again? Maybe she's asleep.
Mrs. Parks? Mrs. Parks?
You got that pass key there?
Yes.
All right.
Nobody here.
Ed, you want to check in there?
All right.
Ed.
Yeah, nothing here. What do you got there?
Have a look. Friday, November 29th, 11 a.m. We were unable to locate the woman who had registered at the hotel under the name of Mrs. Parks. There was no sign of the baby. The blanket we found in the room was identified by hospital personnel as the same type used in the nursery. The room was checked for fingerprints and any other physical evidence. We found nothing. People in adjoining rooms were questioned, but they could give us no information. The desk clerk gave us a description of the woman who used the name Mrs. Parks, and we got out an all-points bulletin on her. Her hotel registration card was checked for handwriting and fingerprints. Captain Lorman ordered an immediate canvass of all hotels, apartments, and rooming houses in the central area. 3 p.m. Friday. The search went on.
Yeah. Yeah, checked out all right? Okay, Tom, thanks.
Anything?
Brian, checked out that Wilshire call. Mother phoning.
Hi, fellas.
Hi.
I might have something for you, fellas.
Yeah?
Gil and I were making the rounds of the hotels out along Pico. We stopped at a drugstore for a cup of coffee just 2 blocks from the hotel where the woman with the baby stayed. Druggist told us the woman who looks like this Mrs. Parks came in around 1:30 a.m., bought a whole raft of stuff. What kind of stuff? Baby things, bottles, diapers, dextrose, oil, powder, you know, all that stuff.
Are you sure of the woman's description?
He gave us the woman's description before we'd even mentioned what this Mrs. Parks looked like, right down to the color of her coat.
Would she have the baby with her when she bought that stuff?
Druggist said no. She even asked him if she could buy a quart of milk from the drugstore fountain. Asked the druggist to warm it up for her.
Does he have any idea where the woman came from, where she went?
No, but he said if she came back in again, he'd call us right away. He's going to notify the other clerks, and they'll keep us posted if anything turns up.
I get it. Homicide Friday. Yes, ma'am. How's that? Yes. Could you hold on just a moment, please? You got a pencil, Ann?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Yes, ma'am. I see. 2, 3, 4. All right, yes, ma'am. Yes, right away. Thank you very much.
Another one?
Sounds good. Woman in the Echo Park district, she's got some neighbors named Salazar.
Yeah?
She says Mrs. Salazar brought a baby home with her last night. She swears it isn't their baby.
What makes her so sure?
She said the Salazars have dark hair, dark eyes, both have dark complexions.
What's wrong with that?
Well, the baby she brought home is blonde. Come on, let's go. Ed and I got in the car and drove to the Echo Park district. This could be the real thing, or it could be like 100 other calls we'd received in the last 12 hours. When Ed and I arrived at the Salazar home on Wonderland Avenue, we noticed several other cars parked in front of the house.
Yes, sir. Come in, please.
We'd like to speak to Mr. Salazar.
Yes, sir, that's me. Come on in. Come on inside. Let me fix you a drink. You're late, huh? Can I take a hat?
No, thank you. We're police officers, Mr. Salazar. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, what's the matter? We making too much noise for the neighbors?
No, it's not that, sir. I'd just like to ask you a few questions. There's someplace where we can talk?
Well, I have to take care of the guests, you know. We have this party here. My son was baptized today, my first son. That's why we're having a party.
Well, we're sorry to interrupt, Mr. Salazar. This is pretty important. Won't take very long.
Well, all right, I guess I can get along for a few minutes. Back in the kitchen, probably the quietest place. This way.
Papá, ¿dónde vas? Ven aquí. Te echamos mucho de menos.
I miss you, too. You go ahead and have a good time. I'll be there in a minute.
Muy bien, papá. Muy bien, papá.
We're having a very nice party. You sure you want to have a drink?
No, sir, no thanks.
Sabe que la vida es muy corta y determinada, es larga de ver para estar contento, ¿no? Naturalmente.
We talked with the husband, Frank Salazar, for 35 minutes. He told us that his wife, Roberta, gave birth to their baby in Arizona and came back by plane a few minutes after 3 a.m. this morning. We asked to talk to Mrs. Salazar, and he said she was taking a nap and would be down shortly. We asked to see the baby.
There he is. Big fella, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think, Joe?
I think he's got a twin. At 5 p.m., Harlan Stahl of Leighton Prince arrived at the Salazar home. The footprints of the missing child, taken at the time of birth, were compared with the prints from the child the Salazars had. They were identical. 5:20 p.m., Ed and I talked with Mrs. Salazar.
I don't think I understand what this is all about, officers. What has my baby got to do with all this?
You know it as well as we do, Mrs. Salazar. That baby in there, it doesn't belong to you. It's not yours.
What do you mean it's not mine? Of course it's my baby, my husband's and mine. I just brought it from Phoenix last night. That's where the baby was born. What are you trying to do to me?
That baby isn't yours, Mrs. Salazar. You know that. It was taken from the hospital. Now, how about the truth?
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about. It's my baby. He was baptized today. Juan Tomas Salazar.
Well, this is a pretty serious matter, ma'am. The baby's footprints have been checked out. The child belongs to a Mrs. Stryker. We want to know how you happen to have him.
A woman checked in at the Bluebird Hotel on 11th Street about midnight last night, Mrs. Salazar. She had a young baby with her. You fit the description.
I didn't go to a hotel last night. The plane landed here from Phoenix. I came right home.
The hotel clerk remembers you. He can identify you. So can the druggist, the one you bought the supplies from.
We found the baby's blanket in the hotel room you rented. We have your description from at least 3 people. Even the color of the coat you wore last night. Now, look, Miss Salazar, why don't you put yourself in the place of the real mother of the baby? How do you think she feels about her baby being taken away? Mrs. Salazar?
It's going to rain some more. Rain is nice, isn't it, officers? We thought it might spoil the party, but it didn't. All right, I'll tell you. I'm tired. know you'll understand.
Yes, ma'am.
11 years next month, Frank and I were married. I don't have to tell you, we want a baby. Frank always wanted a baby, but no more than I did. It's what we live for. Baby of our own.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy or girl, we didn't care. But we didn't have one. For 11 years, we didn't have one. Then last February, the doctor told me, he said I was going to have a baby. I was going to have a baby. Frank was so happy he didn't know what to do. It's like that, you know, Sergeant, when you look for something for so long.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
A month before the baby was born, we thought it would be better if I went to my friend's place in Phoenix, Arizona for the winter. It's warmer there, you know. Frank thought it would be nicer for me and the baby. A week ago from today, that's when my baby was born. Frank's baby and mine.
Your husband was still in Los Angeles?
Yes. He tried to come to Phoenix, but he had to work. So I had my baby alone. It was a boy. My friend was with me. She'll tell you it was a boy.
Yes, ma'am.
I remember waking up and calling for them. I kept calling for them to bring my baby. It was a long time and I kept calling. I wanted to see my baby. I don't know how long it was. But the room was dark all the time and I kept calling. Then they finally came. And the doctor too. And he's the one that told me. The room was dark, I remember. The shades were down. He said my baby was dead. He just said the baby was dead and he just didn't know why. The baby was dead.
Yes, ma'am.
He looked just like his father, I know that. But they told me he was dead. I don't remember much after that. I got out of the hospital, then I took the plane and came back here. It was dark and it was raining, but I walked around. I walked up and down. I was thinking what I could tell Frank. What was there I could tell him? The baby was dead, that's all I could say. Then I walked past the hospital. I walked into the little courtyard, and I could look up and see the babies in the nursery through the big window.
That was Mercy Hospital, ma'am?
Yes, and it was raining. And I could see all the babies inside, warm and in their cribs. And I wanted just one of them. Just one. I went in the side door and I found the nursery. When the nurse was gone, I took him and left. My baby. I went to the hotel to keep him out of the rain, and when it cleared a little, I took him home. I took him home to Frank. I took my baby home. That's why you want my baby, isn't it? Because I took him. Because my baby died, and I took him.
Everything will be all right, Mrs. Salazar. I think we can straighten it out.
Frank, what could I say to you?
Be all right, won't it? Won't it be all right?
Yes, I think we can straighten it out.
What was there I could say to you, Frank?
It'll be all right, honey. It'll be all right. I guess I'll go out and tell the people now.
And what can you say to me? What can you tell them?
A mistake. The party's over. It's just a mistake.
On April 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the court and found to be under an acute mental strain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. 200 years old, and it's still a youngster. Every month it grows a couple of inches taller and increases its chest expansion. It eats more food, uses more energy, and needs longer pants. Like other adolescents, sometimes the city has growing pains. When the pains get too severe, I'm part of the treatment. I carry a badge. It was Monday, October 15th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of a special detail of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Hertel. My name's Friday. We had rumors of an impending war between juvenile gangs in the city. Reportedly, the gangs were well supplied with homemade weapons. We didn't know when the fighting might start. We had to try and stop it.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
What'd you find out?
It was Dan Gardner. He's on his way over from Juvenile. He'll give us a rundown on the thing.
Good. Sure is a beautiful day.
Well, you're feeling pretty good, are you?
Great. Got in some studying for the sergeant's exam during my lunch hour. I'm really whipping this thing, Joe. I went through the chapter on police reports. I got the whole thing down cold.
Well, that's fine, boy. I'm glad to hear it.
You know, Joe, you have to be absolutely factual in your reports. Factual, brief, and accurate. And that's where my newspaper training's sure gonna help.
I didn't know you had any newspaper training.
Oh, sure, 4 years of it.
Well, is that so?
Yeah, all the way through high school. I was staff man on the school paper.
Oh.
Wonderful training, Joe. Nothing like it. You see, in news work, you have to be factual, brief, accurate, too. It's a must.
Mm-hmm. All right, what'd you do? Write a column for the school paper?
No, I didn't have a column.
Well, then, were you one of the editors?
No, not exactly.
Would you cover sports?
No, I never cared much for that end of it.
Well, now, just what did you do?
Well, it's a little hard to say. I guess you might say I was on the administrative side.
Uh-huh. What'd you do?
I used to run the mimeograph machine.
Oh.
Hi, Joe. Frank.
What'd you say, Gardner?
Hi, Dan.
Good to see you. How are things going?
Oh, not bad. A little slow. Sit down, Dan.
Here, take my chair.
Thanks.
Well, we hear you got some problems.
Oh, lots of them. Captain brief you on any of it?
No, I figured you'd fill us in. Guess you could use some help, huh?
All we can get. Sitting on top of a bomb, we don't know when it's going to go off.
What's the pitch?
Juvenile gangs. 5 of them this time. Way we got it, they're ready for trouble, all of them.
High school kids?
Most of them. Some of them junior high.
Well, now, how come 5 gangs, Dan? What are they planning, a free-for-all?
It's a long story. They've been building up to this thing for months. We hear it's supposed to be an open war.
Uh-huh.
Here's a list of the different gangs involved.
Thanks.
You can see there, same crowds we've been riding herd on for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Night Prowlers, Blue Devils, Black Tigers, Green Valley, Chalk Hill, yeah.
Here's the breakdown on each one of them. Hard to get exact figures, but we think it's fairly accurate.
Yeah.
Night Prowlers gang, 26 members. Leader, unknown. The Blue Devils, 18 members. Leader, Bertram Willis, age 16. The Black Tigers, 22 members. Leader, Robert Barson, age 17. They're supposed to be the strongest bunch. Green Valley gang, 20 members. Leader, unknown. Chalk Hill gang, 16 members. Leader, Thomas Resnick, age 18.
What's behind it, Gardner?
A lot of factors enter into it, I guess. My own idea, the Black Tigers gang's doing most of the promoting.
What's the object?
The usual big shot idea some high school kids get. Black Tigers figure they're going to run the whole city. They've already scared the Green Valley gang, the Blue Devils into joining up with them.
Well, how'd they manage that?
I'd like to find out myself.
Dan, how about the other two crowds, Chalk Hill and the Night Prowlers?
The story I get is they won't come in with the Black Tigers. That's supposed to be the reason for the war. Either they join up with the Black Tigers or they fight them. That's the warning they got.
Well, I don't get it, Dan. Who's doing the organizing? Who's promoting it?
I got an idea about that. I'll get to it in a minute. Take a look at these things. Samples of the different weapons the gangs are getting together for their big fight.
Stupid kids.
Brass knuckles, homemade saps.
Homemade stiletto, too, huh?
Kids are supposed to have dozens of them. Another one here. Look at this. An ice pick. Anything you can think of, you name it, we got it.
It's gonna be murder if we can't find a way to stop it.
You been able to figure what the real trouble is, Dan?
Yeah. A kid by the name of Robert Barson. He's supposed to be the ringleader of the Black Tigers gang. Moved in about a year ago from the Middle West.
What do you know about him, Dan?
I wrote a letter to the city he originally came from. Nothing but trouble back there. Bad juvenile record.
Well, do you think he's responsible for working up this gang war idea?
We figure he's our biggest problem. We've tried everything to reach the Barson kid, settle him down. Checked with the teachers at his school, the principal, vice principal. They can't handle him. They figure on expelling him if he doesn't straighten out.
Tell me, Dan, how about the other youngsters in these gangs? I mean, besides this Barson boy.
We've got notifications out for them and their parents. They're supposed to be in our office tomorrow night, 7:30. Maybe we can break Barson's hold on these kids.
Oh, it sure got me. What's the matter with this Barson boy's parents? Don't they know what's going on? Can't they control him?
We tried to talk to the parents. They think we're wrong. They're proud of the kid. He's got a high IQ. They think he's a natural-born leader.
Yeah, sure.
Mother says people just don't understand the boy.
I'll tell you, Dan, you should have passed her the word.
Huh?
San Quentin's full of people that are hard to understand. The following night, Tuesday, October 16th, the members and ringleaders of various juvenile gangs, along with their parents, showed up at Georgia Street Juvenile as requested. In questioning each of the youngsters, we definitely confirmed the reports we had of the impending gang war. A few of the parents didn't bother to show up at the meeting. Among these were the parents of 17-year-old Robert Barson, the boy who seemed to be promoting most of the trouble. The following morning, Frank and I drove out to his home and talked with his mother.
I don't know why you say that. I appreciate you worrying about my boy, but I'm sure it's not as bad as you think.
I don't mean to contradict you, Mrs. Barson, but I'm afraid it is. It's a lot worse than you think.
That's what the other officers said, too. But you really don't have any proof, do you? I mean, a few idle rumors. You certainly can't accuse Robert on that basis.
We're not accusing Robert of anything, ma'am. That's not the point. What we're trying to do is to head off the trouble before it starts.
I understand, but what trouble? As I say, some boy says there's going to be a fight. He tells you Robert has something to do with it. You need more to go on than that, don't you?
We've got more than some boy's word for it, Mrs. Barson. We've interviewed dozens of them. They all say the same thing. Now, we've got samples of the weapons they use, and we know who's involved.
I don't mean to be unreasonable about it, Sergeant. I hope you understand that.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
It's just that I know my son. You see, very few people really understand Robert. Now, if there's going to be trouble with gangs in the neighborhood, as you say, I'm sure Robert hasn't anything to do with it. If he did, he'd tell me.
Well, you were living in the Middle West before he came to Los Angeles, ma'am. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Nebraska.
Well, now, wasn't your son involved in some kind of trouble back there?
Yes, but it didn't amount to anything. It could have been avoided so easily. They just didn't understand Robert. That was the whole trouble.
Tell me, is he an only child, ma'am?
Yes, just Robert. But he's not spoiled. I know it's a great temptation with an only child, but we didn't spoil him. Robert just isn't like that.
Mm-hmm. You allow him quite a bit of freedom, do you, ma'am? I mean, does he go out at night very often?
Well, he is 17 years old, going on 18. Yes, my husband and I allow him to go out as often as he likes, as long as he keeps up with his studies. Robert's always done very well.
Do you know where he spends his time when he goes out at night?
He's usually down at the gym or at the library.
You know that for a fact, do you?
I trust Robert, if that's what you mean. If he tells me that's where he goes, I believe him. If a mother can't believe her own son, who can she believe?
Well, how about the company your boy keeps? Do you know his friends, Mrs. Barson?
Few, yes. There's the Miller boy and Oskar Holland. They seem to be fine boys.
Miller and Holland?
Yes. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with them.
There is, ma'am.
What?
Both of them have juvenile records. Both of them belong to your son's gang.
Really, Sergeant, how can you say that? It isn't fair. Wouldn't it be better to try and understand these boys instead of picking on them, persecuting them?
I don't know how we're going to make you understand, Mrs. Barson. We're not picking on them. We're not persecuting them. We know there's a gang problem. We know your boy's one of those at the bottom of it. Now, if something isn't done, there's going to be trouble. If we're going to stop it before it begins, we've got to have your help.
I'm perfectly willing to cooperate. You know that. That must be Bob now. Could you come in here a minute, Bob?
Yeah? What do you want?
These are police officers, Bobby. This is Sergeant Friday and Officer Smith, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you, son?
Hi, Bob.
Hi. How about something to eat? Haven't you got anything ready yet?
Well, I wasn't expecting you, Bob. Won't take a minute, though. I'll go out and get a snack together for you. Could I fix you a sandwich, officer?
No, thank you.
ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Well, what's this about? You want to see me or you just want to talk to my mother?
Sit down here a minute, son. We'll talk to both of you as long as you're here.
Well, I've got to take off pretty fast. What's it about?
It's about Geronimo. That's the gang's code word for the war you're setting up, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your gang, Bob, the Black Tigers. We talked to half a dozen of them last night down at Juvenile.
I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody must be handing you a line.
No. We got the names of everybody in your gang. We know the whole setup. Now, you go ahead with your idea, and you're going to buy a lot of trouble, Bob.
You know, a couple cops were here last week, and they wanted to know the same thing. And I don't know any more about it now than I did then. Honest. What's the pitch, anyway?
You know what the pitch is, kid.
No, I don't. Honest. Oh, you think I'm in a gang. Is that it?
You're in it up to your neck, son. Now, why don't you come off it? We've got you pegged and everybody that runs with you. That includes the girlfriend you got in the gang. You're not fooling anybody.
Well, you must be a little goofy because I'm not in any gang. In fact, I've never even heard of a gang around here.
All right, now you listen to me, boy. You can take this as a warning or a piece of advice any way you want it. You and your friends keep on playing punk gangsters and we're going to land on you hard. You understand?
Well, what is this? You're trying to scare me.
If it'll make you change your mind, yeah. Now, if this street war comes off, there's going to be big trouble. What do you think's going to happen when 200 kids tangle in a fight with knives and brass knuckles? Use your head.
There you are, Bob. Glass of milk, nice bowl of hot soup, bacon and tomato sandwiches.
You always make this soup too hot.
I'm sorry, Bob. Let it cool for a minute. Bob has to eat and hurry along, officers. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, I think you've heard about everything we have to say. I wish you'd think it over, Miss Barson. You too, Bob.
Nothing to think over. Mom, they're trying to say that I'm in a gang. They think that I'm the leader of a gang.
Well, you told them, didn't you, son?
Sure. They don't believe me.
I wish I could make you understand, Sergeant. He's no gang leader. Robert's telling the truth.
No, I'm afraid he's not, ma'am.
But he is. I know he is. I mean, after all, he's my son. I'm in a position to know him better than you do.
Yes, ma'am.
If he was lying, I'd know it. A mother's the only one who really knows her boy. I know Robert's telling the truth. Aren't you, Robert? Robert? You're telling the truth, aren't you, son?
Sure. Soup's cold now, Mom.
Before we left the house, we tried again to talk to Robert Barson and his mother, but it was no use. She believed every word he said and apparently refused to believe the possible consequences of the war he was planning for his gang of juveniles. We drove downtown and had an interview with the boy's father at his work. He was even less cooperative. He took a belligerent attitude, accused us of persecuting his son, and ordered us out of the office. 5:45 p.m. Dan Gardner, Frank, and I met with Captain Glavis down at Georgia Street Juvenile.
Most of the parents are pretty agreeable, huh?
Yes, sir. About 90% of them promise to make their kids get out of the gangs and stay out.
If the parents mean what they say, the gang's going to take a big drop in membership. The Barson kid and his stooges can fight it out alone.
Any more rumbles about where they've got the fight set for?
No, nothing for the last 2 days. If they figure on holding it, it'll probably come off late on a Friday afternoon. Maybe Friday night. That's when most of the trouble's been cropping up.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've done all the warning and persuading we can. The next thing we move on is out in the field.
You got anything in mind, Skipper?
Strict curfew all over the area. We can start tonight.
Well, what do you figure, just on the weekends?
Every night of the week. I'll get some more men in to help out. Every youngster out on the street after 10 o'clock gets stopped.
Yes, sir.
Every one of them caught with knives, saps, brass knuckles, or anything like them. They're going to be pulled in and filed on. No exceptions. They'll be a lot safer in custody than mixing it in the gang fight.
Well, might teach some of the parents a lesson anyway.
Captain Glavis. Where was that? When? Yeah, right away. East Boyle Avenue, out near the cemetery.
What is it?
That curfew was a good idea, but we got it too late.
Huh?
The gang war, it's already started.
Before we left the office, Captain Glavis had communications notify all J cars on the special detail to proceed at once to the scene of the Major 415 call. 10 cars were ordered to cruise the area surrounding the actual scene of the fight. They were to pick up any and all members of the juvenile gangs who showed any evidence of having been in the fight or had in their possession any deadly weapon. When Captain Glavis, Dan Gardner, Frank, and I arrived at the scene, the J cars and 3 radio cars had the area blocked off. An ambulance crew was giving emergency treatment to some of the youngsters injured during the fight. One of them had been blinded. The juveniles who had been lucky enough to escape without serious injury were removed to juvenile headquarters for further questioning. While we were talking to one of the juvenile officers at the scene of the fight, a teenage girl ran up to us and asked us to come with her. She said her boyfriend needed help badly.
He's in there. It's terrible. You've got to help him.
It's the Barson boy.
Yeah.
I'll get one of the ambulance crew.
Frank, wait a minute.
Huh?
You better call the coroner. The 17-year-old Barson boy was pronounced dead from the knife wounds in his chest. As we left the scene, we asked Sergeants Zachary and McTighe to notify the parents of the deceased. We called Control 1 and informed them that we were bringing in a teenage girl for questioning. 7:15 p.m., we got back to the office and proceeded to question the girl who identified herself as Clarice Porter, age 16. She told us she was Robert Barson's girlfriend.
There was a lot of yelling and kicking and fighting going on. I ran around looking, and I finally saw Bob. I'm not sure it happened so fast.
What happened, Clarice?
I'm not sure. Somehow Jumpy got to his feet. I thought I saw him pull a knife on Bob. Long and thin. Maybe an ice pick.
Yeah.
Bobby was still hitting him with the chain. Jumpy's face was all cut up. Then it looked like Jumpy hit Bob in the chest with something. Bobby stopped. Jumpy did it again. Bobby turned white. He looked sick. He started to run.
What happened then?
Bobby kept running. I went after him. I saw him fall. He got up. He kept running. Then one of the other gang grabbed me. They hit me.
It's all right. We understand.
I didn't find Bob until the fight was over. I heard the sirens. They were coming around from everywhere. I felt sick. I finally found Bob. He was laying on the seat of the car. Just laying there.
That's when you called out?
I guess I knew it. As soon as I looked at him, he was dead. It's terrible when you find somebody dead. Somebody you love.
It'll be all right, youngster.
It won't be all right.
Now take it easy, Clarice.
I love Bob. Didn't you know that? When he graduated, we were going to get married. As soon as he got out of school, we'd be married. Married.
Clarice? How old are you?
16. Why?
Oh, nothing. It happens to practically everybody.
Huh?
People make a lot of mistakes when they're 16. 8:13 p.m. A special show-up was held, and Clarice Porter identified 17-year-old Warren Stoll, nicknamed Jumpy, as the boy who'd stabbed Robert Barson to death. Half a dozen members of either gang also tabbed Stoll as the boy who'd wielded the murder weapon. Statements were taken from all concerned. All parties were detained, pending a hearing in juvenile court. 8:53 p.m. Clarice Porter was turned over to a policewoman, and Frank and I started questioning the subject, Warren Stoll, about the murder.
I told you the truth. I told you the whole story. I don't have to tell you again.
No, we're pretty sure you're not telling us the truth here, Warren. Now, we know you tangled with Bob Barson in that fight this afternoon.
No, I didn't.
Look, son, we got statements from a dozen kids. They said Barson had a chain. He kept slugging you with it. You pulled a knife and stabbed him.
How do they know? A lot of kids there had knives. Anybody could have stabbed him. Why are you picking on me?
No, it was your knife, son. Your initials are on it.
I lost the knife in the fight. Somebody could have picked it up, used it.
No, that won't do, youngster. That knife's been processed. Your fingerprints are all over it.
How about it, son?
All right, come on, Warren. What do you got to say?
Nothing. I killed it.
Warren Stoll was booked in at Georgia Street Jail on suspicion of manslaughter. We received a call from Sergeant Zachary. He informed us that no one was home at the Barson house, but according to one of the neighbors, Mrs. Barson was expected back around 11:30. 11:45 p.m. We broke the news of her son's death to Mrs. Barson as gently as we could. She immediately became hysterical, and Frank called the family doctor, who prescribed the proper sedatives. Later, when she recovered herself a bit, she asked for the full story. We told her.
How could it happen? Bobby, how could it happen?
Oh, we're sorry, ma'am. There's nothing much we can say, but we certainly tried to stop it.
But you didn't stop it. You let them kill him.
We tried to warn him, ma'am. We tried to warn all of them.
You didn't try. Bob's dead. He's 17 years old and he's dead. I can thank you for that.
We're sorry you feel that way, ma'am.
Why shouldn't I feel that way? You call yourselves policemen? That boy who killed Bobby, he should have been in jail in the first place. A young killer running around loose. You're just as guilty as he is.
I'm not trying to defend the boy, ma'am, but he's not a young killer. He doesn't even have a record.
I don't care anything about records. He's a killer. He took a knife and he killed Bobby. And you let him do it. You let him do it, my only baby.
We better be going.
Yeah.
Where is he? What have they done with him? I want to see him.
The coroner can tell you that, ma'am. I suggest either you or your husband call him in the morning.
Dear God. I suppose there'll be an inquest, too.
Yes, ma'am. You'll be notified about the time and the date.
I hope you have to live with this. I hope you live with it like I'll have to live with it. I hope it haunts you for the rest of your life.
I know how you feel, ma'am, but you're wrong. I think you'll realize that in time.
They murdered Bob. You let them do it. I'll always remember that.
Well, you might remember something else, too, ma'am. The last time we were here, we tried to make you understand.
You didn't know Bobby. You didn't understand him. I was the only one. I knew what he was thinking. I always knew what he was going to do. I was the only one.
No, ma'am. There was someone else.
What?
The boy who killed him.
On April 10th, a hearing was held in the juvenile court of the state of California in and for the county of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that hearing. The subject was filed on under Section 700 sub M of the Welfare and Institutions Code. charged with manslaughter, and was turned over to the State Youth Authority. 17 other principals involved were also filed on under Section 700 sub-M of the Welfare and Institutions Code and charged with assault with a deadly weapon. Of those 17, 11 were placed on probation. The remaining 6 were turned over to the State Youth Authority for confinement in one of its facilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
This is the city. Los Angeles, California. Like other great cities, it is home to all kinds of schools where you can get most any kind of education. There are universities, high schools, grade schools. Some students take the problem of earning a living. They enroll in a trade school. Some learn to cut hair or how to give a permanent. Still others try their hand at fashion modeling, at nursing, or taking shorthand. They learn how to be bartenders, dentists, actors, how to drive a car, or how to give a massage, how to be a tailor, a wrestler, a chiropractor, or how to be a clerk in a supermarket. All these schools are accredited. There's one that is not. It holds its classes in the cracks and crevices of the city. Because of it, I have a job. I carry a badge. It was Wednesday, December 17th. We were working the day watch out of burglary division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We'd received a call from an unknown informant who claimed he had information about a series of burglaries. He refused to give us any details. He even refused to give us his name. He said he'd contact us at his own convenience. We waited.
Lieutenant Friday.
I am? Is there something I can do for you?
I talked to you on the telephone before. I finally decided to come and talk to you.
What was that name?
I didn't give you any name. I told you I knew about some things that were stolen.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember that call. Sit down.
Thank you. I finally made up my mind it would be best to come in and talk to you. I want to do what's right.
Could we have your name, please?
Yeah. You can have it. Hovek. Hovek. Oskar Hovek. I know that's kind of a hard one to spell. It's Norwegian. I've figured out a way to change the spelling, but I haven't got around to it yet. H-O-V-E-J-G. You spell the Oscar with a K.
Uh-huh. All right. What did you come in to tell us, Mr. Hovig?
Well, if I show you something that I think is stolen, have you got some way to find out who it got stolen from?
Yes, sir, we might, if the theft was reported to us.
I don't know anything about that part. This is all I know. I hope I'm doing the right thing.
You think those are stolen? Is that it, Mr. Hovey?
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think. I guess you fellas can find out.
The initials are EF. Why do you think they're stolen?
I just do, that's all.
Where'd you get them?
Well, I found it.
Where'd you find it?
I'll show you where. Don't worry. I'll show you. But in my own good time.
Is this all you found?
I should say not. That's just a sample. I thought you could use it for identification. That's all I want to say just now. Please.
All right, Frank, you want to check stolen property files, see if you can come up with a make?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Hovig.
Yes?
What makes you think that that's stolen property?
I don't think it is, Lieutenant. I know it is.
How do you know?
I can't tell you now. I just know it's stolen. You'll know it, too, when you see the other stuff.
Well, all right, who's responsible for it? Do you know?
Yes, I know.
Well, who is it?
Well, maybe later on I'll tell you. Maybe not.
I continued to question Mr. Hovig, but I couldn't pry loose any additional information that might help us. Frank found an identification in stolen property covering the articles Mr. Hovig had shown us. The silverware matched the description of that taken in a theft 4 days previously.
It's all right here in the report.
All right, Mr. Hovig. Apparently you're right about this being stolen property. Now, you say there are some other items?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can you recall any of them?
Well, I didn't look them over real good. Let's see. There are a couple of ladies' fans.
Ivory?
Yeah. And all this silver. It's wrapped in some lace thing.
Where is it?
Well, it's right where I found it. I didn't move it an inch. Not an inch.
Where did you find it?
You come to my house. You meet me at my house at 1 o'clock. I'll show it to you. I didn't move it an inch.
Well, can't you tell us where it is and leave the rest to us?
No. No, it must be done my way. You see, I want to be sure. It still might be some mistake.
All right, we'll do it your way. What's that address?
1307 North Camrose. It's in Hollywood, just below Gower.
We'll find it.
This is very important. Don't come before 1 o'clock, and you've got to be all through by 2. It's very important.
We'll do our best.
And don't you forget, my name doesn't get mentioned.
Well, we've worked some strange ones, but this is shaping up a real winner, isn't it?
Yep, and it's getting stranger all the time.
What do you mean by that?
This theft report the victim filed. Listen to this. I insist that in the event of my property described above being recovered, that the police inform me first before giving out news of same to any newspaper or broadcasting station. Signed, Elma Face. Elma Face?
How do you spell that?
F-A-C-E. You don't suppose that's a real name?
Oh, man, that's gotta be.
Huh?
Nobody could come up with an alias like that.
Frank and I decided to drop by and talk to Mrs. Face before we met Mr. Hovig at his home.
Just a minute! 1 minute! Yes, what is it?
Mrs. Face?
Of course. Who did you think?
Yes. Well, we're police officers.
Police! Oh, great, great. Come in, come in! Oh! You have burned the stuff!
Well, part of it, anyway.
Oh, good, good.
Can you identify this, ma'am?
Oh, yes, of course, it's mine. Oh, sit down, sit down. And a personal interview with the police to boot. Well, sit down.
You don't understand. We can only stay a minute.
Please, I ask you to sit down.
All right.
I just want to jot down a few notes. It won't take but a jiffy.
Now, Mrs. Face, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Now, let's see. My notebook is here someplace. I keep thinking I should tidy up a bit, but it would just get messed up again, so what's the use? Oh, some of my very best thoughts are in here someplace. You know how writers are. And it would be such a shame. Do you know Tom Carlyle?
What divisions do you work out of, ma'am?
Oh, no. He was a very famous author. He wrote The French Revolution about 100 years ago. And guess what happened to his very first volume? Millions of words. A cleaning woman came into the room and threw them all away. Burned them all up. And when she was asked why she did it, do you know what she said? She said she thought the paper was just no good anymore because it had already been written on. Here it is. Here it is. All right. Let's have it, men. Let's have it. We go to press tonight.
Well, I'm afraid we can't give you a complete story yet, Mrs. Face.
What do you mean? What in the world do you mean? Now, if anybody scoops me, it's going to be me, you understand? You've got the stuff. That's my silver spoon, and you've got the guy. So why shouldn't I get my own story? I am waiting for your answer. And don't forget, I can make this sound real bad if I feel like it.
All we have is a lead. We haven't picked up the thief yet. We haven't recovered all of your property. Now, we should know more about it in an hour or so.
Oh, that's the way it is, huh?
Yes, ma'am, that's the way.
Well, where did you get that spoon?
From a man who claims that he found it.
Where did he find it?
Well, he hasn't told us yet. We're going to meet with him in a little while.
Aha! You're going to have a rendezvous with him. Is that the idea?
Yes, ma'am. A rendezvous.
I'm going with you. I can, can't I?
No, I'm afraid you can't.
Then tell me this, Sam Spade. Where does this guy live?
I'm afraid we can't tell you that either.
What are you anyway? Men of mystery? If you can't tell me anything, why are you here?
Well, we'd like to ask you a few questions, if it's all right.
All right, then. Shoot.
We have your report. We thought you might remember some of the details.
I didn't tell anything in that report. I didn't tell any lies, mind you. I just boiled it all down. I said that this box of stuff was stolen from my car. But I didn't say I saw the whole thing.
You saw the theft, did you?
Sure. What did you think? My eyes are open, Mr. Wide Open. You see, I moved in here last week with my girlfriend. Her name is Rose, and we call her Gypsy. I'm divorced, thank goodness.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, while we were moving in, I looked out of that window there, and I saw this guy carrying a box across the lawn. My box, my silver, my heart.
Your heart?
It stopped. When I saw him, I mean.
Can you describe the thief for us?
Well, not so it would help you much. I only saw him from the back, and he was bent over, lugging my silver away. I was going to rush out after him, but by the time I got outside, he was in his car and going.
Well, now, can you remember anything about him that might help us?
He was a tall, big man. Even bent over a bit, carrying that box, I could tell that. I was a bit upset, you understand, but I did notice something that might help you.
Well, what was that?
He threw a glove out of the window of his car.
A glove?
That's right. This one. Oh, just threw it out, you know. And there was an L in the license number, and the color of the car was green.
Well, why didn't you put all of this in your report?
I told you. I didn't want to get scooped. I wanted it in my paper first. Now, that shouldn't be hard to understand.
Well, just what paper do you write for?
This one.
The Southwest Record? It's a throwaway.
I am the editor of this sheet, and don't call it a throwaway. It's a shopper's weekly.
So you didn't want any other paper to print the story before you did. Is that it?
That is what I keep telling you, man.
And you haven't printed your story yet?
No, siree. Not a single word of it.
You know, on second thought, it might be a good idea for you to be with us when we have our meeting this afternoon.
Fine, fine. When?
1 o'clock.
Good. That'll give me time to change. Where shall I meet you?
The address is 1307 North Camrose.
1307. I'll be there. Oh, say, in case I have to ask, what's your name?
Joe Friday.
Friday. Friday? Oh, that's a funny name.
Yes, I guess it is, Mrs. Face. After talking to Mrs. Face, Frank and I had lunch. Then we drove to the address Mr. Hovig had given us. We followed him into the garage at the rear of his home.
There, in that box. It's right where I found it. I didn't move it 1 inch.
Now, you think everything in that box is stolen property, do you?
Well, I don't know for sure. I don't think so. But in this carton, that's where I found the silver that I gave to you.
Uh-huh.
Looks like it, all right.
Sure does.
When did you find this stuff, Mr. Hovig?
Monday. I was neatening up this bunch of things, and I lifted that one by the string, and it broke. It turned over, and a piece of silver fell out. Well, I picked it up, and I noticed it had initials on it. I didn't recognize those initials. Then I didn't know, so I forgot to mention it.
Mention it?
At supper. But after they went to bed, I came out to lock up, and I began to think about it. So I looked a little more in the box, and I saw the lace and a picture of somebody that's not in the family.
Yes, sir, we understand.
I never trusted that fellow the minute I looked at him.
Now, who do you mean, Mr. Hovig?
My son-in-law.
Oh?
My own son-in-law.
You think he might know something about this, do you?
Well, I'm not accusing him. That's up to you fellas to accuse him. I'm only trying to do what's right. And when you tell my daughter you leave me out of it, that's the whole idea. I want to be a good citizen and respect the law and everything. And my daughter might get the wrong idea.
Yes, sir.
3 months they're married, and he loses his job. So it tells me, and since I want to do the right thing, I say, sure, come ahead. Move in here with me. I won't charge you any rent. So,
when they moved in here, they brought this stuff with them, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
This carton, too.
Yeah?
What day was this?
Well, let's see. I think... What day is this?
This is Wednesday.
Well, that's right. Then it must have been Sunday that he brought it over.
You're sure now?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Yoo-hoo! Is anybody here? Say, is this... Oh! Aha! Well, here I am.
This lady has had some things stolen from her recently. Do you want to take a look through that carton?
Which carton? Where? Which one?
Right here.
Oh, there it is. Yes, that's it. Oh, everything seems to be here all right. Well, men, have you got a line on the thief?
We think so, yes.
Oh, that's real great fast work, I must say. What's this gentleman's name?
That's Mr. Hovig.
You said you wouldn't give my name.
Oh, yes, I saw it outside on the mailbox. Oskar, isn't it? Say, now, what's this all about? Why does he look so upset?
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
What for?
Because your property was stolen.
Well, sure, thanks, but here you've gone and found it for me again, so no great harm done. Besides, the stuff wasn't worth much. It's just that you get mad when you see somebody taking it right from under your nose.
I'm sorry. It was a terrible thing to do.
What's with him?
It's a family matter, Mrs. Face.
What time is it?
1:45.
Oh, they'll be coming home any minute. My son-in-law took Oza over to the doctor's at 1 o'clock. It's just over here in the burn building.
And that's why you wanted us to be here at 1, so we wouldn't be around when he came back, is that it?
Yeah. But now, it doesn't matter.
What kind of a car is he driving?
His own car.
A green car, with an L in the license number.
How did you know that? Oh, sure. You saw it.
You'd like to tell us about it, Mr. Hovig?
He was a good boy. A fine boy. I didn't hate him. Not at all. I don't know why I did it. They love each other. He'd do anything to make her a good husband. I was crazy. I couldn't stand it to be alone. Even the piano. It's no good to play it unless there's somebody to listen. Even if they're not paying much attention, just moving around the house. It's nice to know that somebody is there. A year or two ago, my daughter began to have boyfriends. I talked to her. I told her that she had plenty of time. You don't go around with boys when you're just a kid, I told her. And then Larry came along. He was working over at the service station. And then before I knew what was going on, they came to me and said they were getting married. I couldn't talk. It was just like when her mother died. What can you talk about? On the night they got married, it's strange. It wasn't so bad. We had some drinks, and after a while, I got asleep. But then next morning, and every morning of every day since then, what's the use of even getting out of bed? Who cares whether you're up or not? About 10 days ago, Larry lost his job. It wasn't his fault. The boss over at the service station gave the job to his cousin or somebody, and so they came back here to live with me, and Larry said he'd help pay for the groceries and so on. Well, I didn't want his money.
They moved their things over here and they stored them in the garage, is that right?
Yeah. After they went to bed, I came out and I just stood here looking at those things. And the next morning, I felt terrible. Worse than before. They weren't here. Then I remembered that I told them they could have the station wagon, and they were going out to the beach with another couple, and I really didn't care. I was feeling sorry for myself, and them going off and taking my station wagon. You know?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Well, you know the rest.
We'd like to have you tell us anyway, Mr. Hovig.
Well, I had a music lesson over in Selma. And afterwards, I just sat in the car, his broken down old one, the green one. And then I saw this lady and another one unloading their car down the street. Cartons and things, and they reminded me of the ones in the garage. I thought if I grabbed one and put it with Larry's and then tell the police, they'll say Larry's a thief. Even if anybody saw me, it didn't matter. It was Larry's car. They'd blame him.
That's why you threw that glove out of the car, is that it?
Yes. How could I do such a thing? I never did anything so wrong. Never.
Well, I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Hovig, for helping me carry this stuff of mine over. It was real neighborly. Now, if you'll help me put it in my car, I think I can take it from there.
Lady, you heard what I said. I told you everything.
Told me what? I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Well, I told you.
Rubbish. Haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Lieutenant Friday, why don't you and your partner just chase along? We don't need you anymore that I can see.
No, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mrs. Face.
You keep out of this, Friday. This now is something personal between Mr. Hovig and myself.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Face. It's a police matter now. We'll have to take Mr. Hovig downtown.
Now, you just hold on a minute. You know as well as I do that he didn't commit any crime. You heard his story. You can't arrest a man just because he loves his daughter.
I'm afraid that was the trouble.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe he loved her too much.
On June 5th, trial was held in Municipal Court of the Los Angeles Judicial District, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect pled guilty to the charge of petty theft, 1 count. Petty theft is punishable by a fine not to exceed $500, or by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not more than 6 months, or both such fine and imprisonment.